And we are live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2023 Legacy Leadership Summit. I'm so excited to be alongside such an exciting group of folks that are going to help co-host and guide the next few days. And as always, I just want to kick it off by asking you, Carissa, how excited are you to spend the next 3 days and listen and learn and elevate and uplift with some of the most exciting thought leaders from all around the world? Carissa, please.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this conversation because leadership is a topic that is really hot right now. And people are really wanting to learn how can they be leaders in their own life as well as in their business and organization. So we have a very eclectic group of people who are going to offer a wide variety of information. So definitely grab your pencils and papers and get ready to dive in with us. Really excited for today.
This community is very familiar with Carissa Johnson. She's been a part of the Tribune and has helped guide and lead and produce multiple programs with us. And Parisa Rose is also going to be someone that's going to be a familiar face the next 3 days for all of those that are attending this virtual conference from around the world. And Parisa Rose is a national champion, NCAA champion in swimming, and certainly someone that understands leadership. So Parisa, how excited are you to listen, to learn, and to elevate yourself the next 3 days?
Let's go. Let's go. I'm excited. I love learning from those around me. And I think you can learn from anyone as long as you have an open mind, open heart, and open ears to do so. So I'm excited. Let's go.
I want to welcome everyone, of course, in the virtual auditorium. Please let us know what part of the world are you tuning in from. These events that we've done here at the Los Angeles Tribune have garnered folks from over 60 countries over the course of the multiple different events that we have done online, virtually, reaching people from all over the world. And now, thanks to AI and the services that AI is offering, translation has never been as easy. So we're excited to now start breaking into non-English speaking countries, more so than we were able to do previously, thanks to the accessibility and technology. So we want to welcome all of the folks in the virtual auditorium that are tuning in, whether you're in the States, in Los Angeles, or in another country. We want to welcome everyone. I see folks from Atlanta. I see folks here from Canada. I see folks here from Philippines, Modesto, California. Welcome to Mr. David Jones. I see Austin John, who's excited. We have a lot of folks here in the virtual auditorium that are obviously ready to learn and to uplift and to elevate their life and elevate their business. Michael Silvers is, of course, a friend and a partner and someone that I'm very excited to also be a huge part of this 3-day program. For folks that are not familiar with him, you will be familiar with him when the 3 days is wrapped up. Michael, how excited are you? And what are you looking forward to when it comes to the conversations with people here on the Legacy Leadership Summit, please?
Yep. I wanted to welcome everybody that's on the stream. So I wanted to thank you so much for being here, and Mo and the whole team, Carissa, Parissa, and Ava. It's just great to be on here today. You know, it's the greatest thing where you're going to be with us for 3 days, right? No matter whatever you're doing, it's the kind of thing that you're going to get information that you're going to use immediately. So whatever you want to do with it, the greatest thing about this is it's education learning. Write this down right now. What I'd like you to do is take away one thing from the whole weekend. I know that's going to be hard because there's a lot of great speakers, but just think, if I learned one thing every time I'm involved with anything like this, it's been a great day. And I think that makes a big difference. And really the takeaway is going to be those things that I can use in action immediately. We're going to look at mindset. We're going to take a look at what you can do. We're going to take a look at daily habits. We're going to take a look at all the business aspects and what it really means to be a leader and also work with a team. But the biggest piece I want you all Sunday, when you're still with us and we're wrapping it up and taking conversation and talk to you online, is what is that one piece right now that you can use that minute and has changed your life? And it's just so great to be here, Mo. It's exciting and it's a great day.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you. And we want to thank the Mentor Studio for being such a large part in the Legacy Leadership Summit. And I love that advice, Michael, because when we enter something with the mindset of just learning one thing, we don't have pressure or expectations. And I know right now there's a time where things are moving at a Mach 10 speed. Just from our last virtual summit to today, so much has changed in the marketplace. So much has changed in the world. So much has changed for entrepreneurs. And so we're going to dissect not just what it means to be an entrepreneur, but we're going to dissect what does it mean to be a leader in your life. Because first and foremost, we're all CEO of Me Incorporated. And you can hire and you can fire accordingly in your own life. And so we're going to have an exciting time the next 3 days. I want to bring in Ava Manuel, senior editor of the Los Angeles Tribune, Special Thought Leader Edition newspaper, to also chime in before we bring in our first panel of incredible guests. Ava, how excited are you and what are you looking forward to? And what should the audience be looking forward to the next 3 days, please?
Well, thank you so much, Mo. Being the senior editor of the Thought Leader edition of the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited that we're talking all about leadership, because that's what we stand for in the Los Angeles Tribune. We stand for elevating leadership. We believe that this world needs great leadership, not just the ones that we look up to, but every single one of us has the opportunity to lead our communities, lead our families, lead ourselves, and create a better world. So I'm so thrilled, Mo. And I'm so excited for all our audience on our virtual auditorium. Seeing all
And
the
before we bring in our first panel, Adonna Campbell, who's also going to be working and co-hosting some of the segments here over the next 3 days. What are you excited about, and what should the folks watching at home be looking forward to? Donna Campbell.
Yes, what I absolutely love about this event and this entire summit is that it is focused around leadership. And I was on a call earlier this morning and someone said, well, what if I don't see myself as a leader because I don't talk about leadership? And I'm like, but you're an expert in your industry. And so just the wealth of knowledge and the wisdom and the information that's going to be flowing through. I actually have my clipboard next to me. I'm going to be taking and jotting down some notes along the way, because as leaders, we're always learning, we're always growing, we're always expanding.
Incredible. And with that, I want to thank all of our lovely co-hosts. I'm going to go ahead and welcome Roosevelt Williams III, Dame Doria Cordova, and Jessica Abo to help kick off and launch and start the 2023 Legacy Leadership Summit. And when it came to deciding who should open up this 3-day program, these 3 leaders are here to set the tone, because these 3 leaders are all leaders in their own right. And whether it's Jessica, who, of course, many people know from being a top contributor at places like Entrepreneur and Forbes. And we're here to also announce officially she's going to be contributing now for the Los Angeles Tribune. She is somebody that has dissected the minds of some of the top leaders from all around the world. Dame Doria Cordova, of course, is someone who I consider a personal mentor of mine, and she has a copy of the LA Tribune newspaper right there. And she's someone who, for decades, has reached millions of people. And you know, if there's not a proper introduction given to her, she's not going to say who she is, because she's so humble and she leads with such humility. But she's a pioneer in business, and she's a pioneer in the personal development world, and she has just generated hundreds of millions of dollars and created so many people that have had so much success in so many different industries thanks to her educational programs. And Roosevelt Williams, who runs an organization called Young Black and in Business, a official partner of the Los Angeles Tribune. This past year, Roosevelt, we did a diversity and media initiative, the first of its kind in Southern California, with your organization to help bring diversity and empowerment to communities that are looking forward to getting that kind of exposure and help. So I'm going to step back. I'm going to give it off to Parissa and Carissa, who are going to help lead this conversation. But first, I'm going to ask the 3 folks to chime in. What does leadership mean to you? And how do you define leadership for your life and for your business? Let's start with Jessica. Jessica, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mo. It's wonderful to be with everybody today. And thank you to everyone who is all around the world tuning into this amazing conversation and event. Leadership for me means setting an example and following that example that you set. So for me, that applies to my life as a mom. It applies to my life as a leader in my community. It applies to my role as a CEO and founder for my company. So how I want to show up for my clients and for my children and for those around me is how I also want to show up for myself.
Mm-hmm. That was a really beautiful and straightforward answer. I love that. Doria, how about you?
Well, for me, leadership is to really demonstrate to people. Everyone is watching you. It's like children when they're watching their parents. That's the same thing that happens with your community, with your clients, your customers, your networks, your partners, the people that go out there and sell for you and enroll people. You have to be demonstrating it. And we all know that we're human. And it's a constant state of having to learn leadership skills. I'm so excited to be here because I will learn. I will get all these beautiful tips and I can integrate them in my leadership hat, which is we are always leaders. Even if you just have a one man, one woman show, we're always leading. So it's about demonstrating and about living the principles, living up to whatever it is that you are teaching or even your products or services.
Yeah, there's something I want to note that you said there is about being a student, right? Some of the best leaders are students of life and continue to want to learn and grow. And something that I think that's happening too in leadership is there's more humanness. There's more space for people to really show up authentically in that way. And so I'm really looking forward to diving into that authenticity in leadership throughout today. But Roosevelt, how about you? How would you define leadership?
You're on mute.
Oh, I think Roosevelt might be muted. You want to double check his mic for a moment?
Okay, yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Wonderful. I want to welcome everyone.
Sounds like we're having a little bit of a delay with his video, so we'll go
Yeah,
ahead
Roosevelt
and just
is going to come
somebody
back,
the
and yeah, Roosevelt will come back. And you know, one thing I want to do, Carissa, because it would not be just for us to move past this without also asking Parisa, who I know is co-hosting this, to chime in. Parisa, like I mentioned, is NCAA champion, so I want her to be a part of this conversation. And Roosevelt will be back in about a minute. So Parisa, as someone that became an NCAA champion, what kind of skills were required for you to do that? Because there's people watching right now from all over the world. And we have folks that are chiming in the virtual auditorium, hundreds of folks chiming in. And a lot of these people right now are in a place where maybe they're intimidated by all the changes in the world, right? And you are somebody that understands the art of action under pressure, right? When it comes to high-level competitive sports, action under pressure. And so whether it's in business, whether it's in life, what can you say about that point, Parisa, for folks to really be able to deal with the pressures that they're facing in life and business, please?
That is such a great question. I would say, and this is consistently across the board, to value your reps. Okay. To know that every day when you wake up, what you do, it holds such great value. And I'm talking about the way you set your alarm to the way you turn off your alarm, the way you snooze or you don't. It includes everything. To value your reps, because ultimately when you show up under pressure, when you show up in those circumstances that are maybe a little more overwhelming or they're unknown or uncertain, like the world we live in right now, right? You're able to rely and really know that, like, hey, I got my own back. I've put in the reps. You don't have to think about how to do something all over again from the get-go. You already know. You can know that you're like, I got me. I've been doing this. Even if what you're doing is new, even if what you're seeing is new, even if the people around you are new, it doesn't matter. You've got your own back because you've been putting in the reps already.
I love that, Parisa, and it's a great reminder of the compound effect in life of simply taking one step at a time. And as we bring in more folks over the course of the next 3 days and have more expansive conversations and dialogues and really have a experience of what is leadership, we're going to deep dive into that, no pun intended, Parisa. And so, you know, I want to also ask Jessica, as we kick off this program here, you have spoken to so many successful people, and you have had an opportunity to connect with so many successful people, whether it's on Entrepreneur, now Forbes and the Tribune, and so many other various different platforms. What kind of common threads did you find in the most effective leaders? What was it about some of the leaders that are truly influencing the world in a positive way, where you were like, you know what, I see that there's a common theme between these individuals as far as attributes, qualities, characteristics? Jessica, please.
The common theme is that everyone has embraced failure. They know failure is inevitable and they are not afraid to fail. And I think so many of us, when we go online every single day, see what people are putting on their highlight reels, AKA Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, you name it. And we just assume that success for that person happened overnight, or that everything in that person's life is really easy. And then when we as entrepreneurs and founders or aspiring leaders stumble, we don't know necessarily what to do. But the leaders that I have interviewed all of these years have all said the same thing, which is, no one's perfect. Life isn't perfect. And the path to leadership and entrepreneurship isn't perfect. So you're setting yourself up for success when you know that failure is part of the process. And that is hands down the number one thing that I've heard people talk about time and time again. And also on the other side, when you talk to people's customers or clients, they'll tell you that those leaders are the most relatable because people see themselves in those other people's stories. So for as much as I post good news, I always like to keep it real in my own feed, because I don't know who's watching me, and who we are in front of thousands of people is just as important as who we are behind closed doors when no one is watching. Are we a kind person? Are we admitting to ourselves where we could be doing better? Are we embracing failure? And I think if we keep all of those things in mind, we'll be so similar to all of these entrepreneurs that I have interviewed over the years who are leading very successful lives and leading very successful businesses.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in just for a second, Mo, if that's okay. I think that's a great point. I think the most amazing part here is
Oh, Mo, you're
everybody
muted.
out there.
Yeah,
is
I really
critical.
agree with what you're saying there. And I know we're bringing back, oh, we brought in Michael Silvers to add to the conversation.
Yeah.
You just popped in.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, he
Go
jumped
ahead,
in.
Tom.
I think a critical piece here is that with failure, and we have a tendency, it's more in this country than in a lot of other countries that we've done events in. It's failure is just feedback. There's always this feedback loop in life. And if you take a look at, so actually the more you fail, the quicker you move forward, because it's getting rid of that little trigger of when we were kids. You can't fail. You have to be perfectionist. You got to get the A's. There's all the things you need to do. And for everybody out there, it's not about it's you got to be, there's things you got to be careful of that you fail. You don't want to walk across the street when the bus is coming. But at the same time, in business and in leadership, if you're willing to fail and your team knows you're willing to fail, they will then get, this is okay. And that feedback that they get, it's always about feedback, will help you, your business, the people around you move forward. And it's a much better day.
And just to piggyback off of you, Michael, I have a 5-year-old, and I think it's so important in this household that we normalize mistakes at this stage of the game. So when she comes home from school, I don't want to know, tell me about your day, because at 5, that might not, really lead itself to a thoughtful conversation. So I'll ask her, were you kind today? Did you try anything new today? Did you make any mistakes today? And we celebrate mistakes in this household, because I think that feeling will open her up to try new things in life. And I can tell you, being in my 40s, running a business, leading a team of 7 people, I've made a lot of mistakes in the past year as I've been building and growing a team, as I've been scaling a business. And at the end of the day, I know what I'm good at and I know what I enjoy, but I also know that I need that feedback as an entrepreneur. So I love that you just reminded all of us that failure is feedback, because I think that's such a beautifully way to put it.
Yeah, and I think too, I'll jump in one more second. I'm done, I promise. But, DC, you've been in this industry a long time. And I've known about you a long time, and Money and You and everything you created a lot of what is out here now. But you were always of service. And when we talk about feedback and failure, I think if you always thinking of how I can be of service, that changes the way you look at things. Could you talk about that a little bit and your career around that?
Oh, just if everybody goes to my Facebook, and by the way, let's all share about this event with all our friends. If you go to my Facebook, you will see that I shared, and you will see the question by Buckminster Fuller: how do we make the world work for 100% of humanity in the shortest possible time through spontaneous cooperation without any ecological offense or the disadvantage of anyone? So when you live by something like that, that is your guiding, light and your true north, what happens is that it just affects every area of your life. And people are very attracted to you. You will attract investors. People will want to play with you. They'll want to be part of your team. And we are big avid teachers of right here, the rules of the game, having a lot of to be able to guide people exactly how it is that you would like to run your organization, your team, whatever it is that you do. And if I may just lead for just 2 minutes, I just want to really encourage everyone here to be very present, I know this is actually in Facebook. So you might have a tendency to want to go and look at your feed and go do all these things. But I want to recommend to you that you get very present, and also to listen with brand new ears and see with brand new eyes. Because I notice that if I get judgmental, or I think, this, that, because that's what the brain does. We're always judging. That's how it works. We can't help that particular little machine up there that runs our whole universe. to constantly be judging. So what we want to do is be very present with everyone here. Really choose to be here. Really call the people around you. Call your associates. Put this on your Facebook page and talk to people about all these leadership skills that you're going to be learning here, because you don't want to waste your time. Your time is so precious. I'm in my early 70s now, and I can't believe I'm in my early 70s. I remember when I was 25 as if though it were yesterday. It goes by so fast. So what you want to do is you want to just maximize everything that you're learning. Really choose wisely where you spend your time. And when you choose to spend your time with us here, and for the next 3 days, be completely present and contribute. And the more that you write, the more that you put little messages and people get to know you. And who knows, you're going to find new clients, customers, and friends. And if you're looking for a sweetie, your sweetie may be right here, but you have to contribute. You have to participate. Participate is one of the big teachings for us, that 100% participation. So just because we are on Facebook and, and we can't really communicate, that little comment, sharing, and that is also being a servant leader on how much you can support others, and people will be so attracted to you. I just had to say that before we went any further.
Well, I know that I deeply agree with that. And I think that where your presence is where your power is, right? So I think for all of us, it's such a great reminder. And many people are saying in the comments as well, conscious leadership. I think we're entering into an era where the subtleties of how you're showing up in every conversation, the subtleties of like how you're showing up in this event, like Parisa was saying, it matters in those micro decisions, in those micro moments. So I think that really makes a big difference. So I appreciate you always you steering the ship with us, Doria. And I'd like to bring in Roosevelt into this conversation because I know he hasn't had a chance to share yet. So you've been here listening for a few minutes. Roosevelt, what would you like to say about leadership?
Leadership being a 100% solution base. When Dora talks, I take copious notes. I definitely appreciate being in this group here discussing leadership, this eclectic meritocracy. I'm able to learn, and the more we learn, the more we earn. However, in leadership, living to give, being able to share your failures and your shortcomings makes yourself more relatable. So that I'm here today to be able to be vulnerable, share where I'm weak at, and be able to take skills. I use the analogy, it's like fish. Take the meat and leave the bones. But definitely paying attention and be of service. As leaders, we must remember to be 100% solution-based. I share with my team. I share. Bring me your problems. Don't bring your complaints. We solve problems every day with solutions, but complaints, we're unable to solve complaints. And I mean, that's how we go further. People move at the speed of their understanding. So conferences like this, we want to thank the Los Angeles Tribune for having conferences like this to be able to increase our speed of understanding. So if it is to be, it's up to all of us. So that's why I'm here today, to take copious notes. I always learn from Dora, but I'm here to be able to learn today so I can be able to give to my business partners and my business community.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. And I think so often one of the best ways that I know that I learn is from storytelling. And I know that Jessica mentioned, so I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit here, if you're okay with that, Jessica. You mentioned the power of failure and how that, is instrumental in not only maybe your success as a parent, but also in your industry and many of the leaders that you've had conversations with. I'm wondering if you're willing to indulge us for a couple minutes in a failure that you had and something that you learned from it.
Absolutely. So Mo was kind enough to share that I recently announced that I am going to be contributing to Forbes. And the first time that I applied to be a Forbes contributor, I got rejected. And I have been working on being a contributor there for the past 3 years. So that is one setback that I was just telling my daughter early this morning, that I didn't give up and I kept trying and trying and trying. And I don't know what it is about me in the 3-year time frame, but even when I applied for a job at New York One, I had wanted to work at New York One for a decade. And the first time I applied for a job at New York One, they didn't have any space for me at the time. And I had gone in the middle of the night. I had met someone while covering an election who worked at New York One. He was really nice. He said, listen, come at midnight when I have my shift, drop off your resume and at that time, your VHS cassette, which is what we would put our best material on and hope a news director would hire us. Come bring your reel with me and your resume, and just, I'll put them in people's mailboxes for you. I mean, I'm really dating myself because this is not the time that we would email links and have a TikTok channel and a YouTube channel and everything else. So I did all of that. And when I applied for the job and there wasn't anything, I went to another market. And when there was finally an opening and I had my interview, the woman said to me, "So what year did you intern here? Because I know people have been talking about you for years." And I said, "Oh, I never interned here. I just have been applying for a job for a really long time." And I ended up working there for 10 years. So we face setbacks, and sometimes things don't happen in our career at the moment we want them to. And sometimes things don't happen as fast as we would like them to. And again, I'm going to keep pointing us to social media where it looks like things happen at supersonic speed. But any leader or entrepreneur will tell you this is a very long-term game, and it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, it takes about 10 years to become an overnight success, right?
So thank you. In my case, 40.
Thank you for sharing that. One of the greatest things about leaders is their willingness to also highlight and elevate other people. So I know that I don't want to take up too much of the space here. I'd like for Parisa to ask a couple questions to this group of people as well. So Parisa, what would you like to share?
I actually have a question for Roosevelt. I love that he shared about first of all, the level of excitement that you have to just have the opportunity to take notes from those that you value the words and the wisdom of. That energy itself, I think is so valuable. And I'm really grateful that others got to see that and experience that from you. So with that being said, of the notes that you take and the value that you get to glean from others, what's one of the most recent things that you've shared with your community that you've learned from others?
Okay, here's a writer downer. LTL, learn to listen, listen to learn. LTL, learn to listen, listen to learn. As leaders, we have to learn to listen. I always like to say is listen to understand instead of speaking to be understood. As leaders, being solution-based, we have to understand. We have to have our reconnaissance, our surveillance, our intelligence to make precise moves. So the fundamental premise would be LTL, listening to learn and learning to listen as leaders.
So good. I literally wrote that down, by the way. I took the directions. Very good. So good. I would love to actually pass that question also to Doria, the woman with the wisdom of the hour. I would love that.
I was just looking around and I was thinking, oh my God, everyone here could be my child. I just love it. I just can't believe that every one of you can be my children. And I love that because that's something that I actually postulated many years ago when I was really young, that by the time I got to be, I said 50 because I thought 50 was really old, right? And oh my God, I was still a spring chicken at 50. But I was going to say, and for me, if I want to say something really important here, and I hope I'm answering all of your questions, which is I have found that when I have made mistakes, I was thinking, what was my biggest mistake I ever made? Well, God, I made some big ones. And I was thinking, oh my God, out of all those mistakes, they were the greatest gifts. When I look back at my mistakes, I can make a list of all the things that I ended up fixing in my organization, which actually made me look like a better leader. I was just trying to fix things. I was trying to make things right. I teach Ho'oponopono, and by the way, I am going to include you all in my Ho'oponopono, and then come right back and be on my beautiful, supporting all of you in beautiful Facebook. But I was just going to say, what happened is that you're constantly doing Ho'oponoponos in life by making every mistake as a leader. And it gives you more leadership skills, because when people see you survive, like I went back to Asia for the first time. And by the way, I took all kinds of pictures. Ava, remind me to send you the pictures. Everywhere I went, I had my Los Angeles Tribune with me, right? Had all these people take pictures with them. And one of the things that I found, and that way back in the day when they had this big financial crisis in 97, 98, I was one of the very few people that did not bankrupt something called Accelerated Singapore. There was no way I was going to bankrupt my company. And it took me like 10 years because I had to finance my business again. And then, of course, I had to pay everyone back. And Paul Schumann helped me negotiate with everyone. And one of the things that happened was that I ran into some people after not having been in Asia for over 3.5 years. And they said, oh, yes, you're the only lady that paid me back everything after the financial crisis. And it's like, and you're like a hero there if you survived this horrible financial crisis of 97 and 98. And it was one of the biggest mistakes that I made. And what happens is that I learned so much. So everyone, all of us, you can literally make a list of all the mistakes you made and what it is that you learn. And then you can teach your team, you can demonstrate to everyone around you that you not only surpassed and made it through that horrible mistake, but you learned so much from it. And now you're sharing it with everyone. So just had to say that.
So good. That was so good. Go ahead, Carissa.
I was just going to say with that, I think that there can be sometimes a misconception with leadership always being an action oriented thing, right? I'm acting, I'm leading, I'm moving, I'm directing. But what Doria just mentioned and alluded to is there's a lot of introspection that happens when you're a leader. You need to create space to reflect on how you're doing, what you're doing, and primarily also why you're doing something. So I'm curious too, for Roosevelt, what would you say are some of the most underrated aspects of leadership that many people don't talk about outside of the traditional delegating, outsourcing, things like that? What are some of the things that you've experienced? And then we'll pass it off to Michael because I know he's excited to be here as well. But what are some of the things that you've identified as under important or things that like people undervalue in terms of leadership?
Well, wonderful. I'll just piggyback off of what Dora had said. Here's another rider downer. As us being superheroes, we have to know our power. We have to know who we are. So here's an acronym: POWER. You have to be purpose driven as a leader. You have to have purpose. As a leader, you have to be an opportunity chaser. You definitely have to be an opportunity chaser. As a leader, you have to be willing to go solo. As a leader, you have to be energetic because you have to excite your team and excite others. And most importantly, as a leader, you have to be a relationship builder. So that's power. Purpose-driven, opportunity chasers, willing to go solo, energetic relationship builders. As superheroes, because we're leaders, we have to know our powers. And you gain your power by knowing yourself. In conclusion, you can buy the truth, but don't sell the truth. Once you buy the truth, don't sell it. Give the truth away. And the only way you can buy the truth is by spending time with yourself. As a leader, you must know who you are first. A ship won't sail without a master and commander.
Roosevelt, earlier you mentioned something that I thought was brilliant when you said that you encourage the folks that you are leading to come to you with problems, but don't come to you with complaints. I thought that was very well said. And I'll also add something to that. If someone comes to me with a problem, also have a solution with it. Don't just come with the problem, right? Also come with a solution because they go hand in hand. So if you're going to come to me with a problem, have a solution ready. That's something I also encourage folks and remind folks that I'm working with. Now, you mentioned relationship building, Roosevelt, and I think I'd like to spend some time in the remaining minutes that we have with this panel to discuss the art of building relationships and the art of relationships in the modern era. There's some timeless classics like How to Win Friends and Influence People. But that was in a different age where social media didn't exist. That was in a different age where communicating with individuals was a lot different. Some universal principles are still the same. But I want to ask the folks here, when it comes to relationship building and the art of developing a relationship in business, what are some lessons you've learned? What are some general approaches you take? What are some principles that are very important to you? I know Doria has a lot that she can share with this, with rules of the game, which I'd like you to get into a little bit, Doria. But before we get into that, let's start with Jessica. Jessica, when it comes to just building business relationships, what's your general approach and what have you learned in your career, please?
I treat my business relationships like I treat my friends and family. So that is just what it all comes down to. I know my clients' birthdays. I know their children's birthdays. I know if they've had surgery. I know if they're having a bad day. I care about these people so deeply. And I think it's at a point now where some of my clients were invited to my wedding. It evolves because it doesn't always allow itself to create room for us to be friends with our clients or with our bosses. I completely understand that. But I run my own company. So the way I treat my team is the way I treat my clients, is the way that I would treat my friends and family. And when I'm trying to get new business, I think people learn very quickly when they are on a call with me that, yes, of course, I want to see them nail their on-air appearance. Yes, I want to see their name on CNN and in the LA Tribune for sure. But I want to see them be in a good place for themselves first. And a lot of that comes by doing the work, as Roosevelt was mentioning, and spending time with oneself or with a coach who might pull out the best of you and then be able to help you help others. And that's really what it all comes down to for me.
This is a pillar in the teachings of Money and You, which is a program, educational program that Doria has been leading for a lot of years. And if I were to ask you, Dame Doria, and by the way, thank you for that, Jessica. If I were to ask you, Dame Doria, for a crash course in relationship building 101 from you, your principles, your ideas, how would you be able to share that with our audience, please?
Very quickly, be very clear on your purpose, your mission, what you are about, and how you like the rules of the game that you intrinsically live by. And then you pull that out of the people that you're going to be working with. They're going to be your customer, your clients, you're going to be in relationship with, that a romantic relationship, friendship. And I know that a lot of people are not clear about that, but you don't maybe say exactly those words, but you say, what are you about? What are you passionate about? What are some of the things that make your heart sing? What do you wake up in the morning so excited about? Right? So that's kind of like what makes them really happy. And that's really, really important. I also ask people, what would be something that I would do that would absolutely would be a breaker, that you would never speak to me again, that you would never, that it would hurt you so much. And I find about that too. And then I talk about some of the basics. And of course, rules of the game have now been used by so many people in so many different organizations. And that's basically behind me is in Money and You, we teach about the fruit bowl, the context of any business, of any relationship. And then the contents is all the people, the policies, the rules of the game, and even the mission and the purpose and all that. And then even be clear about goals that you may create together. And that sounds kind of like a little bit crazy, but even like with my best girlfriend from the time we were 24 years old, the reason we still hang out together is because we have a lot of shared values. And then also because I actually know about her goals and I can support her with that. So it's like just the same way that Jessica was talking about it, the same rules apply to any time that you're dealing with humans. And just remember that we're very delicate. Human beings are very delicate. We can, and we all have bad days, and a lot of times, who knows, that people could be having the worst day of their lives. And I learned this lesson real quickly. One time, long time ago, I was being really impatient with somebody and I kept honking and they weren't moving. And I thought, okay, something's wrong. So I kind of went around them and they were crying so hard. And I was like, oh my God, they're having the worst day of their lives. And here I am being this little idiot honking at them. They couldn't even drive. They were so heartbroken. I never honked at anybody again because we don't know what kind of a day someone is having. So when you come from that much compassion and that much empathy, it absolutely translates for people. Literally, they want to be with you. And that is leadership. People are attracted to you. There's a frequency, there's a feeling, and people want to hang out with you. Like with Roosevelt, I just love Roosevelt. And yes, I can look at his platform and I can see all these things that he's doing. But it's like when I got near him, when he came to talk to me at the big event in Los Angeles, it was like this heart. And it was like, I could fall into that heart. And it was like, of course, I'll do anything for you. He says, you want to come and speak? Of course, I'll go speak with you. What else do you need? What support do you need? So attraction gets created by creating some magnificent relationships by using some very basic principles.
Mhm. That was very beautifully said. I don't remember who exactly said this quote, but I'm going to say it because it feels meaningful for this conversation. But they say that the longest road that you'll travel is from your head into your heart, really kind of discovering the path and the power that is of your heart and the magnetic energy from that. So, and that was beautifully said. And I don't want to throw a wrench in this, but I kind of want to ask a little bit of a challenging question to Jessica, because I know that she mentioned this, or we're kind of talking about relationships as well. You mentioned that you're really close with your clients. How do you manage leading and maintaining that professionalism, but also keeping your clients really close to you as well? What do those boundaries and conversations look like so that you're still in the professional perspective, but you're also bringing people in close enough to you? How do you manage that?
So this all looks really different today than it did when I worked in a newsroom and I had a boss and I had editors and managers. When I do the work that I do now, it's sort of part cheerleader and part confidant and then part coach, because if someone is going to be putting themselves out on a stage to give a TED Talk or go on the Today Show, it's a very vulnerable feeling to put yourself out there. So I think in the work I do now, I'm able to sort of play all of those roles and be able to support someone, because if they're not having a good day or there's some stuff that they need to sort out to get back to their center so they can go out and have that camera confidence they need to do a great job and feel good about it, then we need to figure out, okay, how we're going to compartmentalize whatever else is going on, and being in their space and knowing what's going on and knowing them well enough to know, like, oh, there's something with you today, like what's going on, or knowing that this might not be the hour we're going to spend where I look at a previous clip and I pick apart different things to help them do better next time. It might be a day where they just need to sort of unload a lot of things on me, and I need to hold space for that. So then the next time when we're together and I coach them, they're in a place where they don't feel beaten down by the feedback, but they feel so excited to go out there and try it again. With all of that said, I recently had a client that I should have fired, and this person was really toxic. I would even go as far to say emotionally abusive. There's an expert coming up in the summit talking about narcissism, and maybe I need to take that session and take copious notes. I should have really fired this person. And instead, because I could see that the stress of getting PR around this person's business was so important to them, it turned this person really into someone I did not want to be around, and it wasn't actually healthy for me to be around. So I think in my business, I've learned when I need to protect myself from other people thinking like they can treat me like maybe a best friend that would just sort of take that behavior and know it's not always how this person behaves, or it's not the best reflection of who this person is. But in the capacity that I was in that role, I think that went a little too far. And before I kick it back to you, I know that James and Kenyelle are listening and chatting at me. I can't seem to get my comments to go back into the group, but I'm reading every comment that comes up. This is the most engaging community, and just been such a meaningful conversation. I have been loving everything that Dory has been sharing, and Parisa that you have shared, and Roosevelt, you have shared. Roosevelt, I just feel like you need a church because you need to preach. And it just really here has been amazing. And you are all people that I would love to be around for lunch anytime, anywhere. And I hope we get that opportunity to do that at some point.
So we're going to take a quick 1 minute break.
Thank you for that.
We're going to come back. We're going to come back in 1 minute. I think there might be a delay. Chris is not hearing me, but we're going to come back in 1 minute with closing remarks of this panel. Thank you, folks, for attending the 2023 Legacy Leadership Summit. We'll be right back. Let's go ahead and...
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Okay. Alrighty. Welcome back, folks. So We are here alongside Dame Doria, Cordova, Jessica Albo, and I know Roosevelt is going to be joining us again. And as we wrap up just here the last 5 minutes that we have these three dynamic leaders, I want to make sure that everyone has some time to share closing remarks and closing words and final thoughts with our audience here at the Legacy Leadership Summit. So we're going to start with Dame Doria. I want to give you the floor for you to just share what's in your mind, what's in your heart that you'd love our audience to walk away with before we introduce our next speaker. Please, Dame Doria.
Make it easy on yourself. Learn from others. Learn from those leaders that you really admire and they are in the space that you want to be in. So learn from them what mistakes they made. Also, if you can, see if you can become friends with them or they can be your mentor or you can connect with them so that they can guide you. You always want to be the least intelligent person in the room. You always want to surround yourself with beauty and beautiful minds and beautiful hearts and knowledgeable people. Be a sapiosexualist. Look that up. A sapiosexualist is somebody that falls in love with intelligence. I love intelligence. Everyone loves intelligence. So, just intelligence is not only from the mind, but it's also emotional intelligence. So what you want to do, the biggest key to being a great leader in whatever area, and particularly if you are passionate about a nonprofit or a cause, or you're solving this big problem, you want to be really educated in the facts and stay very neutral. Don't speak about things that will get you into little trouble with people. Talk about politics. Don't talk about vaccines. Don't talk about, whether people should be heavier or lighter. Why push people's buttons? So one of the things that you want to do is you want to be a compassionate leader and somebody that will see you as committed for the highest good of humanity and also creating wealth so that you can get the quote unquote respect and visibility from in what is called the real world. I don't know what that means, but there's people that will start judging you first from the results that you have created. So do create some very good results, even if you have one or two or three, and then you just really share those beautiful results that you are a magnificent leader. And then, but from there is the essence of your beingness that really makes the difference. So hang in there. I am going to be going in a few minutes to do my Ho'oponopono prayer, and I'm going to come back and be in the comments hanging out with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dame Doria. We appreciate you sharing your wisdom with this audience. And speaking of leadership, I want Jessica to chime in and give her closing remarks. And I also want to remind folks that there's a new program with Jessica Albo that will be available here on the Los Angeles Tribune, where she's going to be sharing leadership principles, success principles, business insights with some of the top business leaders in the nation right here on the Tribune. So stay tuned for more information regarding that coming very soon. So Jessica, final closing words and thoughts that you'd love to share with our audience, please.
Well, I can't thank you enough, you, Ava, your whole team, for putting this beautiful event together today. Just from listening to this conversation, my takeaways from the conversation have been there's always a message in the mess. There's clarity out of chaos. And one of my favorite go-tos is be a fountain, not a drain. Just be someone who wants to uplift the room and everyone around them, and be someone that other people want to emulate in their life and in their businesses. And if you take a look at your thumb, I burned mine the other day with boiling water, so I'll give you this one. But if you take a look at your thumb, no one has the thumbprint you have but you. No one has your talent. No one has the way you see the world. No one has the things that make you, the heart that you have. So just remember that you have so much time and talent to give this planet, and you can make the world a better place. You just have to show up and share your story.
Thank you for that, Jessica. Roosevelt, 60 seconds or less, please, closing thoughts before we bring up our next speaker. And I'm very excited to hear Lori McNeil, who will be coming up next. So folks, stay tuned, grab a pencil, grab a pen. We have a powerful speaker coming up next. So Roosevelt, final words, final thoughts you'd love to share with our audience, please.
Yes, I'll be clear, complete, and concise. As leaders, once you make an observation, you have an obligation. Remember, start with the deliver with quality, and finish with success. I also want to just leave you all with this note because we're on the Juneteenth weekend. You know, color, culture, and consciousness. Be diverse. Be inclusive. And thank you very much for having me today, Mo.
Final thing, I want you to chime in on, Roosevelt. Please talk about the Diversity in Media Initiative with the Los Angeles Tribune and the city of San Diego, and how we got officials from Southern California involved in making a positive impact for the community. Real quick.
Yes, sir. With the leadership of the Los Angeles Tribune and our company, Young Black in the Business, we are able to give the opportunity for individuals to be heard in the low moderate income community that may have been left out and forgotten, really helping small businesses scale, get business acumen, and get to the next level. The connectivity of our partnership is what's helping early entrepreneurs be solution-based. And that's identifying a problem, providing a solution, and making a profit, getting them heard. We believe everyone deserves recognition. So what the LA Tribune has been instrumental in that effort, in that initiative.
Thank you, Roosevelt. We'll be back. I want to thank everyone for contributing. We'll be back with our next speaker in 1 minute.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Incredible, Michael. We had a chance to do a deep dive in some real incredible thought leaders that discussed a wide array of concepts and ideas in leadership. I'm very excited because next we have Lori McNeil, who is going to be one of my personal favorite speakers of the day, who I'm pumped up. I'm ready to hear those folks in the virtual auditorium. If you don't have a pencil, please grab one because she's going to bring it. And before we bring her to do a deep dive, Michael, how excited have you been so far an hour into the program?
Yeah, you know, it's been great already because there's been so many tidbits. You know, it's those little nuggets that got dropped all the way through that last segment that you literally could use in your business today. You could use on your leadership, your teams, and bring everything together. It's been great. I'm looking forward to all of the amazing speakers that are coming up next and really continuing our relationship with those who are listening to us.
Absolutely. And with that, I want to bring in Lori. Lori, welcome to the Legacy Leadership Summit. It's so great to see you. Thank you for taking time to contribute to this community. And we want to kick it off by asking a question that we're going to ask most of the speakers that are participating. And that's a two-part question. One, what does leadership mean to you, Lori? And two, in your line of work, what have you done that is most inspiring to you? What is it about your career, your work, your business, where you're like, this is the reason why I do what I do? We'd love you to share a story that really made you feel that way. Please, floor is yours.
Absolutely. Great questions. So when I think of leadership, I start to think of more servant-oriented leadership and literally leading through service. That may not always be the most convenient. That may not always be, at the right time, but when someone needs help or when there's something that needs your skill set, your knowledge, to really step up to that plate and to be that leader in that particular situation that can help solve that problem. It could be an organization, it can be a person, it can be a stranger on the sidewalk. It doesn't matter. But I believe that a true leader literally takes advantage of the leadership opportunities that the world presents to them every single day in any capacity that they possibly can. And in some cases, that might just be making a connection, a resource connection, or a reference connection, but it's doing whatever you can to help solve that problem and to be in service, to be that strong leader in that moment. there are certainly so many different opportunities that I have had the pleasure to serve and to be a part of across the globe for almost the last 30 years now. And every single opportunity that I have been a part of, serving communities, serving people, serving in traditional classrooms, there's all kinds of what I call light bulb moments. And it's amazing when those light bulb moments go off for an organization or for a person, where you know that your leadership in being in service has forever changed the outcome in that individual's life, in that organization, or in that community. And it is an amazing feeling to be a part of someone's journey, to be a part of the journey and of the process, where you know that someone's life has been forever changed, someone's community has been forever changed because you showed up. Never underestimate the power of who you are and the tools that are in your toolbox that actually help solve external problems. So to be a strong leader in service is one that I think absolutely is the mindset that all leaders across the globe need to adopt into their own life, understand fully what that means for them, understand fully what that means in the world in order to truly impact the world on a greater level.
Well, Lori, there's so many different directions I can take that incredible share that you just gave us. And again, I want to thank you for taking time and sharing with our audience in such an articulate and concise manner. I want to do a little deep dive if we can. Do you have a story that you can share about somebody that you've impacted with your business that really made you think to yourself, you know, this is what my journey is all about, and helping? Because one thing I know about you, Lori, is you help people. You help people in so many different ways as far as getting their business seen, getting their a message heard by around the world. And I've always said that true leaders inspire other leaders, and that's a pillar of a lot of your work. Share with us a story about a moment or somebody specifically, if you can, that was awe-inspiring to you, that could be inspiring to our audience, please.
Yes, absolutely. There was a couple of years ago, actually, I was at a book fair with my son, and there was this woman that came up to me that kind of had her eye on me, kept watching me. And to be honest, I didn't recognize her, but it was obvious that she knew who I was. And after about 30 minutes, I was walking around the different booths at the book fair. This woman came up to me and she said, "I don't know if you remember me, but I want you to know that you changed my life and my family's life." And she began to talk to me about her story, about how several years prior to that, she had spent some time coaching with me and consulting with me and flipping her mindset of understanding who she was and how she did not have to be a victim of her circumstance, and that with the right tools, she could literally move forward in a more positive, successful manner that she was trying to move forward in. And she told me this story about how she was a better wife, she was a better mom, she was a better, community worker, like all these different things. And she said, it was literally because of the way that you helped me shift my mindset and understand my purpose in the world and what it was that I needed to do in the world to have a greater impact that completely changed. She said, it changed me. It changed how I show up in the world. It changed the type of mom that I am to my kids. It made me a better wife. She said, I am a happier, healthier person today, and I will never, ever forget the impact that you had on my life. And at this point, we're talking maybe 10 years prior. So she had remembered me, and she wanted to come up to me and tell me that, so that I understood the life that she was now living because of the impact that the time we had together and the time that I had as a leader, literally just showing up in her life. So that it's just such a great reminder. Never underestimate the seeds that you can plant in someone's life. It doesn't matter if you have a 5-minute interaction with them, if you work with them for weeks or for months, it doesn't matter. You never know at what point that light bulb moment is going to happen, and their life and their generations will be forever changed. So never underestimate the power of planting those seeds.
Yeah, that's a very important concept for our audience to hear. And this wouldn't be the Legacy Leadership Summit if we didn't talk about somebody really leaving a legacy, right? The best leaders are those who are remembered and the contribution that they made after they're gone. And so I'd like to go a little bit deeper with what you're talking about here, because you're mentioning a story of somebody coming up to you 10 years later and having these really profound shifts. What exactly took place in that relationship that you had with them? Can you share a strategy or something that you worked on that you believe contributed to that lasting impact?
This particular person that I worked with, it was a female. As I mentioned, she mentioned being, just a better mom. She was dealing with a lot of trauma. She was dealing with a lot of negative beliefs and a lot of self-doubt and a lot of people in her life that were just really just compounding, all of the different negative messages that were around her. And so we really worked a lot on those negative self-thoughts, those limiting beliefs that she had, because they were reflecting a lot on how she even showed up, what kind of a parent that she was, how valuable that she felt that, even cooking breakfast for her family was, or showing up for her clients. It really had gotten to the point where it was so deeply impacting absolutely every aspect of her life. And she wasn't happy. She didn't even really know what her purpose was in life anymore. Like, it had just gotten to a level that was, it was getting to a pretty scary level, to be honest. And she knew it, which is why she reached out to me. And so we did a deeper dive into really helping her understand, like, what do you, who are you? Who do you want to be? Who do you picture yourself as? Not listening to all of those negative things. So the process with her was a little bit of coaching and a little bit of kind of counseling. There was kind of that mix. And when we work with people that in the world, when all of us work with people, we're dealing with people that are coming from all kinds of backgrounds, all kinds of challenges, all kinds of struggles. And one of the things that I truly believe in is that the internal and the external are very, very linked, right? So if you're not working on yourself, if you're not clear in who you are and what you're doing in the world, it absolutely is going to affect externally, your attitude, the way you even view solutions, the way you even view problems, all of that. So who you are at work is not different than the person that you should be at home, right? Because that's basically out of alignment, out of integrity. So with her, it was really digging deep into understanding who she was and getting back to those moments where she remembered, what brought her joy in the world, what lights her up, what kind of allows her to be passionate and experience the world in a different way. And then that process, that deeper dive of that process of really understanding, like, what's it going to take to get back to those happy feelings, those positive experiences, and where you felt like, you were valued and you had value in the world. And so it was a little bit of a process to really switch that mindset, because she had been in such a negative state for so long. And one of the things that's important for everyone to understand is that whatever took you 5 years, 10 years, 20 years to, that point to get to, that's that challenge, that struggle, that negative self-belief, whatever it is, it's going to take a time to undo and restructure and reframe that. And as fast-paced of a world as we live in, and as quickly as we want things to happen, we have to be very realistic with the work that it takes, that internal deep dive work that it takes to actually get to where we want to go. It's not just about taking a class. It's not just about, I'm in the 30 days, I'm going to do a deep dive and everything's going to be great. Everybody's process is different. Everybody, the way that they use their tools and their toolbox is different. And so your own journey is just that. It's your own journey. But to understand that things don't happen overnight is incredibly important. And as simple as that may sound, I talk to people regularly who get frustrated that things are taking too long. And what I help them understand is that by backing up and building that foundation and understanding the fundamentals of who you are, who you serve, and the problems that you are equipped to solve in this world, that you're actually getting to your goals much faster. you're not fast tracking it as much as you think, because you're building that house of cards and you're not actually addressing the underlying issues, and you're not building that foundation internally and externally that needs to be built in order to get to where you want to go. So with her, it was really doing that deeper dive and understanding a lot of the internal so that she could even think differently about the external.
Yeah, I think the great part about that, hi Lori, by the way, the great part about that is because you can look at it from those of us who came from the stage world, right? From the stage perspective, is you have so many different people out there. And you know this too, when you step onto a stage, they've all come from different walks of life. They come from different places. And it's always amazing how you can move. You can step in front of 5,000 people and start to move hearts and minds because you are taking them down a path. The one thing I've always done, I love what you said though, because it is the people who come back later, right? Because sometimes as coaches, as trainers, you don't know, you don't hear that, you don't see the clients for years. And it's not about the accolade, it's really being of service and so excited for them. But the one thing that we always do, and I always say, is in 3 to 5 years, there's this frame, right? And then they'll come back a year later and they're saying, but you're still saying 3 to 5 years. Exactly right, because it's always a journey. You're never off the journey. So you could see me 3 years from now, and I'm going to tell you in 3 to 5 years, because you're always creating the action, moving forward, changing the habits, and that makes a difference. And what you said was phenomenal. And it's also who we surround ourselves with. Like she surrounded herself with you, brought in those mentors, those trainers, and that makes a difference every single day. And I want to thank you so much for what you did for that, obviously that client, but what you've done out there in the world. So Carissa, back to you.
How do I follow up with that? That was amazing. But I want to say, Lori, the big distinction here that I really want to invite people to look at, and I'm excited about where leadership is going, and because I don't think you can talk about leadership unless you're also talking about trauma, because many of the people who have gotten to the place that they're at in leadership in some ways have sacrificed maybe something for themselves, right? Their mental health, their family. Not to say that that's everyone, but we're realizing that there's a paradigm shift happening with success and with leadership, and realizing that you're bringing somebody back to their truth, who they are, their core essence, how they want to show up in the world. And typically what gets people away from that is trauma, whether it's capital T trauma, something really significant that happens, or little t trauma, but all of these micro experiences that become overwhelming for us, that we end up sorting through alone as little children, not having the resources or the faculties to actually navigate it. So I really appreciate that you're taking a deeper look at and really helping these individuals navigate from a perspective that goes beyond just the practical aspects of leadership, but also the emotional, the spiritual, the mental aspects of leadership. And so with that, I'm curious, where are some of your edges with your own leadership right now? Where do you see your own areas of growth and improvement that you're recognizing, that you're starting to work on? Because, what I know to be true about my own work and the work that many people do is you can only take clients as deep as you're willing to go yourself. So where's your edge? Where are you diving into with your own growth that you'd be willing to share with us today?
Well, to be honest, there's several different areas, as I think that true leaders need to always evaluate deeper and deeper, and to be honest about the fact that, oh, I'm perfect in all these areas except for one. So I'm only going to work on that one thing. So the reality is that we all have many different things. And so the strategy then becomes, how many of those are you working on at a time? Because we all know that it's super overwhelming when you try to do a deep dive into changing too many things at once, right? That becomes overload. So it's how are you moving forward with certain things? And certainly for me, there are a couple of key things that, based on childhood experiences and, all this different stuff, what I call tools in my toolbox, right? They're everything that make up who I am. There's a lot, I moved around a lot when I was a child. And so that created a lot of different types of relationship issues that were really rooted in trust, because I didn't know how long I was going to know that person. I didn't know if it was worth building the relationship with them. I didn't know if I could offer enough value in a friendship or in a relationship that would matter. There were a lot of different issues that I had to work through and understand where they were coming from. and how to work through those. And when you think about the different types of relationships, there are so many different types, right? There's friendships, there might be acquaintances, there might be business relationships, there's client relationships, spousal, significant other, kids, the list goes on and on and on. So to understand where the root of some of your challenges stem from is key in understanding how to move past that process and why you feel those things and why you're experiencing certain emotions and what your own more or less roadblocks are when you're moving forward in everyday space with people. So over the years, I've done a deeper dive into understanding where some of this kind of trust with different people comes from, where the different relationship, struggles might be in different things. And I'm so glad that I had mentors and that I had people in my life that I could learn to trust, that could show me where some of these other trouble areas in my life still remained. So over several years, I've then more or less practiced different tools and techniques for the different types of relationships, because there's different types of communication skills, different types of skills that are needed for the different types of relationships. So for me, moving around a lot, I didn't even realize when I was a young girl how that would affect me, for the rest of my life, really, in so many different ways. And so I had to really recognize, where that was stemming from and understand it's okay to trust someone even in that moment. It's okay if they might be in my life for a few moments, a few weeks, a few months, but that connection was divinely made on purpose. And that, God in the universe basically put people and circumstances and things in our life for a reason, if only for a moment. And so if I'm all in on that connection, if I'm all in on that relationship, then I let the relationship go where it's meant to go. So when I switched my mind around this trust issue and this relationship issue, it was a game changer. It changed everything. I didn't have to be insecure or worry about whether or not I was adding value to the relationship, whether or not they would be reciprocated, whether or not it mattered because I wouldn't know them. When I understood that it was okay and needed for me to be all in that moment, it completely shifted my whole mindset and how I showed up in the world as a leader, and then understanding the deeper essence of who I am internally to be able to help externally.
Powerful. And I want to thank you, Lori, for sharing such wisdom with this audience. In the virtual auditorium, folks are leaving so many comments appreciating your wisdom. I want to give you the floor for you to share some final thoughts, final words, a final message before we enter the next segment of the 2023 Legacy Leadership Summit broadcasting worldwide. Lori, please.
Legacy is it's more than a buzzword. And I know that we're hearing a lot about it. I want to encourage you, don't think of it as a trend. Don't think of it as a buzzword. I want you to go deeper into understanding what legacy is to you, what that means to you, and what you need to do every day to take intentional action to understand deeper who you are, the purpose that you were created to have in this world. The world needs you to show up in only a way that you can. I truly believe in building leadership and in building legacy, and that only you can achieve the legacy that you were meant to leave. I have specific steps that I teach, that I believe in, that I believe are possible for everyone to follow in order to get to that deeper dive of understanding your vision, your toolbox, your resources, what you need to do to live a legacy that goes way, way, way beyond you in this time that you have in your life. But what does that mean when you're leaving a legacy that goes 100 years beyond you? So to really understand who you are, who you serve, the problems that you solve in this world in only a way that you can will absolutely change your life. So I want to encourage everyone to do a deeper dive on those three things. And remember that you can't buy a legacy, you build it.
Mo, you're muted.
Oh, Lori A. McNeil, thank you so much for contributing to the Legacy Leadership Summit. We'll be back in 1 minute, and I'm very excited for our next speaker. We'll be back in 1 minute.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back, folks, to the 2023 Legacy Leadership Summit. And I'm so excited and honored to be able to spend some time here with our next speaker, who does not need an introduction. He, of course, has been a transformational leader, impacting millions of people for countless years. Of course, I'm talking about Joseph McClendon III, but I want you, Michael, to give a brief introduction before we welcome him. And I know that the audience is going crazy right now. Folks are so excited to hear Joseph speak. The virtual auditorium from around the world is going nuts. I know a lot of people have been waiting for this moment. So Michael, if you'd like to give an introduction before we bring in Joseph on the platform, please.
Absolutely. The great part about this too, and I know Joseph can hear me, is that, you know, not only have you brought how many amazing people to the stage, but my business partner is Mary Glorfield, who has created this world of events, and she knows you for a long time. I'm excited as she's my mentor. And so Joseph McClendon III is an international businessman. I love that. Ultimate performance specialist on the planet. He's one of the most sought after people you would want on your stage. He was the professor at University of Southern California for 7 years. Go Trojans. I'll leave that alone. Joseph is best-selling author of 6 books, senior head trainer for Anthony Robbins International, and has worked with Tony for 33 years. He owns and runs 5 businesses, one which has exceeded 24 million in US dollars. He holds a doctorate in neuropsychology and is here to show us the critical skill of excellence and personal effectiveness. Please get on your feet. I had to say that, Mary. I just had to, because, right, it's always a great. And let's give a big thunderous round of applause and put your comments in the chat for Mr. Joseph McClendon III. There we go.
Michael, thank you so much for having me. And, thank you for that incredible introduction. And hello, Mary.
Hey, Joseph. Good to see you.
How are you? You as well. You as well.
I want you two to critique me. No, I'm kidding. But for those of you who don't know, Mary Glorfield is if you wanted a business partner in your life, I got her. She's mine. That's all there is to it. But she was with Tony Robbins as executive vice president for 18 years, 82 countries with Tony, 4 million miles and 3 million participants. That's just a little bit of work in her life compared to everything else she's even done. And please, everybody, give that a thunderous round of applause. And it's great to have you both on.
82 countries with Joseph as well. Joseph is on all of those trips.
Yeah, I want a travelogue, Joseph. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, well, you say that now, but wait till you get into it. And I also want to say one other thing about Mary. Mary has been with me every step of the way through that whole process. And yeah, you may have her as yours right now, but I'm going to here tell you that if anybody ever needs somebody that is going to not only just have your back, but just knows this industry inside and out, you got to be Mary. And Mary, I love you so much. I appreciate you, miss you, and look forward to seeing you again here real soon as well.
I'll see you in a couple of days.
Yeah.
There we go. I love it. Joseph, thank you so much for spending your time and being on here. And really, this is, the summit's about leadership, but wherever this conversation takes us is exactly what the audience, needs to know at the moment. And part of what we always get asked right away, and I've talked a lot too to Keith about this, but it's teams. And I'm going to get into why you got even into this industry or really where you see yourself going now, because it never stops. But can you talk a little bit about, you've worked with teams all over the world. You work with some of the largest teams on the planet. Can you give us just some tidbits about working with teams and what that's been like for you?
Yeah, absolutely. And first off, a team always needs a leader, period, bottom line. Teams are groups of people with a common interest in mind, that they're going to go after that common interest. And the only way that that's going to happen is that leader is going to have to, here it comes, lead them. And the question always needs to be answered first: what is a leader? Because we're talking about leadership here, yeah? And what leadership is that's an adjective. I'm sorry, that's a verb. You're leading somebody, you're actually doing something. But what is a leader? And I learned a long time ago, and it's something that when I learned this and I got it, then okay, this is how I can effectively lead people, and more specifically, how I can teach other people to effectively lead people. And that is, the description of a leader is somebody, a human being, obviously, who has a vision that empowers and inspires other people to take on that, to willingly take on that vision, make it their own, move it forward, and bring it into fruition. Those are a lot of words, but all that means is my vision of what I want has to include you, has to include something you want, the team wants. Because if I say to you, if I go, hey, if you work really hard and you stay up late, you get up early, you sacrifice, you do the extra work for 1 year, at the end of that year, I promise you, I'm going to take myself and my 16-year-old son, and we're going to go to Hawaii and have the best vacation ever. Then that's going to make you feel like, well, what's in it for me? But if I tell you, listen, if I ask you, what do you want? What are you after? What makes you happy? What are your dreams, goals, and desires? Then what happens is, inside your mind, inside your psychology, you start to recognize that I know what you want, and you're included in my vision as well. And therefore, I can effectively lead you. Because a lot of leaders come into, or call themselves leaders, come into something saying, I got this vision, it's to bring this company to, $10 billion and do this kind of thing. And the people that are under them are not as willingly taking on that as well. They're doing it for a paycheck or maybe some status to move themselves higher. And a team always works better when they have a consistent, like I said, something that is in common. And that thing in common, human beings, we're all about ourselves. It's not a nice thing to say, but every human being, the most important person in their life is themselves. And when you show them that you can help them get what they want, then they'll follow you. Then they'll allow you to lead them.
There we go. Make sure, put the team back. There we go. And that's, I love that, because it's what you said in there. It's really about servant leadership. I mean, that was one of the biggest things I heard, right? It's as a leader, it's being able to, willing to do more than they'll do, but at the same time, always coming with the attitude, how can I be of service?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And people feel that. People feel that. That old saying about people don't care how much you know till they know how much you care. It's the absolute truth. It's the truth. And I'll say this even and especially about what's happening here right now. You guys are selflessly doing this to help other people move forward. And that's why people are here. That's why people show up, is because they go, well, gosh, these people care enough to do this. I'm going to take my Friday and I'm going to be here and I'm going to do this. They're spending their time, their capital, their energy, and all that stuff. They could be doing something else. So I commend you on doing what you're doing, that servant leadership.
Well, thank you. And it is, from the perspective of, we've been in this industry, and then having the LA Tribune saying, you know what, from a media perspective, we're going to focus on leadership for a year, because we've come out of a time that none of us expected, right? And how do we then keep moving on in a direction that helps the planet, helps ourselves, help the world? And what information can we give to people? And they keep saying leadership, teams, leadership. Just give us more on that so we can just keep driving forward. I think that's a really important piece. And again, I'm going to honor you're spending your time with us, because you have a couple things that you do in life. Can you talk about just a little bit what you're currently doing?
Absolutely. And if I might, I'd like to dovetail on what the last speaker said, because it was absolutely beautiful with regard to legacy. And I know you're talking about that a lot here. And I'm a real simple guy. I believe that simplicity is the key. As a matter of fact, my mentors have always taught me, and it may have even been Mary that said this, that complexity is the enemy of execution. That we make things so complex, and when things are complex, people tend to procrastinate and don't do the things that they need. So I like to simplify things. And the last speaker so gracefully said, talked about legacy. And I'd like to kind of give another explanation, another definition of legacy that everybody can wrap their head around and make it super simple. Legacy is not just what you leave behind when you take a dirt nap, when you're over, when you're done. It's 100 years from now. To me, legacy is what happens when I walk out of the room, when this broadcast and I hit stop and I go away. That's my legacy right away. So legacy can start right away. And what happens is when you start to think like that, you start to recognize the actions that you talk, the actions that you take right now, the things that you say, the way that you present yourself, the things that you do in that moment are going to make a difference 10 minutes from now for somebody. And in this industry, as you know, that something very, very little that you can say to something will shift their trajectory this much now, but you take that out 10, 15, 20 years from now, then it's when it's huge. And so when we think about legacy as being something that whatever we do now is going to make a difference a minute, 10 minutes, 15 minutes from now, and even when I walk out of the room, it makes a difference. And with regard to, us being leaders, with regard to us being able to make a difference in people's lives, it comes down to a couple things. And I know when Mary and I started talking about this, the word mindset comes up a lot. And if you don't mind, I'd like to venture down that road a little bit. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Oh,
Yes.
fabulous, fabulous. I think I have a little bit of a delay here, but that's my bad on this end. Because I like to make that differentiation between what most people, I believe the whole concept of mindset and how important it is. And it is. And I'm not casting aspersions on anybody's definition of it, because it all works. I just like to say I like to add things to it, to simplify things, to make things easier for other people to do. And that is that mindset is exactly what the words say. It is your mind is set on a very specific, like whether it's making money or whether it's like, taking care of your body, or whether it is being successful, being an entrepreneur, or whatever it is, you got one mindset on that. And the challenge with that is that's not how nature works. That's not how life works. If you have only one focus on one thing, it's going to be to the demise, or at the very least, the mitigation of other things in your life. If you're only focused on money, I heard the last speaker talk about this earlier. What is going to happen to your health and the mental health and all the trauma and all the things that come along with that? And what is happening now, that level of stress is higher than it's ever been. It really is right now. People are stressed out about making money, about making things happen, the government, their politics, and all that stuff. And they keep their mind over here and doing that. And what happens is as we do that, that builds up stress. And nature is designed around stress release. That's how we grow. And how most people relieve that stress, because people will say, I got to be on the grind. I hear that a lot. I got to be on the grind. And I've got to get up early. I got to stay up late. I got to do this stuff. I got to be on the grind. And the challenge with that is that when they're on the grind, that builds up the stress. And the way that most human beings relieve that stress, alcohol, substance abuse, eating, Netflix, and all of those things that don't, and that in itself is trauma. And so I like to look at it this way. Instead of looking at it as a mindset, look at it as one, and mindset is important. Don't get me wrong. When you've got a job to do, you got to have your mindset on doing that job. But I like to say, look at it like this. Let's take it and look at what the human body needs so that you can go further, faster. And that's what we all want. We all want what we want sooner rather than later. And that is something called our psychology. Now, don't get it twisted. Psychology isn't this big amorphic thing that it's unexplainable. Psychology is simple. It's three things. It's our constant thoughts, consciously and other than consciously, our constant thoughts about ourselves first, about other people, and then about our environment around. And those three things support us, because here's the deal. And I don't know if do we have a chat that people can react with us? I don't know. I see a little bit of a chat here, but if you can, if you can, type a 1 if any one of these things impede your life. I call them the terrible 8. Watch this. Procrastination, hesitation, fear of failure, fear of success, self-doubt, self-loathing, imposter syndrome, and fear of rejection. Type a 1 if any of those things impede your life. Yeah, everybody. Those are problems. That's the human condition. And those things, if we don't have a way, and I heard the last speaker talk about, that's trauma. That's ongoing trauma. See, trauma doesn't just mean something that happened to you a little while ago. Trauma is happening almost every day. And the challenge is if we don't have a way to mitigate those things and replace them with something that serves us, then those things are going to continue to come up. And again, as stress comes up, we relieve. Stress, relief, stress, relief. And those things get in the way. So rather than to look at those things as this is this big thing and I don't know what to do about it and I've got to research and everything and go into it, yeah, that's great. Rather, do something to change that psychology. Number 1, figure out, here's the first tip I would say to anybody. Figure out what you want. It is the fundamentals of what we call neuro encoding, which is the process of programming yourself so that you automatically default to your best psychology, which in turn will make you default to your best emotion, feeling about yourself, other people, and the world around you, which will in turn make you default to your best behavior so that you do get up early, stay up late, do the extra stuff that it takes, but you do it willingly and happily. And then you get the results that you want. And so I'm going to say something, and this is going to be maybe a little bit of a bold statement, if you don't mind, but I'm going to predict that 100% of everybody here, I'm going to tell you what you want. And that's key, by the way. If you don't know what you want, then guess what? You're going to flop around like a flounder on the deck of a fishing ship, okay? I'm going to tell everybody what you want. And I can't see the chat, so please, humor me and type in if this is what you want. Now, hear the whole thing out first, because the first thing I'm going to say may flip a few people. You want to be wealthy. Now, wait. Because a lot of people may have already gone, well, it's not about money, Joseph. It's not, money's not the only thing. And I would agree with you. But you got to ask yourself, what is wealthy? And again, this is critical because if you don't have meanings for things, then what happens is we default to the trauma that we have about other things, or we default to something that might not work for us. So here's what wealthy is. And here's where 100% of you are going to say, well, yeah, okay. Here's what wealthy means: to be healthy, happy, and financially abundant. How am I doing? Everybody wants that. And by the way, all the subsets that come under those 3 issues. To be healthy means your energy, how you look, means your ability to fight off disease, your ability to age gracefully, and all of those things. To be happy means your relationships, to be able to wake up in the morning with a smile on your face, all of those things. To be financially abundant means to have enough money, whatever it is to you. But if you have all of those 3 things, that's called being wealthy. And and by the way, what happens to human beings when we do that, which happened to hopefully everybody here, when I said that, you went like this. And I'm going to exaggerate it a bit. You went like this. You went, aha, yeah, aha. Now, when we do that, and I'm a psychologist, by the way, I think it was you, Michael, who said, go Trojans. That's actually a little bit inaccurate. And I hope I don't piss you off when I say this. I taught at UCLA. So it may be your arch rival. So no, cut it off. And so I'm a psychologist. And so what I like to do is not just look at here's what's wrong, here's what we have to fix, but rather how to change it. It's something that I call neuro encoding, how to program yourself, not just to have the tools, but number 1, have the process to be able to change your psychology so that you feel differently, so that you do differently. There's a saying by Joe Frazier, the heavyweight boxer from years ago. And I love this saying. And what he said was, between the promise and the payoff is always process. The promise is whatever it is that you want, whatever you desire. For yourself, for your team, for your family, for all of those things. Those of you that are here that are focusing on leadership, what do you want? That's the promise. The payoff is when it shows up. But in between there's process. And the thing that I bring to the table, and it's what's, at the risk of sounding arrogant, allowed me to function in the upper 3 to 5% of everybody in my industry, as Mary knows, for 30 years now. And it ain't because I'm so cute or fun or funny. It's because of process, because of being able to help somebody change themselves. See, if I tell you something, you might believe me. But if you tell you something, you will believe you, because that's your own brain telling you. And so having the process to do that, again, we call that neuro encoding, to encode yourself. That's when things change. Understanding and being aware of something is only part of the step. But what I was saying is this. When I did the thing about wealthy, and you went, aha, okay, that's what I want. Mechanics happened inside of you. Number one, as soon as your eyebrows go up, as soon as you go like that, the brain releases dopamine. And dopamine is the euphoric hormone that makes you feel good. And anything that feels good, your brain wants more of. The body wants more of. And so the brain always goes, not sometimes, not most of the time, but all the time. As soon as it gets that dopamine hit, it goes, what just happened before I got that dopamine? And in this case, you learned about being wealthy and you went, yeah, that's what I want. And so your brain goes, I want more of that. I want more of that. And so if you can trigger somebody to have those aha moments, even and especially about their trauma in their life, and you do it in a way that causes them to make that assessment, then they change themselves. It's not about me changing you, then they change themselves. And that's when it's important. And that's when it sticks. And that's when it lasts. And that's when they become a leader, because they feel that they want to do the same for somebody else.
Thank you for doing such a deep dive there, Joseph. And I want to again welcome you to the platform here, and thank you for helping us redefine not just terms like wealth, but also redefine how people see media companies. And so by working with some of the top minds in the personal development arena, we're one of the few national brands that emphasize the personal development industry, because we understand how important these ideas and principles are for the world and for the nation, and not just the city of Los Angeles, but we have folks in the virtual auditorium from all around the world. You struck on something that I think deserved to be highlighted and deserved to be brought up a little bit more. And that was that, a lot of folks today, and I think social media plays a role in this, are in the grind mentality, constantly putting stress on themselves. And a lot of the folks that watch these programs are high net worth individuals, entrepreneurs, as well as aspiring entrepreneurs. And one thing that I've always shared to people whenever I had an opportunity to speak is the distinction between being busy versus being productive.
Yes.
And I would love to give you the floor, Joseph, to share some thoughts on that distinction, please.
Yes, absolutely. And first off, Mo, thank you so much for having me here as well. And I would agree with you 1,000%. The distinction between being busy and being productive, is that the question? Okay, is first off, think about being busy. Who wants to be busy? Nobody. That's stressful. Just the word itself means because what do people put in front or behind busy? I'm too busy to do this, or I am busy doing this. I am busy doing this. And what's left out is that they are not experiencing in the moment. When you're busy, when you're doing something, here's what happens. There's, as you said, I've had the privilege, at the risk of sounding arrogant, of working with, the most amazing people in my career in doing this. Academy Award-winning movie stars and Grammy-winning musicians and major sports figures and millionaires and billionaires. And you know who are the most unhappy? Are the ones that are the most busy. The ones that are the most busy, because they have I got to do this next, and what's next here? And they got one of these going on in their face. And that's the antithesis of aha. Because as soon as you got one of these going on your face, then guess what? The brain releases cortisol, and cortisol is just the stress. It's adrenaline. It is all of those things that denigrate our bodies. So instead of being busy, and so the difference is busy is the grind, as Michael said. Busy is I got to get this done. And I'm going to focus on this until I get it done. It's the grind. Productive means that you are happily achieving something. And I always like to make this distinction, Mo, and that is this. When you are happily achieving something, every inch makes a difference, and every inch and everything that you produce and everything that you achieve makes you feel good. And every day that you get over, you celebrate. And every day that you begin the day, you begin the day grateful, and you look forward to do something. Busy people don't look forward to going to work every day. Busy people do not, it's a level of stress. And so productivity means that you have done exactly what the word says, that you have produced something. And nothing, what do they say? Rome wasn't built in a day, and the Empire State Building was built brick by brick. Yeah, brick by brick, day by day. But if you go day by day, and at the end of the day, you go, what did I not get done? What do I have to do tomorrow? How far am I behind? That's busyness. And then what happens is, again, stress, drinking, alcohol, and all the things that we currently do. And you brought it up, so I'm going to drag it through the dirt for a second. Media, social media, and all of that other stuff that goes on. Those things are designed to keep us stressed. Those things are by design to keep us under that cortisol drip, drip, drip that keeps the tiger in the room, if you will. Rather, at the end of the day, looking at your day, and this is a process, by the way, you begin a day and you end a day every single day. At the beginning of the day, what are you grateful about? What are you looking forward to getting, to accomplishing, to producing on that day? And there's a million things, as simple as, brushing your teeth, as simple as, the making this phone call. Very few of us, when we're busy, hang up the phone and then go, excuse me, I am old school, so I did the old school hang up the phone versus, hang up the phone and go, that felt good. Most of us go, okay, what's next? And that's busy. So rather, beginning of the day, what are you grateful for? And at the end of the day, not only what were you grateful for, but what are you happy about getting? What are you excited about getting for tomorrow? Producing tomorrow. Become a producer. Become somebody that's productive. And productive makes you go further, faster.
Yeah, I love that. That's actually, and I'm going to let Mary ask a question in a minute, but I love that part, because there is same thing. I surround myself with people that are so busy, and those busy people, I'm like, are you happy? Right? Where's this part in that? And I love that producing part, because we're always in motion, right? Joseph, You don't want people to stop that. You always want to be moving in motion, but what are you doing with that motion? And kinetically, how is that fitting also the lifestyle that you're trying to adjust to or move towards, or like with a mentor, somebody who's ahead of us already? Well, I want to be just like them, but you're you. So you want to be you with some of the qualities or structure that they have. And I love what you said, though, that producing part. I wrote that down. That is going to stay in my vernaculum. And by the way, not that anybody else ever cares around the world, but 3/4 of my family are Bruins. So now I love you anyways. I grew up in a household that it was wooden.
Yeah,
you right now.
Yeah.
So, but it's, this is where it's such a one team, one family. So, Mary, go ahead. And then I've got a further question on that.
Oh, you want to finish your thought?
No, go ahead, Mary.
Okay. So, Joseph, I know your schedule is packed. I mean,
you packed it. You packed it.
I'm happy to do that. I want to continue doing that, because the value you bring is incredible. And, we've traveled together. And I've seen you in all kinds of circumstances where there may be problems with clients, customers, so forth. And everybody looks to you for the answer. I've seen all the trainers, that have all kinds of skills, and something happens, they look to Joseph for the answers. And how do you maintain that? And when they do that, you always have the answers, and it's never personal. It's always about the other person. And then you move on. It's like you always take things so easily, it seems to me. How do you do? And I know that some of that's mindset, but how do you do that? And I've never heard you speak a bad word about anyone in the 30 years I've known you.
Well, thank you so much, Mary. And that's a multi-pronged answer. And I'll start by saying, I have had great mentors myself. And I don't operate in a vacuum, and I've learned from other people as well. And one thing that I've always been a stickler for, and that is to learn how to deal with self first and then others. Because as you said, Michael, earlier, and it is true, servant leadership, serving other people, that's great. But what do they say when you get on the airplane? They always go, when the mask drops down, put it on yourself first. And so I've had to learn how, to answer your question, Mary, how to handle myself. Because when stuff pops up, our first inclination is to go into our sympathetic nervous system, which is fight or flight, or said differently, freak out. And I've had to use neuro encoding to program myself to, when something shows up, I automatically calm down. I don't have to, put myself in state or anything. There's something that automatically I default to that place. And as soon as you do, here's the key. You become what I call optimistic. And again, I have different understandings. Mo said it earlier, different definitions of different words. Optimistic doesn't just mean that every cloud has a silver lining and that everything's going to work out. Optimism means that you see more options. Because when you're stressed, you don't. You got one, fight or flight. Two, I guess, fight or flight. And it's just like, get angry, get frustrated or whatever, get the hell out of there. But when you become optimistic automatically, and it happens to you through a process, as again, I call this neuro encoding, what happens is you calm down and you can see these other options. So the answer to your question, Mary, is I don't have all the answers. I got a lot of them because, this is the field that I'm in, but it allows me to go back through that Rolodex, not to date myself, Rolodex of answers that I've learned from my mentors and from my own experiences. And the more you do it, I call this human physics. The more you do it, the better you get at it. And so I've been able to do that, and being in that position where people come to me for answers. I'm a coach, I'm a mentor, and I teach other coaches and mentors to do so first. But it's deal with yourself first and continue the process of learning. Because no matter what, everything we've ever touched, tasted, smelled, experienced in our lives is in our unconscious mind somewhere. We don't always remember it. How many times have all of us done something stupid again? And you go, why did I do that? And the answer is because when it was time to make that decision to do something, we were probably in stress and we weren't in that place to have those options to be optimistic. So instead, allow yourself, first off, train yourself so that you default to the place that's going to be more optimistic, if you will. And then continue your process of learning. Learn how we function as human beings and then how to use that information to get the best out of yourself.
I think it's that information piece, and a lot of people get stuck in that arena. That's what you're talking about. I think and sometimes there's so many reasons why we get stuck. There's so many reasons why. And I think sometimes people want to prove something to somebody else or even themselves. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because that's the piece I hear every single time.
Yeah. That's called imposter syndrome. People don't like to hear about that. People don't like to, that's not me. But the truth of the matter is, if you're trying to prove something to yourself or other people, there's something inside that's saying, what, I need the approval of other people so that I can feel good. No, you don't. You need to be able to feel good no matter what. No matter what you do. Remember what I said earlier about producing something, accomplishing something? I can ask this 100% of the time, and Mary has seen me do this to an audience. I'll go, name 10 things that you've accomplished in your life. And here's what happens. People go, okay, I graduated from college. I got married. I had a child. And out of three, by the time they get 3 or 4 things out of their mouth, they run out of things to say. And I don't even know them, but I'll tell them, okay, listen to the question that I said. I said, tell me 3 things or 10 things that you've accomplished. You brushed your teeth this morning. You took out the garbage. You drove here. You did this. And it doesn't mean that's fantastic things, because what we do is we mitigate all of those other things. And we forget how amazing we are. And if I can say it, how much of a badass we really are. Just to be here, just to wake up on this side of the dirt every single day is something to be proud of. It's something to stuff in your tool belt so that it bolsters your confidence. Now, when that imposter syndrome shows up, again, what happens to most people, the saying is self to self for progress, self to others for possibility. But people do it the other way around. We look at other people and we look at somebody else that's more successful than us, and we take that personal. And we go, I'm not that successful, so there's something wrong with me. But here I am in this nice.
Give his website. Is that okay? Mary's asking.
Say again? Oh, I'm sorry, you heard you. So, we may say to ourselves, here I am in this beautiful suit and I'm driving this fancy car, but I can barely afford my car, or I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, whatever. So if people only knew the real me, then they wouldn't approve of me or as much. But worse than that, and you said it, Michael, and I'm going to go back on something you said earlier. If you don't like yourself, how do you expect other people to? And most people don't like themselves. They don't. I can go through and as I said before, I've been in this industry for a long time. You go through and when you peel it back, how many people can stand in front of the mirror naked with a smile on their face and go, you know what? I love you. You know what? You're the absolute best. Very, very few people. And that's a radical example, but that goes in every aspect of our lives. And the challenge is, at the risk of going on and on about it, that's our psychology. It's the number one thing, what we think of ourselves. And so in neuro encoding, that's the first place we go. Put the mask on yourself first. If you got trauma, yeah, let's deal with it. I always say to people, I had a practice in Los Angeles for many, many years as a psychologist, and I help people get over fears, phobias, and emotional challenges. But as you can probably figure it out, I'm a little bit unorthodox in the way that I do things. If you come into my office and you got a fear of dogs, take a guess what's going to be in my office. It's going to be a dog. And within a few minutes, you're going to be holding that dog. I don't care how deep of traumatic trauma you've got. You're going to be holding that dog, petting that dog. You're going to be okay with it. And here's the other thing, is that when you leave me, you're going to leave with that experience, but I'm going to leave you with something to do so that that geometrically grows and it becomes a part of your identity. And that, the dog is an example, but that goes with any and everything in your life. That's how we neuro encode ourselves. When we look at somebody, whomever we hold in high esteem as leaders or entrepreneurs, whether it is an Elon Musk or a Jeff Bezos or anything, think about it. When you look at those people, are they frustrated and angry and do you think they have low confidence about themselves? No, not at all. Some of them, yes, and that's why they come to me. But a great deal of those people, guess what? They got those areas of their life. Do you think they're wallowing in what happened to them when they were 10 years old? No. And I'm using myself not as an example of the way that things should be, and I do use myself as an example of what's possible. When I was 17 and a half years old, 3 grown men tried to take my life because of the color of my skin. And it wasn't just what they did to me physically. It was what they said to me about me. And it tore my self-esteem. It tore my self-worth so much so that I became homeless. I lived in a cardboard box out in a place called Lancaster, California. And what changed my life was somebody cared enough to introduce me to, you said the words, personal development. And they did that just by giving me the book, Think and Grow Rich. And when I went back to that gentleman to thank him for what he did for me, I said, how do I repay you? What he said to me, he goes, Joseph, you repay me by doing the same thing that I've done to you and for you, for as many people as you possibly can. And that's why I'm on your show right now. And I thank you for being able to do that, to be able to do that legacy, if you will.
Absolutely incredible, folks. You're tuning in to the 2023 Legacy Leadership Summit. We're here alongside one of the most brilliant minds in the field of personal development, Mr. Joseph McClendon III. And you mentioned Think and Grow Rich, and Los Angeles Tribune has worked with the Napoleon Hill Foundation. And so since you brought it up, I'm just real curious, do you have a principle from that book that impacted you the most as you examined the journey? Because a lot of this community loves that book and the ideas and the principles associated with it. So just, if you have something from that book that did, one of the principles that did impact you the most, we'd love to hear it.
Oh, that's not fair, Mo, because all of them have impacted me and I've used them all. But here's what I will say, all jokingly aside. Number one, I was desperate and I did the exercises. Listen, millions of people have read that book, but very few people actually do the exercises in the book. And one of the things that stuck with me is, and I have, let's just say, changed some of the definitions of some of those things. And that is this, what he talked about. The name of the book is Think and Grow Rich. It doesn't say just think and sit around and do nothing. It says think and grow rich. But what it doesn't explain in there is what is the thought process? What is thinking? Thinking is just the pictures we make in our heads and yak, yak, yak. And so if I was to say that there was a principle that I came away from, is to learn how to change the yak, yak, yak in your head and change the pictures in your head. He did it through affirmations and imagination and things like that. And I've elevated it to, or I say elevated, changed it, and it's part of what we do in neuro encoding, is teach people the very specific things to do. Remember that process to be able to do something, to produce a result, so that you think that way consistently. And the more we do it, and if we overwhelm ourselves or we overload ourselves with any thought, we're going to start to believe it. And so to me, certainly that's the most amazing book title and most amazing book in the history of all mankind. And if I was to retitle it, I would say, Think and Believe and Grow Rich. Because the thinking process makes you believe. So if there was one principle that I took away from it, it is that we as human beings, more than any other animal in the animal kingdom on this planet, we have the distinct human ability to change how we think. And that process, again, neuro encoding, that's what you do. Change how you think, you'll change how you feel, you'll change how you feel, you change what you do. You change what you do, you'll change what you get.
Yeah, that's such a great point. And that you came from this place where you couldn't see it, right? And it's like the person outside of the box. We always talk about you need those people that are outside of the box. And I love that you did this, because what you constantly do is, these were my mentors. These are the people I worked with. These are the people that helped me get through. This is the book that I read. And you never made it about you. You always edified everybody else around you. And I think that's working with Mary too. That's all Mary ever does. And I think those are the mentors and leader, everybody out there. Those are the people you want to work with, is the ones who not talking about themselves, but are actually trying to have you make a difference and edifying you. We only have a couple minutes left. One thing I want you to touch on, we don't have much time, but this has come up many times. I saw the question, I've got some text on it. And it's a little shift for a second, but I think it's important. You have stepped on some of the largest stages on the planet. We have a lot of authors, trainers, speakers, people in personal development, people in business, who the question that always comes up is, Joseph, can you just give us 2 or 3 things that you do to prepare yourself, to prepare yourself for an audience of 10, whether it's 1 or 10,000, just a couple little tips they can walk away with?
I'm going to give you 3 things. One of them is, ironically, and I believe it's, Mary, what is the date of our event in Dallas?
The 20th. So
the 20th.
Tuesday.
Okay. On the 20th, not that event, but I'm going to be doing a webinar, if you will, on that exact same subject. This is not irony. I believe that it's we make things happen. And if you go to my Instagram and click on my and I'll give my Instagram here in a moment if they don't put it down here. You click on my profile, and it's absolutely free. It is what I do to not just prepare myself to be on stage. I'm going to answer your question. Not just prepare myself to be on stage, but what I do on stage so that I am as effective as I am, at the risk of sounding arrogant. But I will say this. I'm going to give everybody something today that you're going to thank me for the rest of your freaking life. And that is this. First off, whether you got to be on stage or whatever, most people have a hard time getting up in the morning. Most people don't like to wake up in the morning. And most people wake up to an alarm clock. Like I said, going, okay, what busyness do I have to do? Watch this. Tonight, before you go to sleep, get a glass of water and set it by your bedside. And when that alarm clock goes off in the morning, all you have to do is drink that glass of water. That's it. Because here's what happens. Water conducts what? Electricity. And electricity, you start to come alive. Number 2, what you do is you start to become optimistic because of that. Number 3, just try to touch your toes. Sit up, because you got to touch your toes. And then number 4, which is the most important, you got to get out of the bed because you got to pee. And once you stand up, the energy starts to go and you're going. Last thing is go to the mirror. Trust me on this, guys. Go to the mirror. Look yourself deep in the eyes. And don't just look around your face till you looking at yourself. Look yourself deep into the eyes till you get that feeling. And you know the feeling I'm talking about, where you're looking at your own beautiful, precious soul. And say to yourself the magic words, your name and then I love you with a smile on your face, pat yourself on the back, and get on with your day. And I know that, circumlocuted your question about what I do to get on stage, but I'm going to be more in detail about that. Join us. It's absolutely free. It's on the 20th. I think it's at 4 p.m. Pacific time, but you'll get the information on my Instagram, which is IamJosephMcClendon.com. I am
Awesome.
Joseph. Yeah, on Instagram. Yeah.
You sure about that?
Could you see in my face
really,
that I wasn't?
I know. No, what's really funny is we do presentations all the time, and people say, you mentioned Facebook, and they're like, "Oh, you must be that generation." I'm like, "Okay, so we're working it, people.
Oh.
We're getting."
Hey, listen, I'm right there with you. If I didn't have a team that helped me with stuff like that, I'd be the guy with the flip phone. All right.
Mary, anything you want to say too? We have a couple minutes left.
Well, I think one of an incredible thing I would love to learn from you, and even though I've known you 30 years, I haven't learned, is how do you fall asleep immediately when you get on the plane and you don't wake up until you get to your destination?
Think and go to sleep. Again, I've said this a bunch of times. The term is neuro encoding, and I'm not, hawking this. I'm just saying what my outcome is. My legacy now is to create a group of people who have this skill to be able to change themselves and change other people. And I've just neuro encoded myself through time. It is what I've said to myself. It is what I do. It is how I program myself when I'm not on the plane. Because here's what people wait to do. People wait until the challenge shows up before they deal with it, instead of dealing with it before. It is why there's a dog in my office, because I want the fear to come up so I can do something about it. And I'm very specific about what I do to change how they think in that moment, in an instant, to change how they think in that moment so that they think differently about the dog. They feel differently about the dog. Said differently, to answer your question, I think differently than most people about airplanes and sleeping on airplanes. So I feel differently about doing it. And my body just automatically does that. And Mary knows this. I'm asleep before the plane gets off the ground. I drop like a shot buffalo as soon as I get in that seat. I'm out.
Yes. Joseph, you're so brilliant. I just want everybody to have the experience of hearing you, seeing you, and learning from you, because I've learned so much from you over the years and still learning. So,
we still have, and I want to thank you again, Mary, and thank you, Joseph and Michael. And we still have about 5 minutes or so, almost 10 minutes actually, before our next segment. So I did want to just keep Joseph on selfishly as long as possible, because I'm in the back taking notes. I'm in the back jotting down pencils. So I don't want to have him leave before the absolute maximum time that we can. So we have almost 10 minutes left with Joseph. I want to give you the floor. I want you to just share some final words of wisdom with our audience and just speak from the heart. The theme of this online summit is all about legacy leadership and what it means to be a leader in life, to be a leader in business, and to leave a legacy behind. And thanks to the time of which that we live in, we're now able to connect, and you know this very well, Joseph, with people from all around the world, from our studios, from our homes, from our offices, from wherever. And so it's a very unique time. And thanks to artificial intelligence, these programs are now translated in ways that are so clean as far as being so close to people's native tongue. So you never know who you're connecting with in what part of the world. So Joseph, I want to give you the floor for you to speak from your heart. I'm going to go back and start taking notes because I can't help myself. Please.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mo. And again, I'm as you asked, I'm going to speak from the heart on this. Never in the history of mankind, you may or may not agree with me, but I've been around for a while. Never in the history of mankind has leadership been it's needed more than it is right now. I don't care what anybody says. Unless you've been living under a rock, most of the rest of the world is having a nightmare. And my saying is that those of us that dare to dream, while the rest of the world is having a nightmare, you're not only going to create the wealthiness that you want for yourself and the abundance that you want for yourself, but one of the greatest parts about it is that you are going to become a shining example of what is possible for other people. Because it's not going to be our government. And as you said, Michael and Mo, you said that this is international. I don't care where you are. And I've had the privilege with Mary of traveling around the world several times. It's not going to be our government that changes things. It's not going to be policy that changes things. It's going to be amazing people like yourselves that have the guts to step up to learn something different and be something different so that we can lead other people as well. So take your place in doing that. And I'll say this. I was asked a question at the beginning of the pandemic. I was on a news, I think it was a CNN or one of the major news stations, and they love to put you on the spot. And the question was, what would you tell people to do during this time? It was right when the pandemic started and everything shut down, the world shut down. What would you tell people to do right now during these tumultuous times and all these crazy times? And my answer is still the same, and it holds true today. And that is this, that 2 years from now, and by the way, can you believe it's been 3 years now since the pandemic? 3 years. And my answer is this. I said, a year from now, from that point, you're going to wake up and you're going to ask one of two questions. One of those questions might be, what do I wish I would have done a year ago? Because had I have done that, then my life would be thriving right now. Or you're going to ask, what am I glad that I did a year ago? Because now my life is thriving. Well, that holds true right now. And I'm going to give you some insight on what to do. But that holds true right now. And that's always a great question to be asking. What am I glad that I'm doing now? What can I do now so that a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years from now, my life is going to be thriving even more? And just from this space, and again, I cannot thank you enough, Mary, for having been my friend and my mentor for a long time, because I've learned so much from you as well. Without you, honestly, I would not have been in front of, all of these stages, as many as I have. So I thank you for that. But I'm going to encourage everybody to learn 3 things in this time right now, because it's going to be a year from now. And they are, number 1, learn some content for yourself first, and then for other people, that solves the problems of the masses. And those are the terrible 8 that I talked about: procrastination, hesitation, fear of failure, fear of success, self-doubt, self-loathing, imposter syndrome, and fear of rejection. Learn some content that at the very least talk about it. And it's never been easier in the history of mankind. You can do what, you don't have to do what I do on stage. I encourage you to. I want more of them. That's what the 20th is going to be about, as you'll see. I want more. Mary works me like a rented mule. I have been literally and not all of these are Mary, but in the past less than 3 weeks, I've done 5 different speaking engagements, and I got 2 more, and those 2 more, one I'm doing with Mary, actually 2 more that I'm doing with Mary. The world needs you right now. So learn something, and you can talk to your cell phone and put it on Instagram or whatever, but learn content, learn something to talk about that addresses those issues. Number 2, learn the process of alleviating those things so that you get a result right now, so that you help somebody right now, help yourself right now. Don't go another day without doing what the previous speaker said. Take a look at yourself and find out what your traumas are. And if I can help you with neuro encoding, you can go to neuroencoding.com and check out. I got so many resources there that you can check out, that you can do something to change yourself. Don't just be aware of it. Do something. That's the second thing. Number 1, learn about those things. Number 2, do something about it. Change yourself. And then number 3, learn the skill of presenting, not speaking. And it doesn't mean that you have to do what I do on the stage, but if you deal with other human beings, which all of us do, that's what a leader does. Learn the skill of impacting people, presenting, because there's a difference between speaking and presenting. Speaking means disseminating information, telling people things and inspirational stories and things like that. Presenting means that you produce a result in them and cause them to go, aha, and you give them, and you make a change in them right now, and you cause them to do something. It is why I've been able to, again, at the risk of sounding arrogant, be able to be on these stages for 30 plus years now with some of the greatest people in the world and operate in that upper 3 to 5%. And I don't want to do it alone. And I'm saying right now, the world needs you. And so lastly, I'll say, I don't know where I am on stage. So I'm going to say lastly, if you got another question, then give it to me, because I'll be here all day if you need me. And that is this, that life is exactly what you dare to make it. And fortune, whatever you consider fortune to be, then I'm saying to everybody, your fortune is your health, your happiness, and your financial abundance, and what you can do to other people and for other people to help them attain that as well, whether it's your friends, your family, your team, whatever. Fortune favors the bold. And so the trick to life is to consistently, boldly step up and dare to make your life magnificent. And let's not mince words. Magnificence means exactly what the word says, magnifying the essence of who you are. You already are amazing. Personal development is developing whom you wish to become, more of who you are already. You're already a badass. You're already amazing. And if there's anything I can do for you, this is my life's work. Excuse me. This is my life's passion. And I look forward to serving you in any way that I can. And so I thank you so much for this opportunity to do this. And I look forward to more. And I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to hang on and watch many of the other speakers as well, or at least I'll punch back in if that's okay.
Well, that would be a pleasure and a privilege. And I want to thank Joseph McClendon III for being one of the pillars of the 2023 Legacy Leadership Summit and really setting an example for what it means to be a servant leader. And I encourage folks, whether you're watching live or whether you're going to be one of the hundreds of thousands of people, God willing, to watch this on replay in the coming days and weeks and months and years ahead, to be inspired by the example of Joseph McClendon III. So thank you so much, Joseph. I look forward to seeing you again and having another opportunity to chat with you very much, hopefully very soon.
It is my absolute pleasure, and thank you as well. Bye, Mary. See you in a couple days.
You too. Have a great time.
We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
I'm excited, Michael. I mean, just listening to Joseph speak really pumps me up, gets my energy going. But more importantly, it also gives me something to think about and act upon. And, I just wanted to ask you, how excited were you to spend some time with Joseph before we welcome the next group of speakers here?
That was such an amazing, because you think, oh, I've spent time with Joseph, right? I've done interviews with Joseph, and every time the one thing I know about him is that he's continuing to learn, he's continuing to grow, he's continuing to use what he talks about, because every time I hear him or see him or talk to Mary about what's going on, there's always this tremendous movement forward. And that, to me, excites me more than anything else, that we're always growing. It never stops. That brings me right back to Bob Proctor, when Bob Proctor said to me very clearly, invest in yourself, buy every course on the planet, never stop. And that's, you can see Joseph embodies, all of that right away. And I'm just so glad to be here, Mo. And I'm so glad that we're going to take this thing forward and people can spend time with us. And it's all about education, learning, and action. And
absolutely,
make it your passion.
Absolutely. Now I'm going to ask Amy to go ahead and join us, because Amy, welcome to the program. You are going to be leading the way for the next panel, and you're going to be interviewing and leading a conversation with some truly incredible thought leaders. And I personally cannot wait to step back and just take notes. I need to get a couple new pencils, because I've been taking so many notes on this program. You guys wouldn't believe it. And I'm just excited to learn and elevate myself as a leader in both life and business. And first of all, Amy, I just want to ask you, how excited are you to help lead this next panel?
I'm so excited. I think you need to sharpen a couple more pencils, because we've got some good, really brilliant insights coming your way with this group of women entrepreneurs.
And with that being said, we're going to go ahead and bring in the next panel, and I'm going to kick it off and give the reins to Miss Amy, who's going to lead the way. Amy, please, floor is yours.
All right. Thank you so much. Well, it's so nice to see everyone. I'm Amy Schoenthal. I'm a marketing consultant, author, and Forbes contributor. My book, The Setback Cycle, about how founders and leaders navigate setbacks, comes out in March 2024. And I'm so excited to be here with this wonderful group of women talking about leadership and entrepreneurship. So let me introduce my co-panelists. Why don't we start by going around, and maybe each of you could say who you are and what your company does. Hillary, I'll start with you.
Hey, everyone. I'm Hillary DeCesar. Such a pleasure to be on with this group of women. I run the Relaunch Co., and it is a company that when you're feeling like, hey, where you are right now, and it's not where you thought you'd be at this point in your life from a lifestyle of success perspective, we relaunch you, your business into that next power level. And we have a proprietary trademarked 3HQ, which I'm going to be getting into, that will automatically start to help you today with elevating yourself.
Amazing. Jody, how about you?
Hi, everyone. I'm Jody Claristenfeld, and likewise, I am so happy and honored to be amongst all of you women today. I created Flourish, which is a platform for preemie and NICU families. We seek to educate, empower, and support families on their journey through the NICU and beyond. Quite often, when babies are born early or when they're in the NICU, parents are often left to their own devices to find resources and help for themselves. And it is our mission to let them not feel alone and not feel unsupported.
Yeah, it's amazing what you've built. Kristen, why don't we go to you next?
Hi, my name is Kristen Butler, and I'm the founder of Power of Positivity, which is a global brand with over 50 million followers worldwide. Our mission is to uplift the planet through our content. Personally, I have 3 books, 2 of which I've released just this year, The Comfort Zone and 3-Minute Happiness Journal. And yeah, I'm just so excited to be here and excited to have a great conversation with you ladies.
Amazing. I think we're all excited too. So Andrea, last but not least.
Hi, I'm Andrea Wolf. I am here in my capacity as the Director of External Relations for Innovation Africa. But I also have launched my own company called Uppermost Strategies that consults with social impact entities. So I can wear a number of hats here. Innovation Africa is an NGO out of Israel, also incorporated here, that uses purely renewable energy to bring clean water and electricity to rural villages across Africa. To date, we've helped 4.2 million people, and I'm thrilled to be here with this illustrious panel. Everything you've said has already resonated.
Wow, that's very impressive. We have a very impressive crew here. So let's get right into it. We're here at the Leadership Summit, so I want to talk about, one of the biggest parts of leadership is navigating setbacks. So I want to hear, what obstacles or setbacks have you faced throughout your career journey and your entrepreneurship journey, and how did you work through them? And what's the main thing you learned and took away from that experience? Jody, I'll start with you.
Well, before I started Flourish, I ran my family's business, and there were also many hurdles to overcome in that, insofar as that I walked in on day one, I had to prove myself from the warehouse all the way up to the C-level. And I think that's important, and to take all of those steps wherever I go and wherever everyone goes. You should always be able to do absolutely every single job in your business. And that has helped me building Flourish. The thing that's very different, even though we're both in the medical business, is that this is dealing with a very sensitive topic. And it takes a lot of hand-holding and discussions and massaging of relationships. So it's more of a slow burn, and it's an old-fashioned way of doing business, trying to get in with hospitals or insurance companies. It's not necessarily send a text or Instagram followers or things like that. It's more old-fashioned, boots on the ground. And I learned that way back when in my family's business. And it has really helped me be able to talk to different types of people from all over the country.
That's great. Kristen, what about you?
Yeah, so starting, with the beginning of, my career, even in college, I was a workaholic. And one of the biggest things that I had to learn was work-life balance. So in college, I overloaded my schedule and I started getting burnout and even anxiety and panic attacks. And with many bouts of that, eventually I was bedridden for 2 weeks straight. And I didn't realize that it was because I was just pushing and forcing myself and working so hard. And so from that place, I learned, hey, I need self-care. I need to balance. And so work-life balance really became a top priority because I was always pushing myself out of my comfort zone, doing more and more. And I learned that, hey, if I ease up on myself, give myself a break, go take a walk between meetings, take days off, that I actually can be more productive, more creative, get more out of what I'm doing when I'm working. And so the last decade and a half, building Power of Positivity, I've always prioritized work-life balance no matter what my to-do list looked like. It's like, nope, I'm going to go take care of myself. I'm going to take a break. And I'm just so much more productive by doing that and get so much more done. That's probably been my biggest challenge and my biggest lesson.
That's amazing. I mean, hustle culture is we're all training ourselves to undo what we sort of learned with the rise of hustle culture. And so what you're doing is really great and very helpful, I think, especially for women who have been trained to go, go, go. Andrea, I want to go to you next.
Sure. So I think actually there are a number of things that come to mind, but right now, the thing that I find the hardest, two things that are somewhat related to do is deal with the constant onslaught of digital information, right? So I don't know who else on the panel has kids. I have 4 daughters myself. Yeah. And I think that this concept that you're always on to everybody all the time is a really challenging one because, like Kristen said, we are type A. We want to be on the ball. We want everything to be just so, and frankly, not even just so. We want to exceed expectations. But when there's a barrage of questions and content that needs to be dealt with all at once, all the time, I think there's an unsettled nature to both work and home that's relatively new. I think it does have to do with this moment that we live in with phones. And I hope there's a correction for that, but I do find that challenging. I haven't found the perfect balance. I try to sleep with my phone out of my room, but find that I run out of my room to check it as soon as I wake up. So I would say that. I also think that because of the digital world, there are always almost endless opportunities that come as part of work. And figuring out how to say no, figuring out which are the most valuable and which are really going to propel me and then the organization forward is not easy. And so I would say, it really comes down to a digital life as a real challenge.
Yeah, for sure. I think we all feel that. And we're all trying to again, undo our addiction to all of our technology and find the balance because we need it to live and work and communicate with people. But yeah, where's the balance? Hillary, let's go to you next.
So everything everyone's saying, spot on. Again, just we're all in alignment here. And coming out of the Silicon Valley, I worked at Oracle for almost 10 years, high tech. And then I started over 23 years ago, consulting. Coaching is what they call it now, right? But it was consulting. And what I have found and what I've learned over the years that's so critical is that a lot of women were taught that it's all about how much you know, the IQ, right? 60s, 70s, 80s, early 90s IQ, your intelligence. And then in the late 90s, it became about EQ. And in order to be, a good leader, a good person in a business or entrepreneurial, type of movement, founding a company, you have to have the EQ. But really, and I love from the last speaker, Joseph, when he said that, we're not into a new normal these days. It's a new different. And the difference is really around what I call 3HQ, head, heart, higher self. Sure, you need the thoughts and the steps and the procedures, and you need the heart, the emotional, the empathy. But the thing that was never taught to us is that we also need that higher self, that energy, leveling ourselves up, intuition, being able to not just have steps and procedures and to be able to, you know, cross off your to-do list, but to really be able to have all three, head, heart, and higher self, working in unison. And when you can do that, and when you can, I think the most important thing these days, and it used to be that I was called the relaunch queen because I've had so many relaunches in my professional and my personal life. And I'm like, no, stop. I don't want that title anymore. I'm, you know, mercy, I'm done. Instead, now it's really leveling up and saying, I'd rather be known. And a client called me the energy queen. How can you go after every single thing you do and have almost like a pocket tool to be able to elevate your energy, to be able to get you into the point where you are resonating at a higher level? And that is that best version of you. So what I've learned through even having a board member do a Ponzi scheme with one of the companies that I had raised almost $9 million for, and he took it down and ended up in federal prison. What I've learned is that you have that decision to make if it's going to be something that you are constantly ruminating about, or is it something that you're going to have a lesson being learned? And that's where I think these days we've all had a heck of a last 3 years, each and every one of us. The world has been global relaunching. People have been global relaunch, businesses, right? Up and down, roller coaster revenue. And these days it's all about kind of, can you tap into your 3HQ to find that level of success?
Yeah, wow. So we're talking about the setbacks and the lessons learned, but I feel like the themes that keep coming up are the work-life balance, avoiding burnout, figuring out like how to deal with technology. So I want to ask, you know, with things moving so fast and you constantly feel like you're not doing enough, or maybe your business isn't far enough along, or, you know, for those in the audience who aren't entrepreneurs, maybe you feel like your career isn't far enough along. What do you do to get out of that mindset? Or when you're in that mindset, what do you do to like not really let it get to you? I'll start with Andrea.
So there are a couple things that I utilize in my life. The first is trying to recenter every morning. I go to the woods and I either run or I walk. So I both exercise and I'm in nature. And so that kind of sets me up for a great day. I am also a really naturally positive person. It sounds like I'm in a cohort of like-minded women. But I do remind myself that if I'm dealing with a difficult situation, that like, okay, I have to recenter and know who I am, and it gets me through. Like, that is what makes me different. That is the energy that gets me there. And then finally, you know, like I said, I have 4 kids, but I live by a philosophy that people who don't totally let go of their childhood qualities are really happier, more productive, more insightful. And so as I hit those bumps, I think like, where is the curiosity, the wonder, the, you know, lack of inhibition that we so admire in our kids or in kids generally? And that is really sort of a North Star for me. And it keeps me remembering why I do this and not just on a rat race to keep going and going.
That's great. That's a great philosophy. Hillary, what about you?
Oh, okay. So I mentioned this earlier, the pocket tools, having something that I do pretty much before anything that I'm going to be a part of. All right. So even coming on with you ladies, it's something called Tune In. And it literally helps you go from wherever you are at a low energy level, and it will instantaneously, within 60 to 90 seconds, get you to a higher level of energy. So how you tune in, 4 easy steps, you all can do it. First, step 1 is you realize, okay, what is your challenge right now? Or what is your intention? So the intention is, you know, hey, I want to impact, I want to share this message, whatever it is. And it can be for every single thing you're about to go do. That's step one. Step two is the best part. What you're doing is you're going to change the channel. How do you do this? It has been scientifically proven. Music can elevate you. You pick a song. What is the song that lights you up, that fires you up? And then you listen to that song for at least 20 seconds, taking it from your head to your toes. You have a state change. You literally are now, as Einstein said, when he said, you can't solve a problem at the level it was created. You can't. You got to elevate yourself, which means vibrationally elevating yourself. That's step two. Step three, visualize what you want to have happen and literally create a mini movie of the mind. And then notice a color while you're visualizing this and have it 10x, amplify it. And then last in step three, you take an internal picture. You take it not with your phone, but you take an internal picture by saying click, 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 and you open and close your eyes fast, taking that internal picture. You now have that to go back to. And step four is a micro action. What can you do right now to keep the momentum going towards that image? And every time you go back to that specific challenge or that intention, whatever you're trying to create, you tune in again with that same song. And that's what I literally do before every single calendar event, everything that I am changing. I've got clients that are doing it with, they're trying to create a launch successful. They're trying to increase their ability to be creative and write, a book. I mean, all these things you can use at any time. And what you want to be doing is trying to get yourself above the energy level of shame and blame is down at like a 20 vibrational level. Fear is about 100, and love and joy and self-actualization is above 500. That's where we're going when you're trying to create successful lifestyles. That's what we want with our business. So give it a try, everyone, because I do it, like I said, 25 times a day.
Thank you. That was so specific. I hope everyone was taking notes because you just gave out a lot of good information, a lot of good advice there. Okay, so we have nature, we have music. Jody, I don't think we heard from you yet. Yeah.
I start my day similar to Andrea, though I live in an urban area, so I don't go to the woods. But I meditate every morning, and I take in the gratitude that I have for life, for my family, health. And I think I did that reset as a result of having my daughter having been born early, and that the both of us could have very well died had she not been taken from me the moment she was taken from me. And so for me, that gave me an overall sense of gratitude that I carry with me now every single day. And when I meditate, that's always one of the last things that I say to myself before starting my day. I also tell people all the time, yes, we get inundated with information and tasks every single day, but it's important also to know that you can look at each task incrementally. Don't think you have to answer every single email, every single text message, or come up with a solution in 2 minutes. Internalize what you have to do, take a deep breath, process, and then slowly go about solving those problems or answering the tasks at hand. I think when we all get bogged down when we see that there are so many issues that we have to answer all at once. And the truth is, if we just take a deep breath and recenter ourselves, acknowledge that we have a lot to do, but then also tackle them in small little tasks, it makes everything much more manageable and easier to process and process well.
Yeah, that makes sense. Very cool. All right. So now we have nature, music, meditation, gratitude. Kristen, what do you have? How do you elevate your mindset?
Yeah, I love all of that. So now we're talking about elevating mindset. I was thinking about if we feel like we're not good enough or like we are falling behind, like in technology or social media, I like to just remind myself that the people that inspire me are really not competition. They're, to me, compellers. I like to, instead of competitors, I like to think of them as compellers to move me forward and inspire me. So I loved all of the routines that you guys shared. But as far as feeling behind in technology, it's like, as long as we stay in our own lane and fill our own cup and feel good about what we're doing and take action on the things, even small actions like you were talking about, Jody, on the things that are going to move the needle. I think staying focused is everything when it comes to that also, because there's so many things that can distract us in our day. But if we have a priority list in the morning, I love creating a priority list in the morning. And then in the evening, I will write down my wins. I love writing my wins down in the evening, because then it's like, look, I really did do the things I told myself I was going to do in the morning. And I really did make this day worth it and make the most of this day, even if it was little things like calling my dad or acing a meeting, right? Or getting, or a big thing like getting featured somewhere. So looking at the big and small things and seeing everything is from an inspiring mindset versus a competitive is just really incremental for me every day.
That makes sense. And that was really beautiful. I feel like I also love the idea of a done list versus your to-do list. It's very satisfying. It really kind of like helps you see the accomplishments when you're running so fast. So I love that tip. I want to stay on Jody and Kristen, because you both touched on something, and you both have journals coming out this year. You already came out with these journals, and can you talk about, I imagine some of the topics you just touched on are included in these journals. Can you each talk about that? Jody, I'll go to you first.
I created a journal for NICU parents. One of the first things that I was told when my daughter was in the NICU was to journal. This way you can write down your emotions, questions you may or may have, some, if you didn't understand, and generally when you're in the NICU, there are so many medical terms and acronyms that it's hard to digest. So to write that down. But I also created a book for what I did as well. I celebrated my daughter's wins, my own wins, and my husband's wins. I also put challenges in there. And I also put in there the day number. So every day when the doctors would do rounds, they'd say day 25, day 38. And they'd start with where my daughter was the first day and where she was in that moment in terms of her vital statistics. So I put in weight, not height, because they didn't do that all the time. So all of those things. So, and a little area for a picture, if you want to put in a small picture of what your child looked that day or how you and your husband looked that day. And for me, it's really important because it's such a part of my daughter's history. And it also helps me when I'm talking to other parents out there, go back to the place where I was in my journey when I was feeling either alone or isolated or just overwhelmed. And you get to see the progression of how beautiful that journey is, which is unusual to say that it's beautiful. But so when you get to witness so much progress and watch your child fight every single day, it's really empowering to the parents as well. And I hope one day to give my daughter the journal that I wrote so that she could really see where she came from.
Wow. You took such an experience and you turned it into something so beautiful and meaningful and impactful for other parents going through the same thing. And it's just I think we all admire you greatly for that. Kristen, you have a new book, The Comfort Zone, is it called? And it includes a journal. And I would love to hear more about that so that we can kind of figure out how to put all these practices or principles into practice.
So The Comfort Zone is a book that I released this year, but the journal, 3-Minute Happiness Journal, is very similar to what Jody said. I loved how she said it was through her experience, because the journal that I made is actually every day there's entries, and it's the action steps that I used from a decade and a half ago when I was at rock bottom. Literally every area of my life was falling apart. And I was in bed for several weeks. And these are the things that I used to get myself out of that place, to rebuild my life, and then to create Power of Positivity and have it this thriving global community. So in the morning, there's a 3-minute entry, and then in the evening, there's a 3-minute entry. And it starts with a quote or a proverb, and then gratitude check, affirmations. I instruct the reader to kind of use the same affirmations every day, because I find that actually the most powerful when we can create an affirmation for where we are struggling and then change it out when we have embodied that and it's become part of our life, and then move forward, because repetition is so important. There's also a self-care check, because when I was at rock bottom, I was not taking care of myself. I was taking care of everyone else. And there's so many things for us to do every day, but this journal kind of gives you the checklist, if you will, for the things that are important for you so that you can grow, so you can change your mindset. And so you can, over time, with each entry, transform your life, because you're investing back into yourself. And it's simple and easy and quick. So I love that it was through her journey that she made her journal, and then through my journey. This is the follow-up to the first one I made. But my community, they wanted new prompts, new entries. Some of them had done 4 or 5 journals, and they were like, yeah, we need something new. So I made all new entries and all new prompts. So it's about inner happiness, and we create that through happy habits to really fill our own cup.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's like you both created the thing that you maybe like wish you had when you were going through it, which is amazing and will help so many people. Andrea and Hillary, you both also have some new projects in the works that are very relevant to what we're discussing. Andrea, do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Sure. Let me bifurcate it into 2 groups. One is Innovation Africa, which is really what I'm here to talk about. And then more generally, I'll share some thoughts. So Innovation Africa is an incredibly unique NGO for a number of reasons. I actually got involved because my oldest daughter, Eliana, who was 12 at the time, decided to dedicate her charity project for her bat mitzvah to Innovation Africa. She wanted to do something with water, something that was related to Israel. And this felt like an amazing combination of all of it. And so she actually raised on her own $18,000 to bring electricity to a school in Uganda. And it was even more remarkable than that. Her bat mitzvah was February of 2020, and COVID started in March of 2020. And she had raised $15,000 at that time, which is impressive for a young girl. And Innovation Africa called her and said, look, we really can't install electricity for anything less than $18,000. We have a young boy who would like to raise the other 3 for his bar mitzvah project. Why don't you join forces? And she said, no, I want to finish this. I started it. And they said, well, how are you going to raise money right now? Because the world is shut down. So she actually ran a class for first graders in our backyard when everyone was like 100 feet apart in masks, actually teaching them about Israel when there was no school. And she also taught a child how to read when he couldn't go to school. And she raised the last 3,000. And so needless to say, I was fairly inspired. But then I saw how this entity was being run. And Sivanya Ari, the CEO and founder, runs this entity like an absolute rock star corporate entity. You know, we have 140 employees. We've helped 4.2 million people. It's basically a construction company as we, build solar towers to pump water to villages. But the thing that's really special about us that sets us apart is that we have proprietary monitoring equipment. And this actually is the embodiment of the values that attract me to do this work so deeply. So basically, once we give water to a village of between 3,000 and 10,000 people, which is a lot of people, we set up what's called an energy box. So we monitor 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, either water consumption and or electricity consumption based on whatever it is we're monitoring. And the reason this matters is because it means that we never leave a village and we guarantee water or electricity for life. So there are a lot of excellent charities that go in, they put in hand pumps, it's wonderful, but then they leave and they don't know what happens afterwards. And if it breaks, the people are back where they need to be. But we will never let that happen. And that aspect of it, this like leave no person behind, really made me say, you know what, I have to do something. I have to elevate this brand here. More people need to know about why this matters. You know, we're at 4 million people. We're trying to reach 10 million people in the next 12 months or so. We're rapidly expanding, but we can't do that without more awareness in the United States. And I just felt like, what better use of my time could there be? How could I be a better role model to my kids than showing that it's valuable to help people who are so far away? I actually forgot your question at this point because I was so excited to talk to you about Innovation Africa. Can you remind me what you want me to be talking about?
I just asked about what projects you have currently in the works.
Oh, fine.
That was one.
So we're really trying to massively increase the number of villages that we are able to reach. We only go to the most destitute areas. And so, you know, we are working really, really hard to identify more people in need. When I was in Malawi in November with Sivan, I had a very remarkable experience. I was with a group of women who were about to get water for the first time in their lives. And I said to them, well, why does this matter to you? Like, why is this so important? And they said, and it was through translation, they said, well, we're never going to have to come back here again. And we were standing in this like pit with this dirty surface water, which is where they get their water. And I said, well, so what? So you don't have to come back here. And they said, well, when we come here, our daughters often get raped. And I said, oh, there's a whole other aspect to this that I didn't realize. And I thought, well, that's upsetting. And she said, well, they hide in the bushes and we just, in addition to drinking dirty water, now my daughters can go to school. And even now I get a little emotional because I think about my 4 girls and I thought, look, this woman is as far from relatable to me as is humanly imaginable. She doesn't practice my religion. She doesn't speak my language. She's absolute in destitute poverty. She lives on the other side of the world. We couldn't be more different. And yet, as we're having this conversation, all I could see was our daughters. You know, it was just like, it was both upsetting and invigorating all at once. And it reminded me of like why more people in America need to know about what Sivan is doing in Africa. Because ultimately, in this crazy digital world that drives us bananas every day, there is a tie that binds. And I really would like, if nothing else, for people who are listening today to know that there is a remarkable, values-driven, incredibly well-run entity out there that needs us to talk about it. That's number one. Number two is we are innovatively trying to do more. So we're doing that in 2 ways. One is through carbon credits. We're trying to make sure that we can capitalize on those and raise money through carbon. And the second is through data. We have a lot of data on aquifers in Africa. So we're trying to really innovate in how we can raise more money, ultimately to help more people.
Amazing.
I will let someone else have the stage, but it is a really special entity.
I know the work you're doing is so great. It's so creative, it's so innovative, and it's so needed. And I think everyone is really, excited to learn more. Hillary, I want to hear about what you have going on. I know you have some new projects in the works, and then I want to do a quick lightning round to wrap up the panel in a few minutes.
Yeah. And first off, Andrea, I love that your daughter said, no, I don't need any help. I just, I can do it. I can handle it. I'm going to raise that 18,000. So
she should really be on the panel. She's like totally amazing.
Yeah. And I've got 3 of my own children, 2 stepkids, and I feel the same way. I've got girls, boys, and that's just incredible. And to segue into what we're doing is everybody is going through a relaunch in some perspective, whether it's personal or professional. And just recently wrote a book, Relaunch, Spark Your Heart to Ignite Your Life. And in the book, it actually walks you through 3HQ, head, heart, higher self, and how you can bring that into every aspect of your life. And if there's something where you're not feeling like you are where you thought you would be at this point in your life, or there is you're an entrepreneur and you're trying to scale and you keep hitting the wall. You can't get from 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 figures. We have gone ahead and I created courses, 6-month, entrepreneurial business courses to relaunch you to that next level, but not in the traditional sense, right? After I said 23 years of doing this, I have seen thousands of people using 3HQ, tuning in versus tuning out, not accepting fait accompli that this is all there is. And, whether it's my own stories in the book or whether it is, a little bit more of that, hey, structure that you need, you can go and actually on our website, you can see therelaunch.com, you can take the 3HQ quiz and see where you are to start your relaunch journey.
Amazing. Well, thank you all so much. I did have one lightning round question, but maybe I'll ask it to Mo since I see he's here. We'll see if we have time, but what's one piece of advice that you have for aspiring leaders or seasoned leaders who are looking to step up their game and innovate and improve every day?
Well, Amy, I'm going to invite everyone here that's on the screen right now back for a future program, because this was just a sampler. And unfortunately, we just don't have the time to do the deep dive today with so many speakers here at the Legacy Leadership Summit. But that is a profound question, and I'm going to answer it in a second. But I just wanted to take a moment to thank everyone for sharing so many insights, and everyone here on the screen will be returning at some point in the coming weeks with a formal invitation for a separate program, because I think that we just need to share more wisdom and we needed more time with all these incredible speakers. So we'll be back in 1 minute, and I want to thank you again, Amy, for doing such a phenomenal job in leading the way. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We'll be back in a minute.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. And Amy, again, thank you for doing such a phenomenal job co-hosting that. And to answer your question before we bring in the next speaker, it's to think like a maverick. You see, one common denominator that I have seen with all of the most successful industrialists, whether it is in today's world, whether it's in history, and whether it's in the future, and I believe, Amy, to be a truly good futurist, you have to be a historian. People that think like a maverick, and the next gentleman is called the Maverick Millionaire. And just, whenever I say his name, people just smile and people's faces light up. And so how excited are you, Amy, for the next speaker, Paul Fink, the Maverick Millionaire, to learn about how he thinks like a maverick, how to approach business like a maverick, how to approach life and business and draw the crayons outside of the circle. Growing up, Amy, whenever they would give me a square and a triangle, I would always color outside of the boxes. And so I just want to hear your thoughts on that concept of thinking like a maverick before we bring in Paul Fink.
Well, Mo, I'm a huge Top Gun fan, so I'm ready to learn how to think like a maverick. I love that concept, and I like the smooth segue into the next panel. So
thank you, Amy. Thank you, Amy. I needed some kudos for the segue. Mr. Paul Fink, welcome to the program. And Amy, we'll let you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy, Mo, hold on. That was called a smooth segue. Is that what that was the smooth segue?
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Thank you.
I am how are you, everyone? I'm Paul Fink, the Maverick Millionaire, and yes, I'm known as Maverick. A portion of that did come from Top Gun to reference back to Amy. So yes, indeed. How are you, Mo?
Paul, it's fantastic to see you, my friend. Thank you. I'm doing very well. And I'm real excited today because we have the treat to be able to dissect the mind of somebody that for so many years has helped countless number of individuals. And I don't think anyone has ever called you this. You're known around the world, but still, despite the fact that you're known around the world, I still call you the best kept secret. Because even though you're known, I still think there are so many people that don't fully understand the incredible power of the work that you do with individuals' mindsets and to give them practical solutions, whether it's in business, whether it's in real estate specifically. So I want to give you the floor, Paul, and to start off with just what does it mean to be a maverick leader? What does it mean to think differently? What does it mean in today's world to be somebody that could lead their life and lead their business like a maverick, please?
So interesting. And the concept of being a leader and being a maverick leader. And so let's start with Maverick. Maverick is about doing it different. And as I studied what that meant, I realized I've been a maverick for most of my career now. 36 years, I have been an entrepreneur running my own ship, if you will, and creating that difference. And as I studied what it meant to be a maverick, I recognized every highly successful person, the definition fits to. Because to be a highly successful person, which means to be a leader in our society, in our community, and in business, it means to do things different by definition. 90%, if not 95% of businesses are still finding their space, if you will. There's that 5% of people that are able to expand and grow and develop and create huge abundance. How do you become that? One is you've got to walk your talk. And we've talked about it here multiple times. And what does that mean? It means say what you're going to do and then actually do it. And it's so rare these days that people actually find pause and applaud it. Someone actually did what they said they were going to do. And so you want to step up, you want to be a leader, you want to do that. That's first and foremost. That's where we begin. The rest of the story is that emotional component. And with the maverick of doing things different, imagine, if you will, you could see everybody in your community or everybody in the universe, and you could see the pattern of behavior where a certain group of people were moving this way and a certain group of people were moving that way. When you see the masses moving in one direction, go the opposite direction, go the opposite way, chances are you'll hit success. Because most people end up struggling. Most people, the majority of the world, are depressed, upset, struggling financially, aren't reaching their fullest potential. And so just watch what they're doing. Whatever they're doing, do the opposite. So when you see people losing their heads, hold on to yours. It's straight.
It's a very powerful principle, and many philosophers have spoke about it. And funny enough, just I remember growing up. You'll find this amusing. There's that episode of Seinfeld, Paul, where George does the opposite of everything he usually does, and he ends up becoming so successful. And I'm thinking to myself, there's some brilliance in this comedy show. There's actually a powerful message there, and Seinfeld fans will know what I'm talking about. The opposite episode. Now, I want to quickly just chime in on a technical thing. I see so many folks in the virtual auditorium on Facebook leaving comments. We cannot pull up any comments here on StreamYard because Facebook has some technical issues outside of our control. But I just wanted to point out that we see your comments and we appreciate it. So if you don't see your name pop up, it's out of our hands. And so, Paul, going back to this idea of thinking differently, let's talk a little bit about today's economy. I know you're real powerful as far as your ideas on real estate, right? And so today, in today's market, What are some thoughts you can share with some people watching that maybe are first-time investors? Maybe they're looking into getting their beak wet for the first time in that world, and they're kind of afraid. They don't know where to start. And we'll go back into speaking about mindset shortly, but I wanted to pick your brain with regard to that, if we can, please.
Absolutely, because it all plays in. And this applies to both real estate, applies to stocks, it applies to a whole lot of things. That whole concept of run where the people are not. And so, for instance, if you tracked what Warren Buffett invested in stocks over the decades, and how much he invested in the stock market versus how much he invested elsewhere, whenever the stock market was climbing high, and why was the stock market climbing high? Is everyone was investing in the stock market, thus raising prices. That's when he was pulling cash like crazy out of the stock market. He was selling when everyone else was buying. The same thing happened in reverse when everyone else, as the stock market started to crash, everyone else was then running away. Well, he had stockpiled the cash to then go in and buy. And he not only bought huge chunks of stock, he bought huge chunks of companies, because he understood when everyone's running the opposite direction, that's when opportunity hits. I was in the real estate game in 2008, which was the last major downturn we had in the real estate market. And I'd gotten in around 2002. And right when I got in, people were saying, the bubble's going to burst. The bubble's going to burst. Watch out, the bubble's going to burst. And the challenge was that everyone was running for the hills, listening to this prediction of what was going to happen. Instead, I jumped in. Maybe it was just pure ignorance. Maybe it was just me just being so optimistic. I just went for it. But in that time frame, I bought millions and millions of dollars worth of real estate that I was able to capitalize on. I was able to build a fortune on. I was able to lean into. And that was huge. And while all those people were running for the hills because they listened to the chit chat, and you watch 95% of people running the opposite direction, I ran towards the fire and created a foundation of wealth from that time period. Same thing is happening now. People are saying, watch out, watch out, watch out. Man, keep your head about you. Stay the course. Get into real estate. Learn your craft. And you're going to come out the other side as one of the leaders, rather than still saying, should I tip my toe in the water yet? And that's a huge plus. You've got to move forward. You've got to run towards the fire. That's what leaders do. That's what Mavericks do. That's what we're talking about in this economy. Everyone's crying fire. Everyone's crying the sky is falling. Jump in.
You know, when I examine, Paul, how many people don't jump in, don't pursue their dreams, don't take a chance. And I've said it before, and I think it was Les Brown who said that the richest, wealthiest place on the planet is the graveyard, because of all of the potential businesses, all of the potential dreams, all of the potential books that could have been written, all of the potential accomplishments people could have had. And so when I wonder to myself, why are people not pursuing? Why are people not jumping off and leaping? Is it fear? And then I'm like, well, how do you combat fear? If someone has faith in themselves, the fear is inconsequential, right? And so I wanted to give you the floor for you to kind of talk about that, because I know you've helped a lot of people specifically on this. I mean, I've seen it with my own eyes, folks. I've had the pleasure of watching Paul Fink work his magic and transform people in front of me. I have my cap on. I'm just quietly sitting there watching. And I've seen people speak to you with fear of taking action, or had they have analysis paralysis, and you help guide them. And so what can you say on that subject of helping people with that faith and that breakthrough, please?
You absolutely have to move forward. And it's so fascinating. Most people don't, because of fear. And what are they afraid of? They're afraid of, well, what if? And what if something goes wrong? Well, for most people, the what if means that you are back to where you are now, which if you're not going to take a move, you're there anyway, so may as well take a move forward. So some people get into that what if scenario. The other component is that they would much rather, there's an expression, the devil that's known is better than the devil that's unknown, is that people would rather sit with the challenge in their life that they have now, rather than make effort to introduce into their world a challenge that they don't know exists, and that unknown. And that's where fear lies. How do you get past that? A couple things is one foot in front of the other, as simple as that sounds, is one of the key components. Having emotional intelligence where you break it down and you go, I don't know where this journey is going to lie. Truth. I don't know where it's going to bring me. Truth. All I know is what is the next step when that's my destiny. What's the next step for me to take? I know how to do that. And you step forward and you do it. That simple philosophy. And I had people say one phrase, one particular phrase that really helps them. How can I? All too often we have this, oh my God, what if? Oh my gosh, I want all this, but I have no clue how. And you get stuck, you get frozen. Pause yourself and ask yourself, how can I? How can I make $10,000 in the next 30 days? How can I increase my income? How can I increase my time? What can I let go of to make more time in my day? How can I is one of the powerhouse questions that you can ask yourself to pave the way for your future.
That's a powerful message, and I hope the folks watching at home understand that that exercise could potentially change the complete trajectory of their life. I want to bring in Donna Campbell. Donna, I know that you have shared with us that you were excited to have Paul Fink here as one of the speakers, and that when you found out he was speaking, you know, it really excited you. So I'm going to step back and give you a few minutes to ask Paul a couple questions. I know you've been listening and taking notes. I'm selfishly now going to go back and take notes myself and have an opportunity to play the role of an audience member.
We're going to have to swap notes here.
And so, Donna, I'm going to give you the floor, and so you can share a few minutes with Paul, please.
Yes, absolutely. And Paul, it is so amazing to be here. I know we got to meet several months ago. I heard you speak for one of the first times last January on a marketer's cruise. So that was a pleasure. But I love your last question, because you're like, that is the question of leadership. How can I to move forward to go to the next step? So what I'm really curious about here is, how can you? How would you answer that question if that was you? How can I? What would be your 3 best tips in answering your own question?
Depends on what my ask is, but how can I? So here's a couple things to do. One is, Einstein says you cannot solve a challenge that your brain created. So with the same brain that created the challenge, you're not going to solve it. So what do you do then? You must reach outside of yourself. So one of the key components is ask for help. If there was one thing I would tell my younger self, one thing that I would advise younger people that are just getting started, or anybody that's getting started on their journey to reach their fullest potential, ask for help. Ask more questions. Be inquisitive. Reach out to people on a daily basis that you believe might, doesn't mean they do, that you believe might have some answers for you, are further along in the journey than you, just a couple steps ahead, or maybe they're light years ahead of you, and you just reach out and have a couple moments with them. Ask them, what is the things that they can be doing? Or what are the things that they've done in the past to get from here to there? And that asking for help is a huge component. So a couple things I said in there. 1, ask for help. 2, call people every day. Your network is your net wealth. Be aware that the more people you talk to, the more you're going to find opportunity, especially when you share. So here's the 3rd step is share. Make sure you're sharing with people. Share with people your needs, wants, desires. Share with people what your real desire is for your vision. What is it that you're looking to accomplish? What are your main goals in your life? Do you have 3 main goals that are happening in your world? Principal targets, things that you want at the end of your day. You go, as long as I accomplish that, my life is complete. I will feel fulfilled. Tell people those things, share with them, because you'll be amazed. Sometimes it's, oh, I want to write a book, or I want to share this message, or I want to be on TV, or I want to meet Oprah. Like, whatever it is, when you share it with enough people, I guarantee you will find the person that goes, oh, I can help you with that. And your life purpose, your life missions get accomplished, get checked off, and you move the needle, if you will, and you create more in your life. It is one of the simplest things, yet one of the hardest things that people do every day. Just ask.
Mm-hmm. And that is truly valuable. They're asking the people around you, asking your network, asking all of that, because you're right. Your network is your net worth or wealth, which is your word there. And I absolutely love that. One of the things, though, that I see often in the world, and this is a question that gets posed to me from time to time in the healing world, is I'm doing all of these things. I'm following all of the different steps. I'm asking the people. I'm putting it out in social media. I'm following up, because the follow-up, the gold is in the follow-up.
Yes.
But yet you still have discouragement, because you can't just get over that piece of the wall. You can't get to the other side to where you want to go. What would you say to all of those people that start to get discouraged or start to feel that burnout?
So one, remind yourself on why you're doing it. There's usually a carrot and a stick. So the carrot is what your major vision is. What is it that you're driving to? The stick is what you're living in now that you don't want to be living in tomorrow. So the stick is the current like angst in your life, and the vision is your carrot for the future. So one, keep those in mind, and every day remind yourself of that. Every day, know why you're waking up in the morning. Know what your purpose is. Know what your motivation is. That's what I want in my life, and I want it more than anything else. It's the one thing. The rest of the story, and this is what I see all the time. I hear people with, I had this question once, which I laughed hysterically. Here it is. We were talking about affirmations and, say these positive things to yourself and be happy and optimistic. And all the studies show you're optimistic, you can create more. More will come into your life to the tune of 30-40% more. And so I was teaching this lesson, and one guy said, well, how long do I need to do this? I was like, how long do you want greatness in your life? It's kind of along the lines of, people that go to the gym, and they go to the gym to get, oh, I want a washboard stomach. And they go one day and they look down and they don't have a washboard stomach, and they start beating themselves up. Who in the gym, who of the athletic trainers would go, yeah, that makes sense? Most of our society would go, no, that's ridiculous. You need to go every day. And then you go every day, you go every day, you go every day. And whether it's 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years, and now you have the body that you want. Oh, then you never have to go to the gym again, right? That's it. We're done. Only that's how most people approach their life, how they approach making money, how they approach their business. They put in the work, the effort, 1 month, 2 months, maybe 1 year, 2 years. They go, enough's enough already. When do I get to have my vacation? Well, no, this is a lifelong journey. You want to keep bringing in the abundance, continue to put in the effort, and stay the course. This is a journey, not an event. What you're doing is you're building up one muscle at a time to craft your perfect body. It doesn't happen overnight. To craft your perfect life, to create this amazingness. And sometimes If you've ever done that, where you go to the gym and you're working, and it seems like nothing is happening, nothing's changing. And then all of a sudden you realize, wow, it all came together almost like that. That's what happens in our business as well, is that I call it quantum leaping, is that we'll be working in multiple different angles, and there's a point in time when it all clicks, a point in time when it all comes together, and not always in the time frame that you want. So what's the message? Keep taking a step by step. Build a community of support. Build a community of people that will continue to help fuel you when you are needing that extra energy, and remind yourself why you're doing this work. Have that picture of your perfect self in the future, of your life in your future. And that's why you're putting forth the effort at the gym today.
I absolutely love that. And all of those things, because it's exactly what was being shared earlier. Even at the start of the show, one of our hosts, Parissa, was saying, you've got to get in your reps. You have to do this every single day, because if not, you're never going to stay marathon ready. If you're a marathon runner, you're going to do all the practice to always be marathon ready. So if one popped up that day, you can go run that marathon because you have the energy and the stamina and the endurance to do that. Right. So I'm curious, as a leader in the community and being the millionaire Maverick there, what does a day in a life look like for you?
Oh my gosh. Every day is slightly different, only there are key components that are consistent every day. One is journaling. Two is planning your day the day before. Knowing what my purpose is, what my vision is, what my focus is for the next 30, 60, 90 days and beyond. Let me frame that out in some pieces that really work. Every day, you should be planning out tomorrow. And how do you plan out tomorrow today? One is make sure that you have one calendar. One of the biggest challenges I see in most people's world is that they've got a personal calendar, a business calendar, maybe a marketing calendar. They've got like 12 different calendars of and a calendar is supposed to direct you as to what to be doing at any given moment. When you have to look in 12 different places, you feel like you're in 12 different places. Have one calendar that everything goes into. So I schedule time for my children. I schedule time for my wife. I schedule time for my hobbies. I schedule time for my work. It's all in one calendar. And that's some of the techniques is block timing. If you're familiar with that, that's one of the techniques in putting this together. Only you definitely have everything in one place. The second thing is that your day should be planned out in advance. When you wake up in the morning is not the best time to plan what you're going to do. Because what happens internally, psychologically, is that you go internal to process. So you plan your day, you wake up in the morning, let me figure out what I'm going to do today. And you go internal. Once you go internal, it takes effort, major effort to push yourself, to move yourself to be external. Most people will appreciate this. All of a sudden you get at your desk and you're looking at this or that, planning out what you're going to do. You get caught in social media, you get caught in a project, and all of a sudden it's 3 hours later and you're like, where did my day go? Mm-hmm. Instead, plan it the night before. When you wake up, you have exactly where you're going, what you're doing, and you're in action mode. The more you can stay in action mode in your day, the better off you're going to be, the more you're going to accomplish, the more you're going to be successful. So get in action mode early, make early appointments, get up, get moving, and get into action mode. Anytime that you end up pausing for a moment, your moment should be to check your calendar, check your task list to know where you're going next, and then get right back into action mode. Because once you get in the process mode, you'll stay there for an extended period of time that won't serve you. So do your processing in specific chunks of time and then get right back into action mode and you'll achieve more.
Absolutely, absolutely there. And I love the idea having it all on one calendar, all in one place, because you are all of those people.
Okay.
You are all of those roles, and you're doing all of those things there. I'm curious, because we're looking at the calendar, we're checking things off, we're staying in action mode. How important is it to really have and look also taking time out of the business to look at your big picture vision to make sure that you're always on track? Because I'm always curious about this, because in our masculine world, we're action oriented, we're doing, we're putting things out. It's linear, sequential, but yet sometimes we have to internally check in with ourselves for the big picture vision. Are my action steps in alignment with what I'm creating? How important is that? And how much time do you spend doing everything versus visioning and putting out there the larger picture to where you're going to give that direction as a leader?
Great question. And so I'm one of those people that I've got an interesting background. I've got a background in social psychology. I was trained to be a clinical psychologist, neuro-linguistic programming certified, hypnotherapy certified, and 36 years running businesses and running my own businesses and working for myself. So that almost female male energy of understanding those components is really key. The planning, the visionary. I check, and I talked about this just a little bit earlier in this hour, is the idea of your vision, of your purpose. What drives you? What motivates you to get up in the morning and get into action mode? You want to be repeating that to yourself every single day. Have it on a vision board, or have it written, or both, in front of you constantly, reminding you of why you're doing what you're doing. And then at least, every night, kind of check in with yourself. Am I on track? Only absolutely once a week, I go through a segmented process, a planned process of going through, all right, am I on track? And what am I doing? Reaching my vision and my goals? Is this where I want to head? And create a mini mastermind, if you will, within my own brain of checking in with myself. Then we do a team role playing with this of creating the vision, of talking about it, and are we on track once a month and once a quarter for a whole day, in saying, okay, are we on task? Are we on track? Is everything in alignment so that we stay moving forward in creating this bigger picture? Because it's so much of working on your business versus in your business, which will create your future. And that's what we're talking about with that visionary and purpose, and checking that your tasks meet your vision and purpose, and meet where your destiny, you want your destiny to be, is understanding that you're needing to work on your business instead of in.
All right. Yes. And that is all about keeping and maintaining that balance with everything there. So for you, I know I'm going to ask, what's next for all the things that you're doing? Because I know you do real estate, you do live events, you coach, you transform. What are the things coming up for you? What's next for Paul?
There's a couple different things, and in business, and I'll tell you where our business is and where it's going to. I've been in multiple different distribution companies and where I've run them. And now I've been coaching now and speaking and training for about 16 years. And we're expanding that model and really helping people to get clear with where they want to go and how they're going to get there. So we're expanding our model with our live events as well as our virtual events. We also have our publishing house where we do publishing on a regular basis. Our podcast just reached the top 10% in the world, and really proud of our podcast. Mavericks do a different podcast. Go listen to that. We've got a TV show. We just came out with a movie a couple months ago called Beyond Limitations. That's on Amazon Prime. These are all the pieces. And what it is getting our message out there and letting people know that they have control of their world, that they can make a difference in their life and everybody else's on a daily basis to make this society a better place. And one of the major ways that we're doing that, we're also launching a new nonprofit called Empower Tomorrow, where we're building the leaders of tomorrow today, and we're bringing all this information to the high school and junior high level and into grammar school, and really teaching people that emotional intelligence as well as the financial intelligence, understanding how to be a leader from early on, because those are our true leaders of tomorrow, are the ones that are just babies right now. And how do we help them get a leg up so that they can be a part of this great world and this great journey of ours?
Yes. So it doesn't sound like there's a dull moment with all the different avenues and places that you're doing.
Oh, wait. So I got to tell you one other thing is I also happen to have a passionate relationship with my wife and 6 children, and who are now 21, 22, and 27. So we also have another wedding in the mix coming up in our world. And then, of course, and I'll put it out there for my family, grandkids soon, maybe. So all those things, because it's about having a balance in life and having both personal and business.
You have to. And without that, I don't think life has meaning, really, if you don't have the balance with the personal, your own spirituality or faith, and personal development, and your work life, and all of those different aspects. What it all reminds me is you were talking about a paragraph that's in the book called The Science of Growing Rich. And it talks about, in this particular book, not accepting the reality as it is, but rather how you would rather it be, creating it, and then pulling it into the now or into today. So not acknowledging, well, I didn't do this, I haven't done that yet, I still have to run over here and get this done, but bringing that bigger picture into today as it just is. What are your thoughts on that? Because it seems like you're doing it. So bringing that reality, that vision into today.
You are everything you believe. You are everything that you believe. And that is one of the toughest statements for people to grab hold of, because everything that you have in your world is based on your beliefs. And when you believe that the world is going to be great, when you believe that there's amazing abundance in the world, it will come. And you can create that destiny in your world. When you believe the world is challenged, that too will show up. So you are what you believe. And then people go, no, my life is challenged, so it can't be my fault. It can't be because of me. It's got to be that outside influence. And then when things are great, they go, oh, it's all because of me. Well, how about this? Shift your belief. Believe that the future is optimistic. Believe that that everything you could possibly imagine is coming to you right now. That everything, both on a personal and business level, will manifest itself, and watch what happens. There's been tons of studies. This isn't just yah. Now, I'm a firm believer in making sure that we're not just bringing in these great statements. Oh yeah, doesn't that sound great? No, there are so many studies. What you believe is true, and it creates the connectivity. Self-fulfilling prophecy, understanding what optimism, a smile on your face, and pure energy will create. It's an attraction factor. Well, if you agree that energy and optimism and a smile on your face is an attraction factor worldwide, you smile at any child, they'll smile right back at you. Worldwide, it doesn't matter what culture, it doesn't matter what they're taught, it doesn't matter conservative culture, not American or not. No, it doesn't matter. Smile and they smile back. That optimism is contagious. Well, when you know that, wouldn't you smile more? People are like, no, life's hard. Yeah, but then you won't be attractive. And when you're attractive, people come to your doorstep, and then more opportunity shows up. And then more opportunity shows up, and you have your choice as to which one to choose. And then you can create more. All this abundance happens because you started with putting it out there, believing that the world was going to come, believing that the world was your oyster and that you got to choose any pearl you wanted. That's what happens. And it's one of those things. It's not the yah that everyone thinks. It's actually pure science. Watch, smile, be optimistic. Watch it come right to you.
I love it. I love it. And I don't know, Mo, I think Paul here has a new signature talk about how to live the abundant life with the millionaire Maverick.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, we've had about 40 minutes here to dissect Paul's mind solo. And, maybe I think it was about a year ago or maybe less than a year ago, we had Paul on with a gentleman and the two of them were sharing the virtual stage here. And I was getting a lot of feedback from people. People were saying, do these two know each other? Do they do business together? And I said, they're complete strangers. They have no clue who they are, but their chemistry together on air for some reason was so magical that I wanted to spend now the next 20 minutes and have Paul with Joe Ingram, the sales genius here. And yeah. And so, last time we had the two of you on, people loved it. And I thought it was fascinating because you two have no clue who each other are. And yet you two had such a great time on the air and our audience loved it. And so by popular demand, we wanted to bring the two of you together for another 20 minutes. And Joe, I know you've been listening to Paul speak about different distinctions for the last 40 minutes, but let's kick it off. And I want the two of you to go back and forth for about 20 minutes and share some ideas with one another and ping pong some thoughts. And Joe, what does leadership mean to you? And Donna and I are going to step back and just let the two of you have a natural, free-flowing conversation. And we're going to have an opportunity to be the fly on the wall with Joe and Paul. Joe Ingram, please.
Thanks, Mo. Paul, we find ourselves here again.
Can you believe it?
So it's a great question as far as what is leadership. And one of the things that I find myself asking of myself consistently is, would you follow you? And so I stop and say all the time, because people will be like, my team doesn't listen to me. And I'm like, okay, well then let's stop and check what you're doing that's sending a signal opposite of what you keep telling your team to do. And working with clients all week, I've been going back and forth and going, wow, we're missing a lot of leadership out there today. We're missing leadership in the family. We're missing leadership in business, right? Overall, any point of where we are today in the world, we're lacking leadership. And so one of the things that I look at, and I'll get your comment too, Paul, on this one, but we typically tend to be in the right state of mind together. So one of the things I find that turns a leader off from their people is their inability to adapt or to be agile when something comes up. Okay, I love the fact that we have systems, we have procedures, we put it in place, and we help to corral the enthusiasm of people in the right direction with the process, and it's designed to get a result. But when that wrench gets thrown into the process, more often than not, leaders crumble. They stop. They don't know how to go, okay, let me stop, rethink what we're doing. What is the process? What am I trying to accomplish? And then, we in sports, they say, call an audible.
Right.
And I find more people have problems calling an audible because truly they're not leaders. They're leaders by title alone. And
they need to call audio because the challenge is they need to call it internally.
Right.
And they end up stuck in a certain framework of a paradigm within their own brain that they know this is the way it's supposed to be done. I've gone through this. This is the way it has to be done. There's no other option. It has to be done this way. And without the pause, and so often it takes just take a deep breath and then ask yourself, how can we do this to create success? How can we do this differently right now? How is this changing my trajectory as to where we're going, and how can I adjust accordingly? These are all really key questions that it takes that pause. And so often we get into that routine. And as a leader, we see it on the outside world so easily. We can play Monday morning quarterbacking to keep our analogy of sports and say, oh man, he should have done X, Y, and Z. And so we can see it as a leader to our team members, to our employees, if you will, or our team, and to our joint venture strategic partners. And we can see what they're doing wrong. Only we have a hard time seeing it within ourselves. So we've got to be able to receive the feedback and recognize, okay, things are changing. How do I have to change with it? And take that breath.
And so part of, piggybacking a little bit on what you were talking about earlier too, right? We all want to be in the present moment and we all want to be here right now. But what I find a lot of times, business, family, wherever your overall leadership role would be, I find that people only pay attention to now. There isn't anybody stopping to go, what happens next? What if this goes, right? What if is the best question for leadership out there is, well, what if this happens? You don't want to what if yourself to death. That's not what I'm saying. But the answer is, what happens if in my company, the phones go out? What happens if we lose internet? What happens I've already sat down and said, great, if for some reason my office building shuts down, right? I've already got my phone sitting right here, waiting to jump in and use that signal and to use it here. Because why? I don't want to be the one that's so reactionary that I forgot we have to have vision. And in order to have vision, you have to see forward from now and map out every other path. And that's what I see is truly where we're missing that connection for people.
And Joe, I'm gonna build on that. So you said one is absolutely pre-planning, absolutely lay out the pathway, not just the pathway of where you want to go, but then alternate pathways just in case scenarios. Yep. So that all works. And what I've also learned, and this is from my event space, I was trained by someone that came from the theater world. And so the show must go on. Correct. And I've run over 250 boot camps. And I got to tell you, in 250 boot camps, and it's inevitable that something goes wrong that you've got to respond to in the moment that you never would have been able to plan for, that you never thought would ever happen. And then it happens. Right. And being able to step back, and there's a principle that we follow, which is there is a solution to every challenge.
Yeah.
And one of the things as a leader to keep in mind is that there is never reason to lose your head. There's never a reason to go, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, because there is always a solution to every challenge. And once you believe that, and you believe that on a cellular level, when the shit hits the fan, you actually are able to pause and go, there is a solution. I haven't thought of it yet. What is it? What is that solution? And that gives you the ability to think clearly and find it. It opens up the pathways. And so with all the pre-planning, with all the different strategies you have in place, oftentimes there are still things that come up. Knowing that there's a solution in front of you that you're not seeing yet, and look for it in that moment creates opportunity.
Absolutely. I will also say, as I build upon what Paul built upon, that was there before, right? So yes, and okay. When you look at it, guys, I will tell you, this is one of the things that it took me a long time to learn. Okay. One of the things I always grew up and everybody says quitting is bad. Quitting is bad. Quitting is bad. And I'm like, quitting doesn't have to be bad. Just like failure is part of your way to success, not opposite direction of success. Okay. You got to fail your way all the way to it. But when I look at it and I say for quitting purposes, if you quit in the moment, don't quit overall. So I find when I'm sitting in the middle of a stressful situation, or I'm sitting in the middle of, well, the wheels just fell off of this bus and I got a whole busload of people in it, right? I stop and I say, well, I give up. I give up on figuring out this solution. I need to just sit here for a second and give up. And when you give up, the stress goes away because you no longer have the push to solve that problem. Just like how many people have gone to bed at night and had the solution in the morning, right? I was doing an extensive spreadsheet for a client, going through all this stuff, and I was in my office till midnight, and I'm like, okay, I got tears in my eyes trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do. And I was like, I can't do it. I go home, go to sleep, my eyes open in the morning. I'm like, it's only been 5 hours later. But if you did this on this, and you did this, and you did this, and I was like, whoa, slow down, brain. Let me get this, right? But it took you had to give up to get to the point of your brain acknowledging it.
I'm not sure I'm willing to accept the term give up. So my adjustment would be I created a plan, and my plan was that I'm going to put my brain to work on it while I'm sleeping.
Okay.
Knowing that I'll have an answer in the morning. That's a strategic plan that you actually put in place. You actually didn't give up. You created a strategic plan and implemented it.
Yes. I also go back to the way the brain works is however you learn something, it's whatever your state you were in is the file cabinet. And so like when I'm giving tests or I'm putting people together through a process, then I look at them and they're like, they have written tests in front of them and they're like, I don't know. And I'm like, turn it over and quit. Turn it over and quit. I'm not going to collect it yet. Turn it over and quit. And as soon as they turn it over and gave up, they go back to calm, and then their unconscious goes, is this all the stuff you were looking for? Well, it's over here in the calm cabinet, not in the stressed out cabinet. And so I just tricked my brain into that concept of saying, all right, I'm done. Now what? And then it goes, oh, here's all your access to all the information and the skill sets and the things you have to solve this issue. And yeah, just my different wording of a plan. Yeah.
For all the people that are listening in, Joe and I are going back and forth on techniques that are traditionally considered sales techniques, psychology, social psychology, neurolinguistic programming, hypnotherapy components. All of these are techniques. And Joe and I, one of the reasons why we can banter like this is we've studied all those and bring it to the forefront, and we don't identify it. Joe, you're similar in style to I don't identify it as all those things. I just say, here's what works.
Right.
And that is so important. So for all of you that are listening, pay attention. These are the techniques that actually work. And you're going to grab hold of and grab the 1, 2, 5, 10 strategies that work for you and live within that space and watch what happens in developing those into your world. And we've delivered a bunch of them over the last hour.
And we if you're watching it, like, for example, anybody who's been through the training we've both been through and said, they both just said the same exact thing. And you're like, yeah, we did, but we framed it differently depending on who it is. And so now there's certain people going, Joe's right. Other people are going, Paul nailed it. I don't know what Joe's talking about over there. Right. And so understand that's the beauty of this event. That's the beauty of here and the ability to go find us to say, what do you need to do and who resonates more?
And for a lesson in leadership and a lesson in collaboration is key for anyone to build. And we're talking about highly successful. So people that are building multi-million dollar, multi-billion dollar even industries and businesses, collaboration is a must. And to team up in this way and to realize that there's plenty to go around. And the more that we brainstorm in this way, like we have been all day, the more we're going to get out of our world, the more we're going to be able to create, and the more our personal abundance grows. And so it's a great lesson for all of that, just a living example for what we've been bantering about.
Exactly. And so going back to leadership and what you're looking for, I always find, and it's the right way that Paul just recapped, was the collaboration piece, because it's very rare to find somebody that holds all of it in one. Right? You want to build on strengths. You want to find somebody that, kind of annoys you a little bit because their strengths are opposite of yours. And then you sit back and go, but I can excel in, yeah, I know you can. But what if we put us together and go forward? Because typically, like, one of the things I wrote down for leadership is you have to be, savvy with technology today. You have to look at that. And then what is wrong with that is that you're also saying, great, so then you have somebody, so let's look at Elon. Technologically, he's got a brain for it, but public speaking or empathy or him finding the right way for emotional intelligence is out of his wheelhouse. So you got to find somebody else that can do emotional intelligence with the overall technological savviness. And when you put those together, it comes in. If you find it in one person, great. But as a leader, find that supplement to you that can keep you steering in the right direction from the other perspective.
And keep on looking. You want to lean in. You want to get mentors and coaches as part of that. You want to get people that you can lean into and learn from. It's the only way I've got everything that I have. And it's because I leaned into my mentors and my coaches, delivered an abundance and it delivered a world to me that I never even imagined. And it was because I trusted the process. I said, I don't know, which was step one. I don't know, which opened up my heart and soul to receive. And that's so important. You want to know how true leadership is built and how your abundance can be built? That. Take the know-it-all hat off and say, I don't know. I need help.
Yeah. And again, I look and say, if it wasn't for the people around me, and a lot of them I sought out, okay, for me to be the leader that I have become, and I'm not perfect, but I do have people that from 20 years ago still call me boss from when I actually had a job and I led that team, right? And I'll get the text, hey, boss, I got a question for you. And I'm like, please stop calling me boss. You haven't worked for me in 15 years. What is going on?
Great.
And so, but I look at it and say there's an element to quality leadership, and it has to do with the emotional intelligence along with your overall savviness with what's going on and what you can utilize, right? Because right now, with AI tending to take away things from where you're at, you can use it and become very successful, or you can sit back, watch it, and realize it's going to take a job away from somebody. Well, everything took a job away from somebody, right? And so all the people that used to drive the little carriages with the horses, and you go, oh my goodness, now we have a car. Everybody goes, oh, that's just panic. It's no. True leaders go, great. They'll need drivers for that now.
Yeah.
They'll need somebody. And there's just a transitioning that's going on. But leadership is what helps the transition be accepted and implemented.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I've been talking, and I was just speaking at another conference, and we're speaking about the economy and finance and money and back and forth and what's going on in the real estate market. And people are running from the space and, oh my God, interest rates are this, and the supply is that. And the reality is that a leader keeps stepping forward. And so for a leader, you must be first in. Be the one to be the first one on the front line. Be the leader to drive the charge, if you will. I teach a lot about even going to conferences and networking and even virtual networking. It's first in, last out. You've got to be the first one there at the meeting. Be the first one. Be that leader and have people watch. I can absolutely dedicate to everyone. You see me at any live event, I'm one of the first in the room. In the morning, I am there early.
Yeah.
And I've been doing this for 20 years. And every single time it's a dedication, walking your talk. Be the first one in. Be the first one to take action.
Right. And again, the respect that comes from it, because a lot of people go, why do I want to be there early? They're all setting up. They're doing whatever. Because when you can go help somebody, right? What's the best leader? The best server, right? Yeah. The one who's serving the most people. Why would you lead? So you can serve a group larger than yourself.
Yeah.
And so to me, the servant leadership makes so much sense. But when you're there, okay, so you and I have been mentored at different times by many of the same people. Okay. And now we go up on stages. It's not an accident. Find the people that are the leaders that you look up to, and then make an effort to get around them so that you can be a part of it. Right? I've become I could lead classes on internet stalking for celebrities and people, and how to slide in the DMs the right way, and how to get people to do that. And I just look and say, people just need to step up and remember, there's a leader at the top, then that leader passes down to this leader, passes to this leader, passes to this leader. And a lot of people just think, if I'm not the leader at the top, I'm not the leader.
You absolutely
have to look around.
Yeah, it's interesting that pulls in. You are the average of the 5 people you hang out with the most, and most people don't take that seriously enough. That they think it's a great mantra, and they'll say it at meetings, only they never actually look around their life, go, oh crap. When they do the math and they recognize they are the average of the people that are there around, you need to learn to hang out with quality people. And all the time, not just when it's convenient, not just once a year or even once a month, all the time. When you're hanging out with high quality people all the time, it's inevitable that you too will be stepping up, and you too will be a leader, and you too will create opportunity with the people that you're hanging out with. And it's such a powerful lesson.
Absolutely. And I agree too, because I hang out with Mo all the time. So in looking at it, right, you stop and say, and please understand, everybody who's actually watching and paying attention, going, yeah, the people I spend the most time with, get somebody that you listen to every morning on YouTube that you've never met.
Reach out.
Okay? That's still somebody who's influencing you consistently. So you may have someone in your house that's putting you down and what have you. Great. Overcompensate with somebody else that you can look up to that's going to influence you. So you don't have to physically be in the room with these people. Does it help? Absolutely. To sit in the same room and go back and forth. How can Paul and I banter back and forth? How can we do that? We've never been in the same room together that we know of, right? But again, we're not trying to over challenge each other. We're not trying to do anything. My goal is to get the best out of Paul for you guys. Paul will get the best out of me that's here, and Mo's sitting back going, you both better deliver because you're on this show. Yeah.
And Joe, we need to change that. We need to get in a room together.
We do need to get in a room. I
That would be
agree.
really good.
Yes.
Thank you, Mo.
I think that I can make that happen, and I'm just glad that the two of you connected and had such great energy and chemistry. And you know, I think that the Maverick millionaire, Paul Fink, and the sales genius, Joe Ingram, there's just something about that combination that resonates with our audience. So I want to thank the two of you for making the time. Joe, I'm going to ask you to actually stick around for a few more minutes and help co-moderate.
So I won the leader battle? Is that what you said?
Yes, you won. Congratulations. You get to make it to the next round. Mr. Paul Fink, unfortunately, we're voting you out.
Yeah, no, it's not about ego at all, guys. Not at all.
I understand that. Till next time.
Yes,
that's right. Okay, Paul, God bless you. We'll be back in 1 minute.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome back, folks, to the 2023 Legacy Leadership Summit, where we are speaking to a global audience about all things leadership, whether it's leadership for your life, leadership for your business. And the premise of this is to bring an eclectic group of individuals that come from different walks of life, different demographics, to touch on what it means to be a leader in today's era. And Joe, that was a fantastic segment that you had with Paul Fink. I don't know what it is about the two of you. I just like throwing you guys together on the air. It's fun. Half of what I do on this platform is to amuse myself, I think. But next we have actually a panel coming up, Joe, that you're going to help moderate. And that panel is all about women's entrepreneurship. And, you know, every single generation, whether it's millennial or younger, has had to really adapt. And the adaptability of entrepreneurship for women in today's era, today's generation, has been something that I know you yourself, being a father and being a leader to younger women that are millennials or even younger. This has been in the social media age. Folks in that age demographic have had to deal with things like the pandemic, things like the Great Recession. And so it's been challenging to adapt as a leader in the era that we're in for a lot of different folks. So we're going to have two powerful entrepreneurs, leaders in their own right, step on stage. And of course, that's Christina Rendon and McKenna Riley, who are joining us now. So welcome, Christina and Rendon, to the Legacy Leadership Summit. It's a pleasure to have the two of you. And I know that Joe's going to kick it off and have the two of you engage in a conversation. But before we do that, I just want to welcome you both. And McKenna, I know that you've been on the platform before, and you do a lot of different things in the personal development space as an online entrepreneur, as a tech entrepreneur. So share with some folks a little bit about the work that you do before we continue the dialogue. McKenna Riley.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for having me, Mo. This is such an honor to be back on this stage. My name is McKenna Riley. I am the daughter of the infamous $2.5 billion host Forbes Riley, but I promise you, I didn't get here because she's just my mom. I started my first business when I was 12 years old. I made my first $10,000 online drop shipping photo lens and was like, oh my God, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. So I pursued that. I got into digital marketing funnels, but I was always a solopreneur. And then about 3 years ago, me and my beautiful mother, Forbes Riley, we started a business together on pitching. During COVID, during the pandemic, everyone thought the world was shutting down. And I loved technology. I loved making money online. And that was my mom's biggest hump. She couldn't get over that. And so I said, hey, let's join forces. You can pitch, you can teach, you're a great coach, and I'll build the back-end systems. And so together, we put our heads together. In our very first month of launching, we did our first 6 figures. And then within 9 months, we did our first $1 million. And that was the promise I made to her. I said, within this year, I'm going to make you $1 million if you follow what I tell you to do. And now we've just grown to this company, to something so beautiful. We have 18,000 students now. I run a training called GSD, teaching people how to get shit done. That's right. We're all about productivity, getting in your business, making money online. And that's what I am here today to talk about, to teach about, is leadership. I run a large team for my company. I lead incredible business owners into how to actually bring their business online and to begin to make money, and watching all the success stories come in as we've implemented AI into all of our trainings. If you want to learn AI, you got to talk to me. But that is the focus of what we're doing. And I'm just excited to keep pushing technology and software and AI out to small business owners and people who are not familiar with the online world, and get them going and see how easy it is to make money in their sleep.
That's amazing. Christina, you got to follow that. I'm just going to pass it over to you because I don't want to look bad right now. So.
Oh, well, it's so wonderful to hear more about you, McKenna, and I'm so happy to be joining the Los Angeles Tribune today. So yeah, I'm Christina Rendon, and I really focus on internal wellness. So right now, my focus is on therapy. So I teach meditation, I do mental health therapy, and different facets of holistic wellness. So my experience in entrepreneurship, I've been in the entrepreneur field for over a decade in the wellness space. So during that time, I've co-authored a book, as well as helped other people in that wellness space with writing their books and getting their message out. So I've been really driven by the guiding principle of making a positive impact. So I really enjoy, and my intention is to partner with people that are making a positive impact in different areas in their fields, and helping them to expand their potential, whether it be within or in their reach. And so that's been what I've been doing. And yeah, Absolutely.
Great. So one of the things I will point out, if you listen to, for everybody who's listening, both of them, their focus is where? Outward. Their focus is not internal. Their focus is, what can I do to create impact with other people? What can I do, right? McKenna's over here going, I'm taking the whole world digital. And Christina's like, I'm going to make sure that your head's right when you get into that space. Okay. So that way your head and your heart go together. So McKenna, I'm going to pick on you right now. Okay. Because you can handle it. Sure. And so my question to you is this: coming from the fact that you are a younger generation, having to help older generation to try to embrace this new technology, what are the biggest things you find as the hiccups? Or for me in the sales world, I always say on the road to the sale, there's potholes.
Sure.
Right, that you got to fill in. So
sure. So first off, they're seasoned entrepreneurs. They're not older, seasoned. And I think one of the biggest challenges when it comes to adults getting into the online world, getting into softwares, getting into AI, it actually all comes down to organization. It comes down to the really basic things. So my mother didn't really know how to use technology. She's in the seasoned entrepreneur generation, and she didn't know how to do certain things on her Chrome. She didn't know what Google Sheets was. She didn't know what all these basic things I take for granted. They don't know what they are. And I really thought Forbes was the only person who didn't know this stuff. I was like, why can't you? If everyone else can figure it out, why can't you? And then I came to learn as we started this business and we were teaching people how to pitch and communicate their message and really get out to the world, that none of them knew how to use technology. And I mean, not even how to create a sales page, but down to the basics of how do you create a Google Drive document? How do you have a project management system? I mean, I was talking to people who claim to be in business but have no project management system. To me, that is so. For me, looking at the seasoned entrepreneurs going, what is your problem when it comes to technology? Why is this not working for you? And the big revelation I had was organization. I am a crazy organizer. I have everything in my spreadsheets, in my project management system. I have a communication system. And that's really what I focus on, is organization. And so when I started working with entrepreneurs, talking about, okay, how do you use technology, going into that, we got down to the basics. But then here's something I really realized. A lot of entrepreneurs out there, and you may feel this if you're out there, you take these trainings, you take these courses, and they tell you all the wonderful things that you can do, but no one tells you actually how to do it. No one tells you the step-by-step of how to actually, I mean, you want me to send out an email to my people? How do I actually do that? How do I write an email? How do I position it? How do I actually set it up in a system to do that? And so what I did was I turned around, in my GSD system is not only the organization, but I'm a step-by-step person. You will never have a question going through, because it's when my students always joke about, but it's put your mouse here, put your mouse to the right, put your mouse down. And so just, if you're out there, if you are in business, if you're working to get online, the online world is beyond frustrating if you don't know simple organization and software techniques. And that's the goal of what we're doing here. If you can learn the basics, if you can get a grip on it, if you can get organized. I've had so many students now launch ebooks, launch online courses, they launch their funnel sequences, they're getting onto TV shows and podcasts. We've really taken a turn in the entrepreneur world, at least in my community, of older. I don't like to say older. I like to say seasoned.
You said it.
Yeah.
Too late.
Yeah. My bad. But it's the seasoned entrepreneurs are finally seeing a turn where they are, the online world is possible for me. And it all comes down to organization and learning the basics. I think we try to jump in too quickly. Everyone's trying to get into AI. And I don't know about anybody in the room, but anyone have that entrepreneur butterfly syndrome, where it's, oh, this great thing and this great thing and this great thing, and you never get started with anything. And so that's what we're working on. It's about focus. It's about organization. It's about starting at the basis of technology and building upon that. And the amount of success stories I have put together simply through this formula I have with the GSD system is incredible.
That's amazing. Thank you, McKenna. And so, Christina, I'm going to jump in and say that along those lines, she talks about the frustration, right? The overwhelming things that are coming at you, right? I believe we tend to get lost in our head, and it's worse there than it is out here in the real world and stuff. What are some of the tools, some of the things that you could do to help somebody that's sitting there? Because there's people right now, I guarantee you, seasoned or unseasoned, right, that are watching this saying, yeah, but I don't think I can do that. I don't think this is something that is there, when I believe everybody needs to be an entrepreneur to get out there the way we were, 100 years ago.
Yeah.
So, but
Yeah.
please, Christina.
I love so many of the topics that you have just brought up. Speaking of, being an entrepreneur and a business owner in our current society, and we're really at a point where there is rapid change occurring in the way that people are wanting to engage with businesses. Like, we're starting to see a bridge between the mind and the heart. People are starting to become more transparent with what are the ways that the company's benefiting people, or people are drawn to feeling like connected to the business owner rather than just a brand. And so that's something that is really important when we're addressing like modern entrepreneurship or current leadership. How are you really leading in your life, and not just as a follow me, but as a person that empowers other people to step up in their leadership.
Fantastic.
And yeah, and then in terms of practices that help to, the thing that comes to mind are practices that help us to live into our vision or take action on our inspiration or ideas of becoming an entrepreneur and overcoming those limits. It's really about closing that gap. How do we get our vision into reality? And what are those things that are blocking us? And what can help with that is looking at what our own limiting beliefs are, looking at our strengths, our weaknesses from a grounded place and taking action from there. And so I find that anything that enhances self-awareness, anything that enhances clarity on true values, because I do think a lot of entrepreneurs get stuck in the idea of like, what does my vision for my life look like, rather than what does it feel like, and also how does that translate into how does it look? And so I think that's a big part of modern leadership as well. And I will always say that meditation is one of those foundational things for me, but anything that causes more self-awareness or anything that enhances more self-awareness.
So if somebody wanted to start in business today, okay, so let's look and say there's women watching right now saying, I want to go become an entrepreneur. Christina, what's 2 things you want them to do to get themselves moving in that right direction?
Well, I think find the main reason that you want to be an entrepreneur. So like I mentioned, for myself, like I just felt this really strong urge to contribute to life in a positive way in the wellness space. And for me, I just continued to follow that passion, and it opened up all the doors for me. And so I think it's getting clear on what areas you feel passionate about, getting clear on what your gifts are and what value you can bring to that arena, that area of life, and then taking action and getting involved with people that are already doing that. And, you can either start your own, find a way to, if you have a clear vision of what you want to do, start that, or start working with people that are already doing what you want to be doing and learn from there and use that as a stepping stone.
Fantastic. McKenna, same question.
Oh, how fun. Well, I love the point that you started with about finding why you want to be an entrepreneur. I think for a lot of people, they don't realize that I've worked probably about 90 hours this week, and the week's not over. And I will work through this weekend, and I work so much. But that's because the reason I'm in business is to create a global impact and to make my mother's dreams come true. That's why I work. That's why I do what I do. Is I'm very focused on I contribute everything to my mother. She's everything to me. I love this woman more than anybody. And I do what I do to make her dreams come true because I watched her get screwed over for so many years. And I think a lot of people in the audience might feel that way, but it's hard. It's hard to get into the online world, to get into all these things going. So what's the reason why you want to do it? Do you want to be working 80 hours a week, or do you want to be financially free? That's the big question, is What's the reason? Are we in this to make money? Because if you're trying to find more time and start an online business, you're mixing your hats up. Doesn't always start off that way. It's not that easy. But a side hustle can be that easy. A network marketing company can be that easy. So if you identify the reason why. So I love that point you made. And then the next thing I have is focus. You need to pick something and run with it. And I mean run fast. But do not be, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to have this offer and this offer and this. So many people start and end their entrepreneurial journey before they even start, because they have so many ideas, because they have so many different directions they want to go. And entrepreneurs, I've learned a funny little thing about entrepreneurs. There are two people at the top of a business. If you look at the Inc. 500 of the top 500 companies in the United States in the last, I think it was 2 years ago now. And if you look, there was 83% of businesses had two people at the top. Two people. Very rarely did they have one. And that's because you need two people in a business. You need a visionary and you need an integrator. A lot of entrepreneurs are visionaries. And visionary, they're genius. They create amazing ideas. Apple, Spanx, Forbes, Riley Media. I mean, they have incredible ideas. Forbes comes to me with 10 new ideas a week. And then you have your integrators who are a little bit more, we can't do that. Oh, Forbes, if we do that, then we can't do this. And if we can't do everything. And I'm always the pessimist when it comes to it, but I'm an integrator. I'm like, we can't do all that. But a lot of you out there are visionaries and you're solopreneurs. And something you have to realize is some of you may have this little thing called ADHD. And if you do, pat yourself on the back. It's what makes you a genius when it comes to a visionary. However, it will be one of your biggest limitations in the sense of getting over. Because one of the things with ADHD is you have so many ideas. There's so many different things to do. And the world just seems like your oyster. The problem is, if you can do everything, that also means you can do nothing. So what I would advise is understand why you want to get into business and then focus. Pick something and make it work. Do everything in your power. Focus on it for 3 months. If in 3 months it does not work out, try something new. But the key to success, and what I told Forbes before I went into business with her, is I said, look, I will do everything in your business for you. I will promise you I will make you $1 million in a year if you focus on one business. My mom has tons of different businesses. She's got fitness and skincare and this and real estate and whatever. And I said, I don't want anything to do with any of those. I want your sole attention on this. And it's just a true testament that with focus and understanding why you want to be in something, what can come out of that. And so that, I think, are the two very first things to start with when considering going on an entrepreneurial journey. Or if you're on it and it's not working out, maybe take a step back and rethink through those things.
That's amazing. So one of the things you said, it was funny because my brain, the ADHD thing is going crazy. But as soon as you said the world's your oyster, right? Because you're out there thinking of all these things. I'm like, except you're going to drown because you're underwater with all the clams going, I can do it. I can do it. And what I realized too, with the ADHD part of it, we think so much that we associate that with action.
Mm-hmm.
And so we do nothing because we're exhausted from thinking. Okay. And so we sit back. So I put out t-shirts all the time in all my groups. I'm like, action solves everything. So every time you stop and go, I'm thinking about, I'm like, go do. Do. Stop thinking, go do. Right. My wife just started her entrepreneurial journey and she's building a candle company. And I'm like, I got to talk to Forbes. Now I know I got to talk to McKenna. And so, but when she started putting out, she's like, I want to go out on, Shark Tank. I want to go on this. And I said, I love that, except what's the first thing Mr. Wonderful asks everybody? What's your sales? So can we focus on, let's go sell it all first. It might be a great idea, but ideas don't get backers as often as somebody who's already put the rubber and it's met the road, right? And comes back down.
Oh,
so,
100%.
Yeah. And again, it's just, what can you do today to push yourself forward more? And I love that, the GSD concept. Christina, I want to know too, is that, so I get overwhelmed, right? You nodded a lot when we started with the ADHD stuff going on. She's like, I totally understand that. Okay.
Yeah, I really love so many of the points you made.
Yeah. So on this point, right, how does one quiet the mind? How does one get themselves to that point of almost to clarity? Because you brought up the point and said, you got to get clear on something. And I will tell you, my brain doesn't shut off, right? I have to do forced meditation, right? Which is I put the headphones in and it's an audio that aligns my brain waves, because getting myself to turn off on my own is very, very difficult. How would one do that?
Yeah, so meditation, as I mentioned, is a really powerful tool. And yeah, it can be difficult to get into a practice of it, but it's like kind of like with exercising. If you start with something that feels doable and continue that practice, it has like exponential value. So it builds off of your previous practice. With meditation, I think the key thing that I'll point out here is that it does help us to become more responsive to life rather than reactive to life. And so that can have benefits and translate into how we take action in our business, but rather than just acting from our programming to, just like how we maybe operating based on what culture says and that's not what a true leader does. A true leader gets in touch with what is the vision and what pushes us to a new potential. And so that's one benefit of meditation. Although clarity, as you mentioned, can also come through reflection, through action. So getting clear on your values, and that could be done through like journaling, getting clear and like really reflecting and looking at those core feelings that you want to feel. And then through action, trying new things and seeing what works, what doesn't. I really like how McKenna talked about focus, because I do think a lot of entrepreneurs, as McKenna mentioned, they have a lot of ideas, oftentimes get in the industry because they're creative. And I think that there is a lot of power that can come from mastering one thing and then going from there. And really embracing that multidimensional aspect of ourselves and all that passion, but harnessing it and channeling it into a way that really supports us in creating something to manifest into reality, as I mentioned. Hi, Mo.
Fantastic. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Christina, and hello. And I'm so glad that this combination has been so beautiful, because GSD and meditation are both equally important for a person's life, right? We got to get up, we got to get things done, and then we also got to take time for our peace of mind. So this, I think that McKenna and Christina go together like peanut butter and jelly. So I'm so glad that we have these two on the same panel, and we're going to wrap up here in the next 10 minutes or so. I wanted to point out in the virtual auditorium, we have hundreds of people leaving comments right now on Facebook. We're not able to pull up your comments on the stream, but I want everyone that's watching right now on Facebook to remind yourself to come back tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to have Forbes Riley, the mother of McKenna.
You guys are in for something special.
We're gonna have a lot of powerful speakers tomorrow. So if you're in the virtual auditorium, I'm just reminding you guys that tomorrow is going to be a very powerful day. And so as we wrap up here, the next 10 minutes or so, I want to give the floor for some final words of wisdom, some final thoughts that you guys want to share. McKenna Riley, let's start with you.
Awesome. Well, everybody, I just want to say that I am only 20 years old and I may be a little bit energized and crazy, but GSD works. When you get your ideas together, when you get your what you want to do, where you want to go together, you will see magic happen. The reason you are where you are today is because the decisions you made 5 years ago. Where you will be in 5 years is the decisions that you make today. And so I run a training called GSD. You can find it by going to gsdwithmckenna.com. And in there, I actually just launched my new GSD or social media course. And we're going to talk about building up your social media, how to create your accounts, how to actually post and schedule. And these are affordable. And it's all about how do we get things done. I'm on a mission to help one person at a time get their business online and actually achieve making money in their sleep. There's nothing better than when you wake up and see $5,000 in your bank account and you have the financial freedom to go, I'm going to go take my entire family out to lunch, or I'm going to go take a vacation, or, my business is running really well. I'm going to go splurge on something. Those are all feelings each and every one of you listening deserve to feel and have the opportunity to feel. Everything is in your reach right now. With artificial intelligence, with systems and processes in the online world, there is absolutely nothing that you cannot do right now. All you have to do is believe in yourself, believe that you can do it, and find the mechanisms and support to get there. So I hope I can support you and be along your entrepreneurial journey. You can join me by going to gsdwithmckenna.com, and I look forward to working with you.
And before I give it to Christina, I want to give a preview to the audience on what they can expect later on in the evening. Backstage, we have a real powerful dynamic speaker who's just going to come on for a few minutes and tease the audience a little bit and create some anticipation. And of course, that's one of my very good friends, Mr. Bill Walsh. Welcome to the program, Bill.
Bill, you and McKenna have the same house. Yeah, no doubt. McKenna, I like your background, man. You must have the same interior designer as me.
I know we're doing something right here.
I like it.
And so, Bill, we're going to have a real powerful time together at the end of day one here on the Legacy Leadership Summit. You're a keynote speaker for the day, closing us out. What can some folks expect from Bill Walsh in about an hour and a half to 2 hours from now to close out the program, please?
First of all, great job. Good to see all you guys on here. We're going to talk specifically about what it takes to build a 7, 8, or 9-figure business. We're going to cut through all the bullshit. We're going to break it down to what does it take to win in the game of business? How do you build the right teams? How do you attract the capital? How do you go to market? How do you go public if that's one of your passions? How do you make sure your book is getting out there? Your public speaking is down to a science. How do you earn $100,000 in 60 minutes? What does it look like from a stage to make $100,000 in 60 minutes? People talk about this stuff all the time. Most of them have never done it. So they can tell you the story, but never lived it. But more importantly, we're going to actually break it down so you understand what is the process, what's required, how much time does it take to really launch, grow, and build that 7, 8, or 9-figure business. And other than that, we'll probably take some questions and let people have some fun. But that's really the focus of this afternoon session.
So, guys, you heard it here. Bill, thank you for that. We'll see you in about an hour and a half, 2 hours or so. And so stick around if you're in the virtual auditorium, if you're watching, if you're one of the hundreds of folks leaving comments on Facebook. And I want to kick it back to Ms. Christina. Christina, you did such a phenomenal job. I had a chance to actually hear you speak publicly in San Diego a few months ago. You did a great job as far as bringing to entrepreneurs the importance of mindset and peace of mind. Earlier today, we were speaking to Joseph McClendon, and I was having a conversation with him about the distinction between being productive and being busy. And what I see in life with a lot of entrepreneurs is they try to constantly stay busy, right? Even though they're not being productive, and they lose their peace of mind because they're running around, going nowhere. I know a lot of people that have been running around for years in a big circle. And the only thing that happens is they get older and they get a little crazier every day because they're not going anywhere. They're on a hamster wheel to nowhere. And so what I've discovered in life is a distinction between being productive and being busy. Christina, I'm curious if you have thoughts on that distinction and the importance of really understanding that for a person's mental health, please.
Yeah, so thank you for sharing that. I think that's a really powerful distinction. And it kind of goes back to what I had mentioned about modern leadership, really bridging, to simplify it, the mind and the heart. It's getting in touch with the different levels of our being. And so it's not about just doing a ton of mental work or thinking about it or taking action just to feel like you're doing something, but how is that actually aligning you with the quality of life that you want in your personal sphere and in the way that you want to contribute to society? And so for me, that would be the distinction between busy and productivity, is looking at how much of an impact or how aligned is that effort with what you're really wanting to do.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you.
That was me pausing for Mo to get back on camera.
Thank you, Joe. And I appreciate that, Christina. And we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in 1 minute with some final thoughts from this panel before we enter the next segment. So we'll be back in about 1 minute. I want to thank the audience in the virtual auditorium. Continue leaving the comments. We see them. We cannot pull them up right now, but we do see them, and we appreciate all of the engagement. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back to the 2023 Legacy Leadership Summit. And we have about another 10 minutes or so with McKenna and Christina and Joe before we allow them to have some time uninterrupted. I'm curious, what are your thoughts so far on what we've been able to hear on this panel with McKenna and Christina, please? And it's okay. You can talk about them. They're not watching.
Okay, good. Oh, fantastic. That's great. So no, for one, this segment to me was very impressive because if you look at the last segment where it was the Maverick and myself, we were very in tune and we were both looking at the same playbook. When I watch with McKenna and Christina, we've got two sides of the same coin that's going forward. And that's what I like is when you can get the heart and you can get the head and you can say, go back and forth and say, what do I do with this? Because you've got to, and I believe one of the things that McKenna was pointing out was that at the top of the corporations, there's two people. And I believe that that's because you have the intellectual and then you have the person that has the emotional intelligence. And when you combine those two people, the one that can get along with the employees, the other one says, I don't care, get it done kind of deal, when you put them there. And I'm I'm the visionary guy that ends up becoming the integrator, right? And that hurts. But I think that was what was great. And Christina's saying, let's keep our head right so that we don't get twisted in the wind when we go back and forth. What a wonderful dynamic we had on the screen.
Thank you so much, Joe. And I want to thank McKenna. McKenna, you really added so much value to the program. I'm going to ask Christina to stick around for a few more minutes. But McKenna, do you have any final closing words you'd like to share with our audience?
No, just get out there, get into business, guys. Look, I'm 20 years old. Use me as motivation. I made my first $1 million when I was 18 years old, and I was like, woohoo, laughing to the bank. It's really not that hard to make money online. And people who tell you to or try to overcomplicate it, come find me. I've been making money since I was 12 years old. I'm the queen of side hustles. The amount of side hustles I've made $10,000 with and then decided to move on is crazy. But my passion is making money online. It's helping people find financial freedom through bringing their ideas to life with the digital world. So if that's something you're interested in, come find me. Stay in this amazing Legacy Leadership Summit. Leadership is so wildly important. I run a team of almost 11 people now. And just all the things I've learned, all the mistakes and the things I've learned from how to lead and how to have people work for you and keep people happy. It is such an incredible shift that took me 3 years to shift to. So definitely listen to these incredible speakers talk about it, take in their words so you don't have to do trial and error like myself, and get started in the right way. Leadership is about confidence, about being strong. It's about being, I am enough. And if you're listening in the chat, my beautiful mother always said in the Facebook chat, I can't see it, but type, I am enough. You got this. You got to get out there, begin dreaming again, begin thinking about what the world has in store for you, because trust me, it's there. It just takes you wanting it again, believing in yourself to get it, and then the power and the courage to actually go after it. So I hope to connect with you in the future, and I hope you continue to watch this incredible summit.
It's good to see you again, McKenna.
Thanks,
We'll
Mo.
talk soon. God
Bye-bye.
bless. And so the next speaker is someone who I know you're very familiar with, Christina. So I want you to be on the air with us and help navigate the conversation and dialogue. And that's Tara Newell. Now, Tara Newell has an incredible story, and we're going to bring her on because we want her to share her story and what she has had to deal with and the things that she has had to overcome, and the fact that she's now helping so many people from around the world and helping people that are dealing with trauma. And whether you're an entrepreneur that deals with roadblocks in life, or whether you're somebody that has dealt with trauma in your personal life, you can find something valuable in Tara's story. So Tara, I'm going to give you the floor for you to share. And I'm going to ask Christina to stick around and help moderate this next segment with Tara. And with that being said, Tara, please.
Hi. Well, thank you so much, Mo. I appreciate you for having me on, and also Christina for connecting us as well. I am a survivor of Dirty John Meehan. That story was made into a podcast through the LA Times and then got turned into a podcast in Wondery. Well, Wondery was the network. And that podcast now has over 100 million listens on it. And my story has really been put out there, where my stepdad was a psychopath who came after my mom and I was able to defend myself in self-defense. So that's why the story blew up. It's kind of crazy. And I was really able to use my trauma to move forward in my journey, and also use that as a business in a sense.
I'm so happy to see you, Tara. And thank you for sharing more about your story. So, what has it been like for you sharing your story and transforming it so that now you're helping so many others?
Well, it's been quite a journey. I've never expected for my trauma to turn into something like this. However, it's really incredible how trauma really connects you with a lot of individuals. Like, I've been able to connect with movie stars, actresses, and all these people that are on the big screen. And it's like they come to me, tell me that they related to my story, and they can never come out about their story because of the work they do at being an actress. They don't want it to dilute them as an actress. And so really, I'm the only one that they can connect with at times. And so it's really fortunate to have that opportunity. And in doing so, I'm able to help others move on with their trauma more so.
So, what is one of the techniques that you use to help people embrace their experiences and start to transform them?
I really encourage people to talk about their story, even if it is in a private setting. If you have a friend that you can confide in, you go to a therapist, you go to a coach. I really encourage people to just talk about their story, because a lot of the times, well, all the times, trauma is living in the body. And because trauma is living in your body, you need to release it. And one of the ways to start releasing it is by having the conversation about what your trauma is, and making sure that you're speaking it out loud in a safe setting, so that you are able to move on and see your trauma from another perspective.
I love so many of the points that you just hit on. I think that so much pain stems from the idea that we are isolated,
Yeah.
and bringing it back to, entrepreneurship and impact. And so much healing can flourish from connecting, like in a safe
100%.
space. And there's a
Yeah.
lot of healing that can happen just from sharing, just from moving past that limiting belief of we're alone or no one will understand us. And how has that helped you in your message? Because I know you're sharing your message with so many people, like the idea of connecting with others.
Thank you so much. Well, it's been so great to connect with others and to realize that we're all not alone in this journey, and how so many of us have trauma. And trauma could be something as your parents not validating you as a child. So it's really important to just consider what trauma really is and the whole universe of trauma, because I went through extreme trauma where someone came after me, tried to attack me, and I was able to defend myself. And so people can see that and be like, that's extreme. But I still feel connected to her, because we're kind of all this broken people on the ship trying to get to where we're getting to next.
Yeah. I love how you're making the connection between your life experience, your opportunity for growth, your trauma, and how you are creating an impact with that. And I think a lot of entrepreneurs, whether they're in the self-development field or they're starting a business, are really impacted by an experience that they had. And that triggers them to want to make a difference in it. Have you come across working with other entrepreneurs like that, where they have had an experience and wanted to contribute to others?
Oh yeah, I've met people that have run Bravo, have so many big companies. I can't really say the names, but well, I can say a few names like California Republic Bank, people in large companies that own large companies come to me, and I try not to pay attention too much what they own, but what their trauma is. And they told me, so many people have told me that their trauma has been what has amplified them to get to this spot today and has really bridged this path for them, and they use their trauma to get to the next place. Where on the podcast, we're going to interview Antoine Fisher. He was someone that grew up in the foster care. So he used his story to become a writer and to make a movie about his life. And now he's been writing. He told me the other day that he paid for his kids to go to school, 100 grand, no problem. And it's really, he grew up in poverty, and has been able to really transform his life because of his trauma.
Yeah, I can really relate to that, and just like personal experiences just moving you and motivating you to make a difference in your unique way.
Thank you.
So I know that the other thing that I wanted to touch back on is that how you're saying the power of sharing your story and how that can help heal you, help reach more people, help others to embrace their story, and just how it can be surprising that when we share our story that other people may have gone through something similar, can relate in different ways. How has that shown up for you, and how have you seen that impact either people you're interviewing or working with?
I think that it impacts people that we interview with and that we are like working with, just because when we share a story, they're able to connect to that. But I want to say something to when you share your story and when you come out about your story, it's really important to, first confide in someone and really get the fine print of your story, have the layout of your story. Because if you're still stuck in your trauma and then you're wanting to share your story, you're not going to have it down. You have to really take care of your trauma before you put it out there. Or you have to really, come up with a beginning, middle, and end. Because if you don't have a purpose for your story, you really shouldn't be putting it out there. So, know your purpose, because otherwise, if people are attacking you for putting your story out there, everyone is going to have an opinion about your story. So you have to be ready for that. And so that's why it's important to have it ready with a purpose.
Yeah, I love that. I think that you brought up some amazing points of like looking at where you're coming from. And I think that this translates to really any business owner or anybody in the entrepreneur field. Why are you doing what you're doing? Are you doing it to validate, avoid? Are you doing it to heal? Or are you doing it from a place of genuinely wanting to contribute and being in a good place of where you're coming from? And also the idea of, just looking at the limits that we put on ourselves, and working on those before we put ourselves out there. Are we coming from a healed place? How do you help people work on their traumas?
I really help people get to the core root of their trauma. Every trauma is actually correlated back to their parents in a sense, unless it's a random trauma that happened to you. You were a bystander, say in a shooting or something like that. But when you go back and you do EMDR therapy or any meditative therapy or anything that really gets to the root of the trauma, you'll realize correlations with traumas. You'll be like, okay, this happened when I was this age. This happened when I was 15 and I was getting in relationships. Why am I repeating these dynamics? And so I really help people get to the root of their problem so that they can understand that and they're able to heal and move forward and they have that awareness. And then I also do some somatic awareness with them where they're able to move that trauma and pull it out from their body so it's not living in them.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Those are some amazing practices.
And this conversation is very powerful. And Christina, I want to thank you for helping moderate this segment with Tara. Tara, you know, there are a lot of folks that are in the audience that are watching this either live or one of the thousands of people that will watch this after the fact or on our TV network in the future when it's available on demand. And not everyone knows what we're alluding to. Not everyone knows the story of what you had to go through. And we checked with you beforehand to see if you were comfortable to share, and you said you were. And so I'm going to ask you to just share some of those details of what you went through for those that may not know, and you know, some of the things that happened because of your story. Like there's a show on Netflix about your story, and there's so many things in the media that were kind of you know, big moments in media because of your story. But before we get there, share with people what happened. And again, thank you, Christina. You're doing a phenomenal job. Tara, please.
Well, thank you so much, Mo. I was a trauma survivor because my mom married a psychopath, not knowing that he was a psychopath. He was an anesthesiologist, so he claimed to be, and he really presented this great picture of himself. He had it all together. He had this great life. He loved my mom. He did everything for her. He would hold her purse, make her a smoothie. Basically, he would love bomb her so much in the beginning that she just felt like she never felt like love like this. And so she got into this relationship, and my sister and I, my brother, we were all grown up, so we were all living our separate lives. And my mom didn't have us around to really have our opinions there, except for my one sister, Jacqueline, who was actually living with her. And my sister met this guy. However, my sister is particular about a lot of people. And so she had issues with him. My mom moved out, created some boundaries, which were actually good for her and my sister, but it just was unfortunate because of this guy. And my mom moved into a place on Balboa Island. They got married. I met him, had an issue with him. I didn't know they were married. And he really tried to isolate everyone in the family in order to gain control over that relationship in a coercive, controlled relationship. And so he was successful in that, where he really created that bond with her, where she was trying to put up boundaries with her family instead of with him. And my mom caught light onto things. We hired a private investigator to look into everything. He found a lot of stuff about John. Like John was using different social security card numbers to get drugs from different hospitals, whatnot. He had a lot of restraining orders against him. He had a lot of incidences where he was in jail for selling drugs. And so this guy was really a bad guy. And eventually my mom left him twice. And he ended up coming after me in a parking lot, attacking me. And I was able to defend myself in self-defense. He ended up stabbing me a couple of times. And I actually like pushed him away when I killed him, and I was able just to apply pressure to my wounds, make sure I was okay. And then people started coming up. I had over like 25 witnesses in my case. So my case never made it to trial, and it was a closed case. Matt Murphy, who was supposed to be the prosecuting attorney. He just closed the case, didn't do anything about it. I got my phone and a couple things back, but you have to get back certain things from evidence. And then people started calling us about the story. And from there, it got turned into the LA Times series, into the podcast, made into a scripted series on Bravo, which then got sold to Netflix, and then many shows and documentaries since.
Thank you for sharing more of that entire story for those who haven't heard it before. And I just think it speaks to how much power you have, and the fact that you could see through those patterns, you know, even when it was so difficult to speak up, and the fact that you could act so quickly in such a traumatic event. You know, I just want to really point out your power.
Well, thank you. And I just want to say, I think it's funny because at times it's not easy being the whistleblower, because even with our friend group, Christina and I are friends, I'll call out people and be like, oh, that person's a narcissist. And then we'll find out later that they are.
Yeah. How has it been for you kind of being catapulted, you know, to sharing your story? I mean, obviously it's benefited so many people because they could, you know, learn from either how to avoid certain people or learn to heal if they have been through something similar. But how has that been for you, having your story catapulted like that?
It was interesting because I wasn't prepared for the negative, and I wasn't prepared for the exposure of it. And I was just like, I was told by Christopher Goffard, who was the narrator of Dirty John, I was told that there was going to be people that was going to contact me. The Walking Dead was going to contact me, have me on. And I was expecting that in a sense, but that never happened. The Walking Dead never contacted me to have me on. But other things did happen. And it got major exposure. I got to meet so many great people in the media, have so many connections in the media. And it's been quite a journey to just meet other people and realize how many people that it's actually reached. Like, I'll be in the back of an Uber or something, and they'll ask me what I do, and I'll be like, have you heard of Dirty John? And it's 75% of the time someone will say yes.
Oh, I'm muted here there just for a second. I wanted to jump on and say thank you, Tara. It's been amazing. And I've been listening to your story, and there's so many parallels and so many powerful moments in what you've been sharing. And I think one of the things that happens for a lot of us when we go through traumatic experiences, and it's the first time we are sharing our personal stories, because there's authenticity in it, there's vulnerability in it. But what I realized for myself, I want to know if this is the same for you too, that parts and elements of your story overlaps somebody else's story and connects to another person's story. And then we have this empowerment through story. What would be, through those connections, some of those silver lining gifts that you see through that power of connection, and how do you use that to empower other people?
Thank you. It's nice to meet you, Donna. I say that the silver linings in it is that I'm able to connect with so many people in the sense, and I'm not alone, and that person doesn't feel alone. And then it transpired into that person sharing a story or that person making a podcast, and it really creates like this trickle down effect.
That's amazing. I also noticed how
I think Christina froze on us over here. So we're going to take a quick 1 minute break, and we'll be back in 1 minute.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back, folks, to the 2023 Legacy Leadership Summit. I'm alongside Tara Newell, who has this remarkable story, a story that is actually unbelievable. And what you've done with your story is equally unbelievable in the positive sense, using your story to help others and to reach a worldwide audience now with the major podcast, and the fact that you've been able to build a career that's about helping others, and that you decided to live a life of service is a testament to you as a servant leader. Tara, a lot of people go through some shit in life and something really dark, and they end up being a bad person. And because they think the world owes them something, they think that, you know what, I'm just going to, quote unquote, go to the dark side. But you decided to take what life threw at you, this negative experience, and turn it into something positive, turn it into a life of service. I want you to talk about that a little bit and share that process in your mind. Because sometimes it rains in life, and people use that as an excuse to just kind of be a jerk or whatever the case may be. And so talk about what it was like for you to be a servant leader and to take your life and to still do something positive, please.
Thank you. Well, I love the post-progressive part of the trauma, because if you don't have that, you won't move forward in life and you won't move forward with your trauma. And if you are living in this victimhood of, this happened to me, I'm going to do bad things now, I'm going to treat everyone terrible because this happened to me, then you won't get anywhere in life, and you're going to create this like negativity all the time, and you're going to live in this frequency of negativity, and then you won't be living in the frequency of the high frequency that you want to live in, where you're getting great reviews, you're getting positivity from people. You're going to be living down here where constant bad things are going to happen to you, and you're going to be, why is everything bad still happening to me? And when you're living down there, you're not going to move forward in life. So it's also, when you're living down here and you keep living down here, you actually lose the density, like where the brain matter is for empathy. And so you're actually wanting to stay here. You're wanting to be angry at everyone because you're not building that brain matter back up too.
Tara, I understood a lot of that. Some of it I have to go and take one of your courses because it's a little above my pay grade, but that's why people should really do a deep dive and work with you that feel that way. Now, something that, when I know you have programs for individuals to deal with trauma, and we're going to bring Christina back here in about a minute. But a lot of individuals may not recognize that they have trauma in their life. A lot of people might say, well, I didn't have a Dirty John experience, so Tara, can't really help me because that's not my life. But articulate to folks that there's a lot of individuals that have dealt with trauma that may not recognize it. So let's talk a little bit about unrecognized trauma. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, I feel like a lot of people might be able to relate to this one on here, but that constant strive to feel like you need and have to work all the time, that is actually a sign that you are not dealing with your trauma, because you're constantly living in this flight mode where you're like, okay, I have to get to the next step. I have to get here. I have to get there. I have to get there. And that's why when maybe a client comes at you or someone comes at you, it might feel like it's the end of the world, because this person is coming at you and you're living in a state of your trauma, and you're not able to get that receptive info from that person and really process it because you're living in that state of that fight or flight by working so hard and being in that mode all the time. And how to kind of balance that is to make sure that you're having pockets and holes throughout your workday, and that you're doing things like having time for yourself to go to the gym, go to yoga, and really make sure that you're having that balance in life.
Oh, I'm muted here. I want to talk a little bit, Tara, while we still have you here, and I'm going to bring Christina back to join the conversation. Welcome back, Christina. Tara, talk a little bit about this podcast. I know that recently you launched a podcast that's very interesting, and for folks that are into not just true crime, but just life and lessons from life and things to watch out for. And I think that what you're doing is so important because recognizing red flags in people is a very important part of life, not just in personal relationships, also in business,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
There are also psychopaths in business as well. And any entrepreneur needs to really know who they're dealing with. And so the lessons that you share, someone like me, I learn, I'm like, okay, that's interesting. Those are red flags. Because whether it's life or business, you need to have your antennas go up when they need to go up, right? And so I can appreciate the educational programs that you've developed to help people see these insights in individuals and see different traits, whether it's narcissistic personalities or whatever. And by the way, everyone has narcissism to a degree, right? It's part of the human experience. Everyone has it to a little. Maybe you disagree with me, Tara. I don't know, but what are your thoughts on that?
So I'm gonna say that is a thing that we need to unfortunately not say, because a lot of I want to say a lot of people have toxic traits. And everybody's not perfect, everybody's flawed. Everyone's a flawed human being. But however, if you're wanting to have control over that person, or you're treating other people terribly, and I'm sorry to say that, Mo, I just being in that space, this is what I'm getting a lot of feedback from survivors. And sometimes they're like thrown off by that, where I haven't been thrown off by that, but I want to be courteous to them as well. But it's like you're in it and you always see that there's red flags, but you might not be aware of it. And whenever there is power, sometimes there is control. And I mean, I love to be in the person of power. I love to have control over my finances, over what I'm doing throughout the day. I like it too, but you can't control someone else. You can't treat someone else terribly. So, being able to see the red flags and things. And, sometimes with work, you have to put up with those narcissists, unfortunately. And so it's important to learn how to create boundaries around that so that you're protecting your own energy, but you're able to still work with it in a sense. Until it gets to the place where it's too toxic, then you have to take note of that.
Very interesting. And I have to start listening to the podcast show more because it sounds like there's a lot to learn. I'm going to step back and let Christina ask another final question or two before we bring back Michael Silvers here in a couple minutes for the next segment. Christina, please, welcome back.
Thank you. So yeah, I'll just comment on what you just said. I agree. I think the term narcissistic can be overused, when it is meant to be more of a diagnosis, and really does speak to somebody who completely lacks the ability to have empathy for someone else. And so while it can exist on a spectrum, I think there are differences between somebody who is just self-centered or has toxic traits, or just doesn't fit into our value system of what we choose to keep closer to us. I like your point around creating boundaries, because like I was talking about earlier, self-awareness really helps us to show up more powerfully, more confidently, and more effectively as a leader. And self-awareness also helps us to maintain our energy. And so it's when we are aware of our values, like our core values. What do we want in our life? What types of people do we want to collaborate with? Who gets to be in that inner circle and those closer rings? Who do we collaborate with? And then how do we engage with people who show us characteristics that may not fit into that? And not that anything's wrong with that, but just that how are we going to show up and how do we modulate our energy knowing that we are human and we have to have certain boundaries in place to make sure that we can show up the best that we can be in every area that we feel passionate about.
Yes, 100%. And self-care is not selfish. So if you're saying like this person is draining my energy, I need to take a step back from them, then pay attention to that. Bring that self-awareness. And then now that you have that self-awareness, bring your boundaries, because you don't want to resent yourself, and you don't want to go to, say that dinner with that person and have a lousy time and then feel depleted from your energy afterwards. You want to do everything to protect your energy. And sometimes it's as simple as saying like, I think that we're not connecting anymore and I appreciate you reaching out to me, but I just, I love to support you. I just, I need to be in this with myself. I don't enjoy our time together. Is there other ways we can try to enjoy our time? Or do you think our relationship has run its course? And, it's hard to have conversations like that, but it's so important so that everyone has clarity in the situation. And I mean, it's one thing if someone's feeling like that mutual pull, you're just drifting apart. You don't really have to reconnect and be like, I'm not wanting to be friends with you because of this. It's only if that person is constantly wanting to have that engagement with you.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that. And I do think that, self-care is so important just, on the healing journey, but also as entrepreneurs.
Yes.
And it does help us to show up with a full cup so that we're serving from a place of overflowing. We're giving from a place of really, truly, authentically coming from a fulfilled place. And self-care doesn't just mean, spa days. It could mean, creating healthy boundaries,
Yes.
taking action on those responsibilities, or doing all those things like yoga and meditation and all those other things that really nourish your energy. And like what you said, when you take steps to really commit to a business or commit to a path of healing, it does require new boundaries. The way that you interact with other people is going to change, and the types of people that you're going to interact with is going to change because you're growing and learning, and you're going to be gravitating towards people that are helping you on that path.
This is fantastic, and I just want to let everyone know going to the spa is for everyone. I have a lot of guy friends, they don't go to the spa. I go to the spa once a week, a beautiful Korean spa. Shout out to iSpa. And so Tara, thank you for coming a few minutes early. We're going to wrap up now. If you have any final messages or a final piece of wisdom that you want to share with our audience, please, floor is yours.
Thank you. So just make sure that you're taking care of yourself. Say no to certain people. Establish your boundaries, because if you're establishing your boundaries and you're saying no to certain business deals that are not for you, then that's going to excel you in business. And I hope everyone checks out Survivor Squad podcast and coaching courses you can find on my website, terranewellsurvival.com.
I love that, Tara. Sometimes the most powerful word that a person needs to learn is quite simply no. Yes. It's a very powerful word to have in life. And so I'm glad that that's a message that you're ending your segment with us with. And with that being said, we're going to take a quick 1-minute break. We'll be back with Michael and Christina. And thank you again, Tara. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Wow, that was a powerful, powerful segment that we had with Tara. And I'm just so honored that she spent some time with us and had the courage to share her story for the benefit of our audience, and what an inspiration she is. And we're about 10 minutes or so away from our next two incredible speakers. And Michael, I just thought that it would be good for us to take a few minutes. And I'm glad you got yourself hydrated. You know, that's called a seasoned speaker right there. You know, stay hydrated before it's showtime. I like that. To just talk about the fact that for folks that have registered for this event at leadershipsummit23.com, we've decided to do a free educational program for folks that registered at the website for free. So if you have not yet registered at leadershipsummit23.com, there's a free educational program. I believe the time is going to be, I believe it will be within the next few days. The exact time is to be determined, and you'll get an email regarding that. So I just wanted folks to go to leadershipsummit23.com. Talk a little bit, Michael, about some of the folks that will be present to do a Q&A for the audience and for the community here that chooses to sign up. I know that the former VP of Tony Robbins to talk a little bit about Mary, her background, and what a unique opportunity this is for folks to have some one-on-one Q&A time with some leaders as well as some surprise leaders. Michael, please.
Yep. Hey, it's great. It's great to be back again. It's been an amazing show today. So everybody out there, the biggest thing is taking all the information from the show, and there's a lot of it. There's been tidbits, things you can lose, things you can use immediately, things you'll use in the next week or two or three, things that you'll put into your life. And what really happens here is we decided that with everything you're going to learn over the next 3 days, we wanted to have a time that you could really just Q&A with us, that you can Q&A with the people who are some of the influencers out there, some of the people who are really getting it done. And so I'll be on the show. Mo will be on the show, so now you have the LA Tribune and the media outlet. And we're also going to we'll have some other people, but Mary Glorfield. And you want to be on there because she produced and ran as vice president for Tony Robbins, 82 countries over 18 years. And not only created all those stages and put on presidents and kings and queens and actors and actresses and blah, 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 right? Everything. But it's her experience with producing so many shows. It's her experience with working with so many people over that time period. It's her ability she got Tony on the Great Wall of China. And how does she do those things? That we're going to bring to you, not just a wrap up of the event, but it's a place that you can ask those questions you've always wanted to ask. It's a place you get to know us. It's a place we get to know you, and you want to be a participant. This is not you're sitting back and you're just listening. You're going to be a participant. I'm going to get you guys moving. I'm going to get you interactive. We might even jump into breakout room. Who knows what's going to happen? But it's a way and a place for you to be all at one time. So this is the kind of thing where when you get an email, you're going to watch for it. You're going to watch for the announcement. You're going to watch for when it is. You're going to make sure that you register for it. And you want to participate fully in that, because we can bring to you people that you have not seen before, don't have personal contact, don't have a way to react or reach them that way. But Michael, here's what always happens. What if there's blah, 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 so many people on? You know what? That doesn't matter, because we see who's on. We take snapshots. We know if you were there and participated, and we'll always give you a way to be with us more, or to see our next show, or to have that next education and learning, because it's always about education and learning, and we bring that every single day. So watch your emails. It will come over this weekend sometime. We'll have it set for you. You'll want to register. You'll want to be part of it. And we're really excited to just have you there. And it's great because every day is about education. Write this down, right? Education, right? The other thing too is learning every single day and being together every single day, right? Christina, this is about family, right? We're very much a family, and we help and we work together. And we really believe that everybody listening on this Tribune show and the next big ones we're going to have, you're part of the family, you're part of the team. How do we want to play together? How do you show up? Do you show up? Because so many times people reach out to us, say, I would love to be on the Tribune. I did this, or my business. Can you talk about my business, or all these things? And then they don't show up. They're not on the show. They didn't spend a minute on there. If you say, so how did you like Tara? Did you think, and they have no idea who it is. So we're looking for people who really show up. We're looking for people who will be on the next call. And we want to make sure that we do this as one team, one family moving forward. And you want to be there because it's going to take everything you learned. You're going to be able to ask questions and we're going to click it into that space. And I'm going to leave you with a plan of action, with a way to take your business to the next step, with getting you, if you want to be on stages, how that looks and what it takes, how the world is moving and taking all this great information and moving forward. And we're very excited to have everybody on.
Well, I appreciated that. And I just want to say, Christina, please stop interrupting Michael. You know, you're hogging the mic, Christina.
You know, Mo, I thought I'd never have a chance.
I love what you're saying. You know, there's a synergy when you connect with other people on a path of growth. You know, we thrive in connection and community. And when we can be in a collaborative environment, that can catalyze our growth. And also, you know, as every entrepreneur knows, you know, there's so many gifts that come from connecting with somebody further along on their path. You know, so the idea of giving people the opportunity to connect with a mentor type figure, and not just anyone, because as we have gone over, it's, you know, a lot of people can show, but who's really living it, who's really implementing it, and who's, you know, can support you on your path.
Yeah. You know, it's the thing too, Christina, that's a great point because the entrepreneurs also have another tendency. They do it alone. Entrepreneurs are, I can do it, I can get it done. And the biggest lesson you'll learn from this whole show is do it as a team. We heard about leadership earlier from Joseph and doing it as a team. Don't do this alone. Join it. Join everything you can, right? As long as it's ecological, no harm to yourself or others. But join it, be part of a team, because a team helps you keep moving even those days you don't feel like moving or there's things you don't want to do. And the team can support you, do some of the lifting at the moment. And it's much more fun to do it with other people. Do you agree, Christina?
Absolutely. And as I've mentioned, you know, during this talk, everybody has their strengths, their weaknesses, and it takes acknowledging those and finding a way to collaborate with others so that you can be strengthened by their strengths and vice versa. And
that's right. That's right. Even though you and I know we do it best, we still are willing to delegate at times, right? All right, back to Mo.
Well, thank you for that, Michael and Christina. And I'm going to ask Ava, senior editor of the Los Angeles Tribune Thought Leadership Edition papers, to also join the conversation real briefly and help introduce someone very, very special. In fact, I'm personally really looking forward to listening to her speak. I'm going to sit back and take notes. And we have a couple real incredible speakers joining us. But Ava, first of all, just chime in on the conversation and dialogue that we've had so far here. I know that you have not had a chance to speak too much today. We'll hear a lot more from you tomorrow and Sunday. But just some general thoughts, Ava, and then please share a little bit about the two speakers that we have that'll be joining us momentarily. Ava, please.
Thank you. Well, I actually feel like we have such a beautiful combination of different topics and different speakers. Everything from, you know, get shit done, right, to just being in what do you call this? In balance, you know, in balance, and at the same time, you know, dealing with trauma. So I feel like we've covered a great amount. And, you know, being the senior editor of the Thought Leader edition of the Los Angeles Tribune, that's exactly what we aim for. We aim for like a vast variety of contents. And our upcoming summer edition is releasing before the end of the month. So also when you sign up on leadershipsummit23.com, you're going to have that opportunity to get the subscription for free, the digital version for free when it releases by the end of this month, because it's such an amazing issue. We have the Women in Leadership issue, and we're highlighting all the women in leadership. Well, the top 100 women in leadership in the history of globally, and so it's a phenomenal. And we've got Christina, who's one of our contributors, and the next two ladies who are also coming to speak are contributors in this newspaper. So we've got Dr. Angela, and let me just bring Dr. Angela. Dr. Angela is a medical doctor, and she specializes in creating wholeness, wellness for high-level CEOs, and realizing that really the gap in some of high-level CEOs' growth is in self-care, right? And that's what Dr. Angela specializes on. And also bringing in the conversation in just a little bit is another graduate of medical doctor degree, a former psychologist who will be speaking on narcissism, and she's a narcissist specialist. So, Dr. Angela, what gets you so excited? I am fascinated personally. Like, how does a medical doctor who's already a medical doctor, and you're still a practicing medical doctor, take the interest into diversifying yourself
Yes.
and now creating a program of coaching for high-level women? I'd love to hear what excites you about that.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you so much, Ava and the team. I am super excited to be here and to discuss my passion. Listening to all of our stories, right? The roles that we're in, many of us, it started with our story. What did we experience? How did we find ourselves in a place where something was missing? And I am passionate. It is my mission serving, like you said, these high-performing women in the arena of self-care, talking about wholeness and wellness, because we need that. We need that for our overall well-being and happiness. I was doing my thing at the start of my career, and I was not taking care of myself. I was a superwoman. That was the way I was showing up, and I wasn't whole. I was taking care of my patients. I was taking care of my family, and I was doing that individual thing. I had to do everything. Life was okay. Life was good, but it wasn't great. And the thing for us to know is that we were all created for greatness. That inside of us, that greatness to do the great works that we're called to do and to live a great life. And between all of the stress and the pressure I was feeling, life wasn't great. I wasn't meant to survive. And I knew that if I didn't make a change, it was going to be burnout. I was like on Stress Street, as I call it. And if I didn't make a change, Burnout Boulevard was right there. And I knew that that wasn't my best, and that wasn't who I was created to be. And it wasn't the best for my family. So I took that S off, and no longer a superwoman. I said, I'm a former superwoman. So I needed that wholeness and that healing.
I love the synergy in this. And Christina, I am also going to pass the mic to you, but let me just chime in. When I first came into this awakening, I'm a former hospital physical therapist, and I was a hospital physical therapist in one of the top 50 cardiac hospitals in the nation. And I encounter women all the time who work and work and work and serve and serve and serve and give until the day they couldn't. And even as they're in the hospital bed, either awaiting for surgery, like awaiting for the test to go through their surgeries, or having gone through an urgent surgery, they're still thinking of their employees, their business, their people. And I'm like, you know what? Like right now, they won't die. I honestly, seriously, they really won't die, but you will. Like you will if you don't stop. And so my first summits that I created was Recharging Your Superwoman. And so that's I love the synergy in that. And that was also my realization, was that I get to take care of myself, and the best things we're able to create, we're able to produce when we put ourselves first, which is almost counterintuitive to what we think as women. Like we think like we've got to work more, do more, right? Christina, I'd love to hear your thoughts in this conversation.
It's so wonderful to connect with you live, Dr. Angela and Ava. And I love your choice of words, Ava, around awakening, and how wonderful about the synergy between both of you with the Superwoman. And I also feel like my transformation began with self-love and an awakening, that initial decision that I wanted something different, and the trickling effect that happened from there. I found that on my journey, and I wonder if this is true for either of you, that sometimes we can swing to extremes until we kind of integrate it and come back into that place of wholeness and balance. Like for me, it went so far into self-care and then so far into action, and then it kind of comes in. And it sounds like for you, Dr. Angela, and for Ava, you were so into the being productive and your careers, and then now just integrating the self-care. And I'd love to hear how that showed up for you.
I'd love to have Dr. Angela answer that. She's the expert in that. I'm still getting to know how to do that.
Yes, and you're right. As high performing women, we are driven, right? We have a goal, we have a task, and we zero in on it, and we can do that. And part of it is like we have this badge of honor. How many things can I get done? How many things can I put on my plate? As if we take time for ourselves, then we're less than. And that's what I felt. It's like I'm not a slacker. If I take these things off my plate, what will people think of me? What will I think of myself? And I had to make that shift. And for all of us, we have to make that shift. It's not about the busyness. And I love that we have covered that. It's not about being busy. It's being productive in our purpose and nourishing ourselves. And one of the things that helped me was the word no. I love that word. And as I counsel, my clients and my patients, the first couple of times we say no, it is frightening. It's like, oh my goodness, I said no. And again, what will people think of me? What will they say? And we have this guilt. Oh my goodness, I'm not showing up. But say it a couple of times, it feels even better. And after I got to that point to be very confident and no, it's like, nope, not a problem, no hesitation, no repeat. So knowing that it is okay and having the courage to say no.
Yeah, that's powerful, Dr. Angela. I'm just relating to what you're saying right now, and relating to how it's setting boundaries and the challenge with women in being passionate. Like, for example, as a senior editor of the Los Angeles Tribune, nobody tells me how to work hard, right? Like, or how much hours to put in. But there's a connotation of value, how we find our value in working hard, in the hours that we put working. And speak about that a little bit more, Dr. Angela.
You're right. And especially, let's say when we talk about medicine, right, we have work value units. So our compensation is predicated on a large part how many of X we produce. And so our identity gets tied up into this. And if we produce at a certain level or below, then our self-confidence is impacted. We begin to doubt, and we talk about that self-awareness, and we begin to question who we are. Am I worthy? So the boundaries are very important, to be very clear. This is work, this is home, or these are the things that I'm called to do. And when we are clear on that, we have clarity regarding the boundaries, and we identify self-worth. We're not tied up into how much we produce. That greatness that I mentioned before, that purpose that I mentioned, when we're walking in our purpose and authenticity, that worth, the boundaries become easier to identify and to maintain.
I absolutely love that, Dr. Angela. You brought up some amazing points around, just honoring what I call inherent worth, and I think that it's a big shift, a big leap that a lot of women, men, everyone a lot of people have to go through around, not just basing their worth based on what they're producing or what they're doing for others, but also acknowledging that value that they have simply for being, for their character, for their ways that they contribute in those invisible ways. And I think that's a part of balancing out that masculine feminine as well, because the feminine brings along with it so many, invisible qualities that contribute, compassion, love, understanding, presence, just all these things that can help us grow, help us flourish. And I just love what you're saying around just getting in touch with that value and having it be both, what you're producing, but not letting that affect that inherent or just more consistent value that we feel.
Yes, yes. And when we mentioned love, and the speaker earlier talked about getting in front of the mirror and saying, I love you. That's one thing I do regularly. I was taught that by my parents. And again, I share that with my clients and my patients, to go and look in the mirror and say, I love you. I'm proud of you. And I say, hey, Angela, I'm proud of you. You got this. You're doing a great job. And in the beginning, it may not be comfortable, right? Because part of that is, well, I'm not supposed to promote myself as ladies, right? And the higher we go, sometimes there's that struggle, self-promotion. But we should be our biggest cheerleaders, one of the biggest cheerleaders in the self-talk. You got this. You're a rock star. You're a superstar. So when we can show up and we can look in the mirror regularly, I love you. You are amazing. You were created for greatness, to do great works, and to live your great life. You can do this. That's part of that self-worth, and that comes through, and we bring it to alignment, and our values and our desires, and we can show up to be unapologetically awesome. And it's amazing.
Yes.
That already sounds amazing, and the feeling is already amazing, just the way you describe it, Dr. Angela. So I'd love to hear what are some of the results that you've seen are produced when leaders put themselves first. And it's not, and I know you take care of women, but it's both for women and men, right? Like, when we put ourselves first and we take care of ourselves, like, what are the results that you have seen, the transformation that you have seen that people create when they put themselves first?
Yes, and we've been talking about leadership. I believe, like so many of us here, leadership is a privilege and an honor. And I have the opportunity to walk out with individuals the journey. And for me, it's watching them like a rosebud. They're tight. And as I see the confidence and the self-esteem increase and individuals begin to walk in that, literally, I see this transformation, whether it's week by week or month by month. And it's in the posture sometimes, it's they're tall, but then it becomes even more pronounced and the head is high and the outer appearance changes, even in the tone of the voice. So I get to see this. I get to walk out the journey with them. And it's beautiful. And even as women in particular, the self-promotion, the visibility, the opportunity to be assertive. It's not aggressive, but to be able to stand in the power and to be confident to express what the needs are. It's beautiful to watch this transformation.
I love everything you're saying. I think so many of the limits that we feel in life are ones that we place upon ourselves. And really taking that first step to do things to help us feel more love, to fill our cup with more self-love, is so powerful in our transformation and our ability to show up in life and to try new things and to push past those comfort zones. And I have found one simple kind of hack that can help us is to let go of comparison. It's when we compare ourselves to other people that then will automatically place us below, above, and it's just a never-ending cycle. And when we can allow ourselves to get in touch with our authentic self and our authentic expression, our unique gifts, like what you were saying, we all have that greatness, that we can really help ourselves thrive and move through some of those judgments and criticisms that hold us back.
Yes. And so when we find ourselves in that arena where there's competition and comparison, that decreases our productivity. That is really contrary to what we're doing in this new age of leadership and closing this gap and using self-care and self-prioritization. We need individuals to collaborate. We need individuals to be our cheerleaders. We need to be in environments and community where we celebrate each other. And so, as high achieving women, right, and we're going for the next level and leveling up, we need the mastermind, that type of example. We need the like-minded individuals, the lady, the woman who will share with you, the woman who is practicing abundance. There isn't a limited supply. When we're abundant, right, there's no limit. So we give, we practice gratitude, we practice abundance. And I want to see her win. She wants to see me win. And so that celebration, no room for competition or comparison, because that's scarcity. And as the speaker mentioned before, that's negative energy and that's a lower level vibration. No, we want here. We want to tap into that power.
That's so powerful, Dr. Angela. I wanted to just get into your experience a little bit more in terms of leadership and the challenges that you are finding that high-level leaders are facing. What are the most common ones that you work with, that you help them work through?
Some of the ones that we hear a lot, that the higher we go up the ladder, that the number of opportunities, you say, for women to get to those higher level positions, the C-suites, the positions on the boards, decreased numbers of sponsors and decreased numbers of mentors, because part of the elevation, the ascension up the path is we need individuals in our corner, and it's not only who you know, but what you know. So that limitation sometimes of being in the rooms and in that place to ascend, that can cause a woman to question, and also it's taking me longer. I've been in this place. I'm not progressing or being promoted at the rate that I want to. That can impact self-esteem, and we talk about resilience with that. So I think that promotion and having mentors and sponsors, that's some of it. And then the gender inequalities, and we still do a lot of the care at home. Those three things.
Thank you for sharing that, Dr. Angela. And we've got Dr. Ruiz now in the backstage, which is perfectly timed, because now we're on the challenges, right? Like, we're talking about some of the challenges, and I'm going to bring Dr. Former psychiatrist. I still call her doctor, but she's walked away from medical practice to create some things new. And so I'm going to bring up, Eve Ruiz. She's a narcissistic relationship specialist. And I'm just going to let the two of you have the conversation organically. And Christina and I are going to step back so that we can glean from the expertise of two medical practitioners.
I just want to say I'm very excited to hear these two leaders in dialogue. I want to welcome both of you again, and I wanted to thank Christina for doing such a phenomenal job in her contributions today as well. So thank you, Christina, and we're going to step back and I got to grab a pencil. I'm out of pencils. I've been taking so many notes all day, but I'll try to find one more. So
maybe we can run our commercial for the meantime while you
absolutely. Let's take a quick one break and we'll be back.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, hello, you are in for a treat. I have the pleasure to introduce this phenomenal lady, Dr. Eve Ruiz. She earned her medical doctorate at UCLA School of Medicine in family medicine and psychiatry. She's going to talk to us today about leadership. She's going to talk to us today about narcissistic relationships and her confidence programs. And I want to point out that she was invited to run the first ever workshop on the topic of narcissism, with standing room only, called Banishing Your Energy Vampires. She also has written an article on reclaiming your personal power in the face of narcissism. She's an expert in narcissism here. And she also has an upcoming book, The Emerging from the Shadow of Narcissism, Exposing Manipulative Tactics. We talked about a week ago, and I tell you, we had such an amazing time in the conversation. We were talking about, leadership and personal leadership and narcissism and wellness. And I tell you that we nourished each other, that conversation. Mm-hmm. So absolutely. You have the opportunity to glean from this nourishment with her today. So tell us about your story. You were so passionate to tell me about your message out to the world. So share this with the audience, please.
Thank you so much. And first, because you're back east, right? Yes. And so I am in the LA area. And even though the timing's a little different now, I'm still offering you a big hug because I just wanted to warmly welcome you to the LA coast. I'm so happy that you're here, and I'm so happy that I've met you. You were absolutely right. I felt like soul sisters with you. We were just giggling and talking. We all have titles at work, but inside we're all just divine, beautiful souls. And that goes for each and every one of you in this audience. So thank you so much for blessing us with your presence and giving us the opportunity to shed light on some things that we have studied more in depth and that we want to share with you. Each of you has your own light to share. And a lot of this conference is about doing that relentlessly with confidence and making your life a happy role modeling example to others. So having started there, I'm going to tell you a little bit about my background so that you can better appreciate who is sitting before you right now. I am a born and raised Southern California girl. I don't know how I managed to switch sides of the screen. Oh, look at me. I'm just so flexible here. And I grew up in church with my parents. I grew up always believing in a higher power. And actually, the reason that I bring that up, which I don't usually talk about, I didn't talk about because I was told not to in psychiatry training with my patients or with my clients, was because we weren't to discuss religion or politics. Well, that's pretty good for the dinner table too. The thing is that because I have lived a life of faith and have listened to my gut hunches a lot, and it has carried me far, I want to encourage that in others. And going back to the theme of this LA Tribune's Legacy Leadership Summit is about power, including personal power. And so I'm not quite sure if we delved into those things yet, the leadership, personal leadership techniques and traits, but believing in a higher power is one of them. It doesn't matter the religion. It doesn't matter what uniqueness you bring to it, as long as you have faith in yourself. Like for me, I've got a strong faith in my gut hunches, and listening to them has paid off, including taking that really jumping off the cliff move that I made to actually leave medicine one day and follow my heart, and a truer passion that emerged within my pursuit of medicine, which is to help empower beautiful souls just like you by helping you with getting ahead, by believing more in yourself, by having an alternative to when you feel doubt and frustration. We're all endowed with these lovely feelings of happiness and warmth, being fuzzy, but there's also that other side, right? The side that protects us. Well, it's all right to feel some fear sometimes. That could keep us out of trouble. It's all right to feel frustration. It's all right to process things that don't happen the way we expect. The trick is just not to linger there. All right. So what I am doing now is, by following my heart, I've taken all the wisdom and the clinical skills and experience that I've learned over half my life, and I am consolidating them inside and expressing to you these professional people who have endured and survived and have triumphed over different challenges, emotional and physical, in life, including, I know that there was a little discussion about this just a little bit ago, narcissism, dealing with that silent thing. I don't know what that means. That silent thing about, I'm sorry, someone left me a message and I just need to see clarity with that.
This is taking notes. You talk about triumph feelings and some other things. And so as we're both working to a degree, empowering individuals, and you're empowering in the sphere of narcissism, and I'm talking about wellness, let's bridge the gap. Tell us about this self-leadership. I know you said some amazing things when we talked the other day.
Okay, so when we get into personal leadership, there are many aspects of that. We more commonly think about leadership in terms of leading other people, right? Mm-hmm. So whoever is the boss or the owner of a business, whoever is the head of a family, whoever is maybe the more dominant among the friends in a social circle, all these people are showing leadership qualities, and those are conveying interpersonal skills. Now, when we talk about personal leadership, we're talking about having vision or having an overall game plan. When we talk about personal leadership, we're talking about self-discipline, being able to have that raw talent that is channeled for positive use and continuing to use it that way, in that direction. And this will help your personal growth and strengthen your ability to lead others positively. I've touched on spirituality, simply about, even if we don't completely understand it, recognizing or acknowledging that there is a spiritual component in our lives. And we can live for more than just our personal fulfillment.
Okay. And what do you think is one of the biggest hurdles professional women face now in terms of leadership and self-leadership?
Oh, this is a great question. Everyone knows about this glass ceiling. We know that as far as we've come, and we have come clearly very far, even as recently as in the 1800s, women were still considered chattel or property. And we only recently, in all the thousands of years we've lived here, have gotten voting rights for women. Women have since entered into higher education, and yet we are still yet to be at least 50% of the highest level of positions in multinational corporations.
And I was reading recently about John Maxwell's book about leadership. I really love it, the 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. And so one that stands out for me is the law of buy-in. This is what I've been really meditating on the last couple of weeks. Cool. And it states that before the followers buy into the vision, they need to buy into the leader. So I thought, wow, that's a great way for us to think about self-leadership. Before the vision, there has to be the leader. And so we have to develop the leader in us. We have to buy into who we are. Is there a favorite leadership book or a leadership guru that you go, yeah, this is the resource that I like?
You know, I really appreciate Brendon Burchard. I think he is excellent in having researched leaders for years, and he has come up with so many traits and so many habits that happen to be predominant among those who lead. And now I'm going to segue from that because I see our time is limited, and I want to bring this to the audience level. I'm going to reduce all the features that we could talk about with personal leadership into three. Okay. So for these three that we can all think about and work on, the first is a good mindset, right?
Mindset. Okay.
It doesn't matter what is going on around you. What matters is what's going on inside of you as a result.
Okay.
So yes, exactly. It's the inner game because it's your inner world and how you manage that flows out into the outer world and shows how you are being seen.
Is there any particular thing you want to tell us about mindset real fast?
Mindset is uber important in being able to formulate a response to anything that happens into your life. Yes, you can, again, experience sadness and disappointment and whatever, and then just sit with it and say, so what am I going to do about that? How can I move beyond this? And what blessing may I not have noticed that might be availing itself out of this?
Okay. Great, great. Okay.
The next is energy management. And energy management is really about not just managing your time, but being sure that you absolutely take your breaks. Back in medical school, I remember I had 15-minute hours when I was studying at home. I would read like crazy, so many minutes, and I had numbered just the amount of pages that were my goal to complete every 15 minutes. And then what I would do is I would get up and walk around where I lived, maybe even walk outside a little bit, get something to drink. I was jogging my memory and just getting out of that rut, just the way you and I are conversing more instead of them having to listen to my talking head for a half hour straight, right? We're speaking with each other. And that helps us because why? It helps us then to re-engage with more attention to that next section. All right.
That's energy. That's great. What's number three?
Energy management. And the third is strong support systems. So it's important not only for us to have a strong inner world and inner game, but to connect with others who do the same kind of thing, because our energy affects those around us. So if we connect ourselves to people who are complaining all the time, who are only mentioning the negative and never moving beyond that, what is that going to do to our energy, to our game plan and our mindset? Pick positive people to rely upon, to go to when you have an issue so that you have someone supportive to help lift you up. And then it works both ways.
And I like what you said about support systems, because that's key in self-care as well. We many times think of self-care as solo, what we do, but there's also the community aspect. And we want individuals in our community to support us. And it's that give and that take. So that's what I really want the audience to know too. Yes, self-care is solo, what we do, but you want a community because it's lifestyle, because it's mindset. I love what you said, Dr. Eve. Mindset, you said we need to take the breaks to manage our energy and need support. So here, energy and support. Wonderful, wonderful, fantastic,
Thank you.
fantastic.
And
I'm trying to
I
see.
would love now to switch over to you. Had I missed out on your talking about this? Because if not, I'd love to hear what your input is regarding this important field.
Yeah, definitely leadership. I think we have a couple minutes. So leadership is service, and leadership is that privilege and honor where we have the opportunity to bring people into the vision and help them to identify their place in it. It's not about position. It's not about, power. We know many individuals are leaders, and it's not about having a title. I like what Maxwell says. It's about influence. So as we build, and as we've been talking about being authentic, we've been talking about standing in our power, knowing who we are, and we resonate, and we actually attract those who will be, ideally, we're going to attract individuals who will buy into us, right? I said we need to buy into the leader before the vision, who will buy into us. So leadership is very important, except we have several minutes.
Absolutely. And so what does it look like when you are standing in your own personal leadership? What is it that you help the CEOs and others to do in order to help maintain that sense of personal leadership?
Tapping into that potential, as all of us begin. Stressors are for men and women experience it, but we know that there are some additional qualities of modern day society that women experience. So whether it's the gender inequality, whether it's the items we experience in the workplace, I talked about mentors and sponsorship before. These stressors can really weigh down. These stressors really can cause this pressure and this pinch. So when there can be this relieving of the overload, and talked about boundaries, that self-confidence, that self-worth, that self-motivation. We haven't talked about that, but being motivated to do the things and to stay in that place, very important. And I see the women flourish in that and go to that next level.
Perfect. What might be some examples of how you might suggest or recommend that people move that stress off of them?
Boundaries. I'm smiling because we've talked about some of those: boundaries, breaks, and be present. These are the three that I really like. Boundaries. We have to clearly identify what's here, what's in and out. Breaks, because we need to refuel and we need to refresh, just like we hit the refresh button there. But also being present. That's mindfulness, being present in this moment, not going back to the past, rehearsing over and over the problem of the past and getting stuck, because that's what happens when we go back to the past, and not frustration and fearful of the future. Oh my goodness, I don't know, and I don't have all the answers, fear. And then we can become paralyzed, or we can procrastinate. But right here, right now, in the present, where we are, and we can feel the presence, our eyes are open to opportunities. We come from a place of abundance, and we say that all is present and accounted for in this time, and all is working together for my good. So being present, the breaks, and the boundaries.
I love that. It's so important to ground ourselves, because a lot of what we're doing when we're stressed is we are catastrophizing in our mind about what's going to happen in the future. And we're not even dealing with what's going on right now because we're such in terror about that. And so when you decide to consciously live in just this moment and see that you are still of the same health, you're still breathing, and you still have the capacity to think whatever thoughts you choose, you're the CEO of yourself. Yes. Right? And that's the most important. Mm-hmm. And if I might just say one quick segue with regard to this business about when you're getting stressed, when it's wonderful when things are going pretty well with people. It's just that stress can be caused even clandestinely by people who want to manipulate. And that's where I specialize. It's already enough to deal with daily stress, right? When people are trying to be helpful and everyone is on the up and up. There's these other people who come in and they're making these other choices. And so Yes. And so from the conversation we've had, it feels as though you are just a most wonderful expert with those who are working as a true team, and you just want to make things better inside their world. And for me, I work with them, and then I have the special place in my heart for those who find themselves unexpectedly dealing with this other type. And so whether it is one way or the other for you, for all of you who are out there, we've got answers for you, because in the end, all of you, regardless of who's treating you how, deserve the best.
Yes.
Okay?
So I think we've done a great job at also demonstrating that connection between mind and body and how important it is in leadership. And I think we have repeated several times, it's about service. It's about showing up and being confident and standing in power, because that's one of the things you mentioned here, personal power. You said reclaiming personal power in the face of narcissism. We can reclaim our power in the face of the challenges, the change in life, the crises. Life is unpredictable. Life is not always planned and scheduled. So standing in power.
I mean, we know as physicians from having done overnight call how things can go sour fast and in more than one part of the hospital at once. And it's like, you can't split yourself up and, you know.
Yes.
But that's the thing, you know, and that could be, well, I think it is a big part of how we got to learn how to strategize, how to really ultimately conquer dealing with stress. And from those lessons, we want to share.
Yes.
I feel it's our duty.
Yes. Quickly, what is a quick thing you'd like to share with the audience about a stress reliever? Something that you say, yep, you can do this in maybe 3, 4, 5 minutes or something.
Something that you can do is to stand up, start moving your body. Okay, so you can just bounce up and down. And as you're doing that, close your eyes, and I'll explain what you're doing. As you're doing it, you're shaking everything up, literally, right? Physically inside. And by closing your eyes, you're relaxing, because often people have been looking like I am with all these bright lights in a room or at a computer screen. And that's stressful already, right?
Yes.
And so when you shut off that neuronal input there, and then you start changing all the neuronal transmissions in your brain, what you're doing is you're just releasing your system from where it's been to where it can be. And then you just sit down peacefully, take some nice, deep, slow breaths. You're just cleaning the slate, right? And there you can picture your favorite place in your mind. It doesn't matter where you are, right? In a subway, in an office, in someone's home. Picture your personal paradise up here and place yourself in it. Just imagine. Everyone has imagination, and imagination is real. Just because you're seeing something up here and not physically, that doesn't mean it's not real. It's real up here. That's energy.
And I like to take that 5-minute break. Like you said, I love what you said. And I like that 5 minutes. If you can go to a place that's quiet, if you can go to a place what's isolated, go and for 5 minutes. And if you have the opportunity to take a seat to do that and to be present in that moment, if you're able to take some deep breaths, actually deep in through the nose and out through the mouth, we know, and science tells us that calms us. It actually slows the heart rate. And then it's a refresh. It literally is a refresh. And then you're able to take a breath in, you're able to go out, and then you're prepared to respond to what's out there.
Thank you so much, Angela. Hello, Donna.
Hello. It's been amazing listening to you guys, hanging out backstage, watching everything in the conversation, because you guys have been so on point with all of your topics and with what you've been talking about and everything that you've been sharing here out on the stream. What I'm really curious about, though, is what values do you use to guide your leadership principles? Because you guys have been talking all around it and with it. What are some of the values that you have personally that guide your own personal leadership decisions?
I would say kindness is one, gratitude, because when we operate from that place of gratitude, we appreciate individuals. I'm looking for the good. I'm looking for the best in the individual, and I want to celebrate him or her. So gratitude and goodness and kindness.
I love that. Gratitude, goodness, and kindness. Yes. Eve.
I'll take those all in one up. I'm not a poker player, so I may have said it wrong. I love to come from a place of personal integrity. because it's so important to be authentic. And when I am no nonsense, no pretense with someone else, guess what? It opens them up. And they can be the same way in turn with me. And that effect just enlarges with a number of group, so that, for instance, in a work culture, then I got a much healthier work culture when I have made the place safe by role modeling my own authenticity, a lack of shame, and a care or compassion or love for everyone. Just as I expressed to you guys when I was like just hugging, welcoming you all to LA. Thank you so much for giving us this time.
Yes.
This has been incredible. I just want to ask if there are any short final words of wisdom. Let's start with Dr. Angela, and then we'll wrap up the program, please.
Remember, you are created for greatness, and tap into that potential. Tap into it. You are a leader. You are a leader, and you were created to make impact in this world. The world needs you. You have a message, and you have works to do. And self-care gives you the opportunity to tap into that potential, and there's no limit to the power. The sky is the limit to what you can accomplish.
Thank you. And I want to say that each of you was born as an innocent, beautiful soul. So regardless of what has happened from the outside that's affected you on the inside, regardless of what movies you may play about yourself regarding maybe you feel inferior or not enough or whatever, I'm here to dispel that in a heartbeat and say that you are a beautiful divine soul inside this human form, and you can create and you can reach anything. It's a matter of dreaming and then doing and staying in your personal integrity. And this is how you lead yourself. And then by leading yourself, you become a leader for others.
Beautifully said. Beautifully, beautifully said.
Beautifully said. This is just a panel full of love. I just feel good listening, and I'm going to have to go back on the replay and watch again. So we're going to take... Yes. And so we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with New York Times bestselling author Dan Clark in about 1 minute. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. I'm here alongside Ava and Donna Campbell, and I'm excited because New York Times bestselling author Dan Clark is a fan favorite here at the Los Angeles Tribune. I mean, whenever he speaks, the virtual auditorium here, the folks that watch this on replay, the folks that'll watch this on demand on our television network available on all Roku devices, they just love it when Dan speaks, and especially it's apropos to have him involved in this specific event, because lately I follow him on Instagram and I see all of these awesome clips on leadership that he's been doing. And so here we have the Leadership Summit, and we can't not have Dan Clark involved in the Leadership Summit. So Dan, welcome to the platform. Welcome to the program. I'm excited to see you here again. And I just want to kick off by giving you the floor and giving you the platform to share, what does it mean to be a leader in today's world? And what does leadership mean to Dan Clark? Please, floor is yours.
I have to first acknowledge you, Mo. You're one of the thought leaders. You're one of the gurus. You know, all of us in my industry have quoted Dr. Jim Rohn for 1,000 years that we become the average of the 5 people we associate with the most. But I always want to add my own caveat in honor of the Los Angeles Tribune and you, which means we must be willing to pay any price and travel any distance to associate with extraordinary human beings, even online. So the programs, the summits, the experiences that you create, Mo, are are transformational. They transcend time, they transcend ethnicity, they transcend gender, they transcend socioeconomic conditions. I love you. I honor you, brother. And when you surround yourself with these amazing human beings who are on the screen with you, I appreciate this opportunity. Let me just throw something out. You know, I've got some gold records in country music. And what I've learned in my contract in Nashville all these years is that a writer needs to edit so every word pays its own way. And as a speaker coach and someone who focuses on the art and science of story selling, my mentor was Zig Ziglar for all those 25 plus years. And we studied and analyzed the art and science of storytelling and turning it into story selling. And we have to relate it to songwriting, because songwriting kind of epitomizes what leadership has always been, my friends. And let me just build this segue. The hook is what sells the song. It's the chorus. Because I'm in country music, Garth Brooks sings, I could have missed I could have missed the pain, but then I'd have missed the dance. My buddy Tim Nichols, he wrote Live Like You're Dying for Tim McGraw. Trisha Yearwood, the song Remembers When. We have hooks that sell the song, and therefore we need to craft hooks that clarify and capture what leadership truly is, so that we can say it in the smallest amount of time, in the least amount of words, that can really change our focus and change our perspective. So what I've created is a brand new brand. You know, my flagship book published by Penguin Random House called The Art of Significance, Achieving the Level Beyond Success. So, you know, my 37 books, I have The Art of Significant Leadership, which is called Influential Impact. I have The Art of Significant Team Building, which is the making of a champion. I have The Art of Significant Selling, which is transference of trust. So my brand for all these years has been significance, the art of significance, turning success into significance. But the up-leveled, next level, highest level leadership, in my experience, I call perspective leadership. So let me quickly change your perspective by giving you some quick examples and then some hooks that we can hang our hat on that clarify and define leadership in the quickest amount of way. Examples of perspective. Is your glass half empty or half full, or is it refillable? It's perspective. If all of us in this Zoom meeting were in the same room and we had the chance to look out the same window at the same lashing Los Angeles rainstorm, someone would complain, what a horrible day, and someone else would exclaim, what a wonderful day, and the weather did not change. It's perspective. Are you tall or short, fast or slow, successful or unsuccessful? Says who? Compared to what? It's perspective. And the best example I can give is, let's say this side of my hand is painted white and this side is painted blue. What color is my hand? White, blue. Who is right? You all are, depending on your perspective. So in order for us to communicate at the deepest, most empathetic levels of total understanding, we must be willing to come around on the other side of the hand. We must be willing to acknowledge the other person's perspective and actually acknowledge that, yes, it is white or blue, which immediately turns our conversation from arguing over who is right to agreeing on what is right so that we can move forward together. That's why I call it perspective leadership, because we can do all we want. We can engage in every conversation about leadership, but until we scratch where it itches, if your elbow itches, you don't scratch your nose. Until we go the true source of our pain, until we actually identify not the symptoms of poor leadership, but the causes of poor leadership and the causes and reasons for extraordinary effective leadership, until we drill deep enough to the baseline core values of what leadership really is and how we can change it and level up our organizations based on our culture, we'll never change our culture. We'll never change our organization. We can't even impact our own personal friends or personal relationships as leaders because we're not addressing the real issue. Case in point, when I blew out my knee, I played American football for 13 years. Yeah, be a big boy, don't cry, cowboy up, all that mindset. Toxic masculinity, some people are calling it in this day and age. But I weathered the storm, I endured the pain, and then eventually my knee injury turned into a brutal limp. So I'm limping around, and now it causes back pain, and I finally break down, and what happens? I go to a back doctor. And he or she can't fix it because it's not a back injury. Until I actually scratch where it itches and go to the real source of the pain, my knee injury, until I repair the knee, nothing else can fix. Nothing else can be repaired. The back problem and pain will never go away. So let's talk about leadership from the ground level up. And I introduced music. Let me give you two important hooks about leadership and then tie it into music. The purpose of a leader is to grow more leaders who believe what you believe, not generate more followers. And in terms of leadership in the sales world, in terms of sales management, in terms of sales leadership, the goal is not to do business only with those who believe what you believe. Excuse me. The goal is not to do business with everybody who wants what you have. The goal is to do business only with those who believe what you believe, so they choose you, not just somebody who does what you do. So the key to leadership, the key to sales, the key to communication, the key to coaching, to parenting, the key to friendship begins with belief. So I'm sitting here in my library and kicking back in my chair. I have beautiful books around. I've read every book you can imagine. I've read one book a week for the last 16 and a half years. I enter your educational experience, Mo, and your compadres. But outside of these French doors is my front entranceway that leads into my formal dining room. And as we came out of COVID and our adult children gathered around our formal dining room for this giant family feast to interact again, and all of them invited one of their closest friends, we played a favorite family icebreaker game called Remember When, where we all go around the table and we take a turn reminiscing on our past. I remember when I was 9. I remember when I was 15 at the lake house. We get to me. I remember when I came home from high school one time with a report card had 4 F's and 1 D on it. My dad's response, son looks to me like you're spending too much time on one subject. And my mom thought I cheated. You got to love my dad. We all have different influences in our character development. We're going around the table. We come to my daughter's best friend and she starts crying. She breaks down sobbing. I said, "Are you okay?" She says, "No." She says, "I'm 31 years old. I just got divorced. I just got fired from my job and my mother was just diagnosed with breast cancer," and the emotion fills the room. It's just evaporated from our souls. And I'm like, "Are you okay?" She goes, "No, I've hit rock bottom." Time out. What would you have said to her? With all due respect, no one, no matter how bad it gets, no one ever hits rock bottom. We hit rock foundation. We hit rock belief. We hit the baseline core values on which we were raised. And if we think our organizations have hit rock bottom, no, they hit the baseline governing principles on which they were built. And I don't know what the stats are around the world, but in America, the family-owned businesses all go bankrupt. Over 85%, not all, over 85% of family-owned businesses go bankrupt by the 3rd generation. Why is that? Because, grandson and granddaughter, they have lost sight of the core values that grandpa and grandmother, grandfather and grandmother, grandpa and grandma used to build their multi-million-dollar, billion-dollar enterprise. Hard work, sacrifice, work ethic, vision, service before self, creating customer experiences. Everybody knows that is in business that you don't create a competitive advantage by doing more than your competition. You create a competitive advantage by doing what your competition is not willing to do. And until a leader creates that culture based on perspective leadership, you can't compete in the marketplace because you're not in a position to add value, make yourself more valuable in the marketplace because you're stuck in an archaic culture that basically does not allow us to inspire one another to become hit songwriters and the best version of ourselves every day of the week. Not because it's expected by others, but because it's demanded of ourselves. And we know all the Gallup poll books and all the books written about leadership, and everybody says, people don't quit jobs, they quit leaders. And then the irony is they also stay for leaders. They stay for bosses. But why put that power and pressure on one person or a C-suite of individuals? Wouldn't it be better if we could help everybody lead with and without a title? That's the goal of leadership. Remember, the purpose of a leader is to grow more leaders who believe what you believe, not generate more followers. So perspective leadership, my friends, is a 3-step process. You can visit my website, danclark.com, and have it completely explained. It's a 3-step process that we can actually plug and play into any personal relationship, any professional deal, especially in leveling up the cultures in our organizations. Peter Drucker was the one that made famous when he said, once you get the culture right, the rest of the stuff takes care of itself. And every culture in every industry is created between the strongest belief, the highest expectation, and the best behavior that the leader lives by, and the worst behavior, the weakest belief, the lowest expectation, and the worst behavior that the leader tolerates. So it's about what you exemplify as a leader. What do you really believe? I'd rather see a sermon preached than hear one any day. I would rather you would walk with me than merely point the way. Don't just tell, show and tell. And so the 3-step process in my perspective leadership formula, time-tested, proven process, is simple. You elevate your belief. You redefine what's possible. You think bigger. It's all on my website, danclark.com. The second step is to elevate your expectations. Think about that one. And then the third step is to empower behavior through a focus on service before self. As promised, let me tie it into songwriting. I love music. All of us are tied together through music because it's a universal language. We love it. But do you realize, for those of you who are not musicians on this call, in this summit, I want you to remind yourself that every single song ever written was written with the same 12 notes. Do you know this? In my seminars, and I speak at $1 Million Roundtable coming up on June 27th in Nashville. 10,000 people, they're all financial advisors, insurance professionals. I'm so fired up to be their closing main stage platform speaker because they're going to be in Twangtown, Nashville, Music City. And what we have to understand when I ask a question to any audience, how many notes are there in music? Most people, even some musicians, flippantly say 7, and they count the major notes, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, contraire, mon frère. In the year 1687, a very famous music composer in Western Europe decides he wants more options, and he's the guy that put the black keys on the piano. I wish I took you to my grand piano in the living room across my front entrance foyer so I could put on a display, but I'm not going to do that. When you look at the 88 keys on a piano keyboard, there are 7 white notes and 5 black notes, a total of 12 notes. And those 12 notes repeat themselves every 12 notes. It's what we call an octave. And those octaves repeat themselves all the way down the 88 keys. And it's created what we call the chromatic scale, which is the system we use to write songs so that I can perform and then you can perform the songs I've written. Cool system. What does that have to do with this summit on leadership? Everything. Every song ever written was written with those same 12 notes. So here's the question of the day. What's the difference between a hit songwriter and a lousy songwriter that have access to the same 12 notes? The only difference between one song and another song is the order in which those 12 notes fall and the timing and spacing in between the notes. So if I could take you in there in the piano, I have one of my guitars sitting next to it. We could play a Rachmaninoff piano concerto using all 88 keys on the piano. We could play a little Wynton Marsalis smooth jazz. I'm a rhythm and blues guitar player. We could play a little Stevie Ray Vaughan, a little B.B. King, or we could play one of my country hits. Had I shot you when I met you, I'd be out of jail by now. Ha! Or my wife ran off with my best friend and I'm going to miss him dearly. Ha! Or a song inspired by my junior prom date. How can I miss you if you won't go away? Ha! You got to love country music. It doesn't matter the genre. Any song in any one of these four genres, we can go R&B, we can go classical, we can go country, we can go rock. It does not matter. Every song written in any one of these genres was written with the same 12 notes. Back to the question of the day. What's the difference between a hit songwriter and a lousy songwriter that have access to the same 12 notes? What's the difference between a great leader, an effective leader, a well-respected, admired leader, and someone who's caught up in ego and command and control? What's the difference between a great banker and a lousy banker? She has access to the same interest rates in the same economy. The answer is the same, ladies and gentlemen. The difference between a hit songwriter and a lousy songwriter is passion, creativity, and imagination. Leadership 101, the next time someone says you got to think outside the lines, you got to think outside the box, join me as the Maverick renegade in the back of the room who says, what if the answers are still in the box? Most people who come to summits like this, tune in. Most people who pay big bucks for speaker meetings and organizational transformational events come in search of the new answers. Come on, Clark, give me the pixie dust. What's the secret sauce? We attend these meetings. We come to the summit ready to take copious notes. Come on, give me the secret sauce. When in reality, don't you think we ought to come in search of the right answers? And the right answers have always been right, or we can't call them right, which takes us full circle back to what do you believe and how deeply do you believe it? Is it true enough, deep enough, and strong enough to equip you to respond to rapid change? And if not, why not? And if when, why not now? And is that not the real deeper reason you're investing your time into this summit and allowing someone as magnificent and significant as Mo Rock to guide us and to attract through his law of attraction? We don't attract who we are. We don't attract who we want. We attract who we are. We attract what we believe we deserve. We become the average of the 5 people we associate with the most. We've now gone full circle. Leadership is a philosophical way of life. Leadership is earned. It's not a title. You're not knighted. You're not designated. Lead with and without a title. So here's my question. What would happen if everybody in your organization was so empowered and so focused and had an exercise in determining what they really believe, that they are true to that conviction, so that regardless if you as the leader, the designated leader, the titled leader is in the room or not, they will make the same choices based on loyalty, respect, duty, honor, integrity, service before self, and personal courage. Core values. What do you believe? And that's what we teach in perspective leadership. Redefine what's possible. Expand your belief. Elevate your expectations. What do you want out of this relationship? How can I give, and then expect to receive? It's the law of reciprocity. And then the third step in perspective leadership, empower your behavior. Make sure you do what you need to do. I was paralyzed for 14 months playing American football. I went to 16 doctors, 15 of whom told me I would not recover. I would never get any better. Now that I fought my way back to a 95% recovery, The two most frequently asked questions I'm asked that I want to answer as I turn the baton and the time back to Mo Rock. Number one, Clark, why did you go to so many different doctors? Answer, I kept going from doctor to doctor until I found one who believed I would get better, who reminded me that knowledge is power, but it has no heart. We don't learn to know, we learn to do. All the information in the world is going to make a person successful. It's like the guy who has 3 PhDs, one in philosophy, one in psychology, one in sociology. He doesn't have a job, but at least he can explain why. Ha! Bottom line, reason leads to conclusions, but it is emotion that leads to action. And emotion is generated through belief, and belief is 100% controlled and generated through our perspective. Perspective leadership. And the second question that I'm asked, which is the way I will conclude and turn it back to Mo. Clark, what took you so long to recover? Where were the leaders in your life to guide you and direct you and inspire you to do what you needed to do, to scratch where it itches, to fix what is broken and truly become the best version of yourself, to get back up and go again? Well, this doctor helped me understand the difference between being depressed and being disappointed, being depressed and being discouraged. I wasn't depressed. I didn't need medication. I didn't need a new dream. I needed to finely tune my belief. And the reason why I stayed paralyzed for 14 months was because I was asking the wrong questions. Or any of you, when it comes to leadership, most people focus in on how and what. Steps of leadership. What's your behavior supposed to be when you advance to this level of leadership in your organization? Not. That's the symptom. Let's scratch where it itches. The reason why I stayed paralyzed for 14 months was because I was asking the wrong questions. I was asking the doctors how to get better when I should have been asking myself why. And once we answer why, figuring out the how-to becomes clear and simple. And so you don't think this was a raw recovery? Physiologically, scientific biology says that when we only focus on a what and a how, we only engage the brain. But when we add to that a passionate why and a compelling want, a meaningful goal, we connect the head with the heart, which makes our blood pump more rapidly, our brains to fire, and our muscles to engage, which magnifies our performance. And when we only engage the head and focus on the what and the how, no such motivational experience occurs. I hope I've explained myself, Mo. Thank you for this precious time. I love you. I honor you. And what an extraordinary opportunity to join your guest this fall. Thanks for thinking.
Well, I love you too, Dan, my brother. Thank you so much. New York Times bestselling author Dan Clark, Speaker Hall of Fame Dan Clark, and Michael Silvers, who's been helping us co-host all day. I just wanted to give him a chance if he had any questions for you,
Michael.
Dan. Michael.
Hey, Dan, how are you doing?
Great. How are you?
You know, it's great. The one thing you said right at the end, it's that we have that tendency sometimes if we're stuck in a place that we just can't move forward. And then all of a sudden, those are the people we're searching for. It's like, I'm going to find a mentor who's also stuck in their place. I'm going to find the coach that's also stuck in their place. So in a way, we can almost commiserate together. And I'm looking for that failure. And I like the way you said that about you've got to look for the ones that are in motion, are moving, are forward, are actually, but that takes part of yourself to get out of your own way. So that was phenomenal. Thank you so much.
And that's the value in your summit. That's the value in every program that Mo has put together. I honor you as well, Michael. When I was hurt, I had so many people come up to me. I know they cared. And they said, Dan, I know what you're going through. And I thought, you don't have a freaking clue. So when you come to a summit like this, the value is actually finding people who do know, who have walked in your shoes, who have experienced this, but they don't just show up with a pile of crap. They show up with a shovel. They are on the program based on Mo's direction with solutions to help us shovel ourselves out of the ditch, out of the darkness, and come to the light. So again, I honor both of you. I love you, Mo. Thank you. Thank you,
Dan. I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, Dan.
God bless, Dan. Okay, we're going to take a 1-minute break, and we're going to be back with our keynote speaker who's closing us out. We'll be back in 1 minute.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
You know, Mo, this was actually a great segue because part of the show, we talked about mentoring. We talked about coaching. We talked about finding those people around you who bring you up to the next level. And the gentleman, I'll let you bring him up, but the gentleman is about to come up as the keynote speaker. Not only have I seen him on stages around the world, not only has he impacted thousands of students that we sent his way, and it made a difference every single day, but he got me in a situation back in 2019 where I was like, I'm done. I think this is it. And he's like, you're not done. You just need to find the right way and be with the right people, right? Find the ones that are still moving forward. Literally kicked my behind, asked me to join Power Team, what he was doing, and we rocked it all the way through COVID. So, Mo, I'm going to turn it back to you.
Well, look, I mean, here's the thing, Michael. When it comes to the Leadership Summit, there's an array of different individuals that have been invited to speak on this platform. And some of them are educators, some of them are behavioral scientists, and some individuals are thought leaders and some of the top world-class speakers on this planet. We just listened to Dan Clark, who I think personally is a phenomenal speaker. I mean, there's a reason he's in the Hall of Fame for speaking. And, you know, when you hear him talk, you always walk away with something tangible. Bill Walsh is another individual who I believe is a world-class speaker. And what's amazing is there are certain people, Michael, they just have the T word, right? Talent, right? And nothing can really replace talent. And sure, you can accumulate skills, but some individuals just have a God-given talent to inspire. And some individuals just have that X factor that's difficult to describe. I mean, when you listen to a Dan Clark or you listen to a Bill Walsh or historically you listen to a Zig Ziglar or some of these guys, they just had something magical about their ability to construct words to generate action. And so whenever I have opportunity to listen to somebody who is in that category, I really value that time. And so when it came to who is somebody that can close out day one and be the keynote speaker, we thought Bill is that individual. Bill is somebody who, when you hear him speak, you're going to walk away not only with the inspirational feeling, but with something actually tangible to do. So it's that second half that really sets certain speakers apart. It's not always just about feeling good. It's about doing something that's going to actually have an action-driven path in your life. And so with that being said, I want to welcome Bill Walsh, our keynote speaker.
What's going on over there?
Our keynote speaker of the day. It's good to see you, Bill.
You guys are working all day, man. It's good to be on with you. How's everything going?
Everything is going fantastic. We're excited. You know, when it comes to leadership, to me, the ultimate leader, Bill, is somebody that creates leaders. And that's a lot of the work that you do. I know recently you were just featured on Expose on New York Weekly on the front page of their website, where they were highlighting the work of Power Team International, going city to city all across the United States of America and creating leaders, fostering entrepreneurship. And according to New York Weekly, one of the men that's saving America is Bill Walsh, because we here in the United States need to have more of that spirit of entrepreneurship. And so, Bill, I want to give you the floor. I'm gonna sit back for a few minutes and come back, but have you and Michael go and have a dialogue regarding what does it mean to be a leader in today's age. Bill Walsh.
Yeah, let's go. So first of all, I want to say thanks, Michael, and thanks, of course, to Mo. I want to tell you that, you know, you've been on this thing all day, right? And I want you to realize that there's a big word, leader, right? Everything starts with this. Well, you know, the crazy part about the word leader is that this is what people forget, is that to really understand the dynamics of that, you have to lead. See, the problem with a lot of people is that they call themselves leader, but nobody's following them. I was born and raised in the south side of Chicago. We had no money. You know, I didn't know that people had money until I got around people that had some money. I thought a vacation was, you know, a car ride to the Wisconsin Dells. Because as kids, we don't know any different, but I also learned about working hard. I learned about showing up. I had a newspaper out at 9, had a lawn cutting company at 11. And I can tell you this, that I was never afraid of the hustle. You know, if you look up Charles Schwab, he started a pretty big company you all probably know of today, but in the 20s, they called him the master hustler. And what he meant by that is that he would just outwork people. Leaders are willing to outwork people. Leaders are consistently persistent, and they're persistently consistent. Let me give you that one more time. Leaders are consistently persistent, and they're persistently consistent. Out of high school and college, I became a trader. I did turnarounds for almost a decade. I'd fix your company. We would take it public. We would close it and sell the assets. And I got to a point in my life, and I want you guys to write this down if you're listening, is that there just has to be more. There has to be more than just getting paid. A leader is not about just getting paid. A leader is about building something. In life, you're always going to find two types of people. They're called builders and wreckers. Builders and wreckers. Certain people are always there to build other people up. Mo Rock is a builder. If you notice his intention, his energy, his drive, it's about empowering other people. That's what great leaders do. All great leaders do is they see the best in other people. They see them completed. They see them finished on their project, their goals, their dreams. And a lot of times what happens is that entrepreneurs over the life of their business, I mean, when I look back to 2002, we teamed up with a young company called GoDaddy as a marketing partner, Franklin Covey as a channel partner. We put together a product called Successfolio. It was nothing more than a business in a box. We went to market with that. See, what most people don't realize, in 20 months, we were in 20 countries only because we had good partners. So don't be afraid to fail, and don't be afraid if your friends think you're stupid or you're dumb. You know, that's never going to work. You're never going to make it. And of course, as soon as you make that first $1 million, you go from idiot to genius overnight. And those same negative people said you couldn't do it say, oh my God, I knew Mo could make it. I knew he would be the leader of the LA Tribune. I knew he'd do all these great things. And understand this, that there's a lot of people out there today, they're not rooting for you. Understand this going in. You're all going to have haters, and the more success you have, the more haters you're going to have. And it's okay. Cardi B said it best, man. I want to thank all my haters today, because if it wasn't for you, my albums would never be #1. So write down, thank your haters. Understand that leadership means showing up and doing the things that nobody else wants to do, even when nobody's watching. It's those 4 o'clock flights, 4 o'clock starts. It's working till midnight with customers and talking about their goals and their dreams and their ideas, and then follow up and follow through. And don't be lazy with your follow-up. Don't be lazy with your marketing, Jim Rohn said. And he was so good with that. You're going to hear so many influential speakers on this summit. But you know what? Always ask, what's the practical application of what I've learned? If there's no practical application, it's just theory. And theory goes in one ear and goes right out the other one. So I'm going to share with you today, what does it really mean to step into your greatness and then monetize it? People always say, you know, I'm going to help you live your dreams. You don't even know what my dreams are. How can you help me live my dreams? You think because you listen to some audio and you get excited, you get motivated. Let me tell you something. If you motivate idiots, what do you think you have? That's right. You got motivated idiots. Where do you think they're going? They're going nowhere. They live their whole world in a place called Busyville. They go from Busyville to Brokeville to Burnoutville. I've watched it happen. I've watched really, really good people tell me how busy they are. But they can't even pay for yesterday's newspaper because they're so broke. And then, you know, Greg Reed, he wrote a great book called 3 Feet from Gold. And that's where most entrepreneurs finish their journey, 3 feet from gold. They're so close to the biggest breakthrough ever because some idiot told them you're not good enough, you're not smart enough, you're not this. They quit and they listened to him. Les Brown said it best. He said, never let someone's perception of you become your reality. Because the minute you do, they win, you lose. And I think, you know what? Write down the word grace. You know, write down these 3 little initials called GUP. I learned this many years ago from my daughter, right? And I've lived by it for probably 15 years now, GUP. And all GUP stands for is grace under pressure. Grace under pressure. When times and things go wrong, don't go wrong with them. In 2005, we launched a business course called Rainmaker. Meet 4 times a year, bring 4 people with you. Work on your vision, your mission, your path, your grants. Work on your public speaking, work on your books. Work on your strategic sales plan. Work on how to close. Work on how do you build a real company that you can either scale or take public. And the idea from this was that we could find companies to invest in. We charge them $5,000. They get to come 4 times a year. You get to bring 4 people with you. I'm not telling you it's easy. I'm telling you it's hard. You want to feel good. You want to feel great. You want to be all motivated. You want a good health coach. I'm not the guy. You want a damn good business coach. I'm the guy. I coach billionaires. I coach entrepreneurs. I coach big companies, small companies, and everything in between. And for 20 years, we've been doing this. It isn't something new. 10 years before that, I did it for just big companies only. But I still love it. If you don't love what you do, man, you better find something else to do. If you don't love what you do, you better, I'll tell you what, man, go find something you're passionate about where there's a lot of people you can serve and there's money in the space, and you'd probably do it for free. And you're going to find a whole lot more happiness and probably find a whole lot more money. If your goal is to make a lot of money and make a difference and live an extraordinary life, everything starts between up here. And there's enough speakers on this broadcast that'll tell you about winning that game up here. But I want you to realize that 2007, we launched a venture fund, 2008 masterminds called WIN, the WIN Group. 2009 inspiration conferences, 2010, the platinum speaker program. So those who want to learn to speak and sell from stage. 2011, we launched something called UWC, and I'm going to give you guys all free tickets today. If you're on this broadcast today, you're going to have free tickets for our event in Chicago coming up or in Vegas, either one. Compliments of the LA Tribune. We put together a digital marketing conference where you can actually meet and greet other people. Go talk about your business. We give away a $50,000 valued business makeover at that event. Because I started realizing, I had a student, she told me this a long time ago. She said, Bill, she said, people need people. And she's right. You can try to do this all by yourself, but I'm telling you, if you want to go fast, go by yourself. It's an old African proverb. Go fast, go by yourself. You want to go far, go with a great team. And I'm telling you, the team might be in your phone. There might be people in your phone right now. You don't need, I need to have all these gurus. No, you are the guru. Become the leader. Learn to lead. Learn to get up early, go to bed late, put all the work into it. Don't wait. Don't wait till it's too late. People do it all the time. I'll get around to this. You'll never get around to it. You want to get around, you want to start a business, start today. You want to have more success, start tonight. Turn off the TV shows. I got to go to the movies. No, you don't. You got to work on your life and your business. Then you can own the theater if you want. You've always heard that saying, if I just give a man a fish, I feed him for a day, and if I teach him a fish, I can feed him for life. Fuck that. Teach him how to buy the pond. The minute you own the pond, you do all the fishing you want. Stop listening to these things from people that are broke. You want to make a lot more money? Stop listening to broke people. They tell you what they did 20 years ago. What have you done for me lately? What have you done lately that's been something that's doing really well? These are the things you got to learn, because whatever you learned from 3, 4, 5 years ago, man, the game has changed. AI is here to stay. You better learn how to utilize all these new tools, because if not, you're missing out. And the speed that things are changing is literally at the speed of light. And I'll tell you this, after that, we launched TV shows and internet marketing programs and book writing programs. And now we're launching our own TV show. We launched our own TV network. Why? Because you can. I met a kid 32 years old making $100 million a month in 5 years. You can see my hand somewhere in there, losing this screen, but 5 years. Because I'm telling you that the speed of light and the speed of business, it's all connected these days. So I'm going to tell you a few things you want to work on, right? Is that number one, become the expert in your niche. Pick the niche, get to the top 10. You want to start today? Go get an influencer site set up. Go to a simple site. It's called Mingle, MINGL.no. Mingle. Get your influencer site set up. Get your book cover done. It's easy. Go to Canva. Launch a book cover today. Not next week or next month. Tonight, go to Canva, get a book cover done. Create a community on Facebook. Not the name of your business, a community where you give good content. Launch your own podcast. It's called Anchor. It's owned by Spotify. Interview 2 people a month, not 20 or 30, just 2. Let them talk about what they're doing. It's not a soapbox for you. It's a content engine. Whoever creates the best content, they win. Create good content engines. I love working with entrepreneurs that have some passion for what they're doing. The minute you got that done, get yourself featured in newspapers. Get yourself featured in print. There's a service called Help a Reporter Out. Help a Reporter Out. It's free also. Go to Google. If you start getting published in places, use a service called Pingler. Pingler. Fastest way to get on track is get yourself to the top of the search engines. People can find you. Now, as you're doing all this, right, begin to realize what's your greatness. How do you really help people? What are you really an expert in? And the minute you've done this, write a new business plan. Create a brand new 1 to 5 year plan. Then go start applying for grants. Write this down, 4 grants a quarter. Apply for 4 grants a quarter, all under 100 grand. I'm not telling you this stuff is easy. I'm telling you what it takes to win. You want to win? You want to win big? Cut through all the bullshit. Stop all the how great you feel. How about the bottom line is let's get after it. And I'll tell you this, when you go to the next quadrant, right? And I'm just warming up with some of this stuff, right? It's called the empowered quadrant. Empowered. 2 parts of that, teams and systems. We teach you all this at Rainmaker. You want to get plugged in for a whole year, some of the best learning ever with no BS and just literally rock solid process that works. These are things you have to build a 7, 8, or 9 figure business. Teams and systems. Here's the teams you have to have. Number 1, learn how to get this stuff and write it down quick. Outsource. Outsource all your research, your emails, and your social media. $7, $8 an hour right out of the Philippines. They're great at what they do. We'll give you all the resources for it. The second group, a board of advisors. In every city in the United States, there are boards of advisors you can tap into. Third group is a good mastermind group. Set up a free virtual group right on your phone. Look for 4 people you believe in. Set up a call once a month, virtual. What's your big goals? What's your big challenges for the month? Let the team give you insight. Quit trying to lift all this stuff by yourself. Attend local masterminds, attend bigger masterminds, invest in masterminds, run your own masterminds. They're all the right answer. Napoleon Hill was nothing more than a brilliant connector that opened up all the doors because one guy believed in him, just one. Carnegie believed in him, and because he believed in him, everything happened. People know Carnegie. I want you guys to look up a guy named Thomas Scott. Research Thomas Scott tonight and see how he played the most important role ever in the life of Carnegie. Begin to realize it's not always the story you see. It's the story behind the story that has all the magic attached to it. Thomas Scott. Look him up and watch the story on his life. It's unbelievable.
Hey,
Now,
Bill.
Go ahead, Michael.
There was a couple of questions from the field on the same subject. They wanted to know if you could go a little deeper into masterminds. Some of them actually don't know what they are. Some have tried them.
Let me make it really simple for you. A Fortune 500 company has something called a board of directors. Mid-sized firms have something called board of advisors. Entrepreneurs have something called broke brother-in-law. So stop listening to all these broke people. It amazes me that people spew content, yet they've never built a damn thing, but they'll tell you all about it. And it's the same thing here. Once again, get plugged into people that are actually living it. Masterminds are a think tank or a brainstorming group that does nothing but make you better. You want to be the newbie in the room. You want to be in rooms where you feel so uncomfortable because of the power in that room. And this is where the fun starts, you guys. We were in a meeting yesterday, and sure enough, during the meeting, Steve Wynn calls into the meeting. Not about you guys. You might know who Steve Wynn is, but he's had a lot of success. And of course, if Steve Wynn has some things to say, you probably want to listen. And you got guys that are doing $500 million plus a year in their businesses, and they're still students. Do you understand? Some of the most successful entrepreneurs you're ever going to work with, they're students of the game. Never, ever, ever stop being a student of the game. Now, once you've got that part down, it's really important, guys, team up with influencers. Find some other people that are great at what they do, that they've got the doors they can open for you. You know, we teach a process about how to connect with millionaires and billionaires. You want to go online, go to YouTube today, type in Bill Walsh and Michael Jordan. You can watch our video together. I didn't know Michael 10 minutes before the video. But I'm telling you that if you learn the right language and the right process and you put yourself in the right place, anything and everything is possible. We'll teach you how to make the best connections. And of course, when you're going down this path, you know, build a good core team. I've been honored to have Michael as part of our team for years. We've reinvested in his company, Mentor Studio. They're doing magical work. So, you know, invest in your people, invest in your team members. And if people aren't willing to put the work into it, move on. Find people that put the work into it, because the ones that don't put the work into it, they're going to be your best long-term partners. They don't talk a whole lot. I'm telling you right now, write this down too. Leaders move in silence. Leaders move in silence. They don't got to talk all about it. They just do it. People are busy talking about it. They ain't doing nothing. Blah, blah, blah. People are doing it. They don't got to say nothing. How come I haven't seen you at the club? I say, how come I haven't seen you at the bank? and have your own attitude, man. If you don't have your own attitude, you're going to get knocked over. And of course, on the flip side of this, systems, these are non-negotiable, guys. Have a good loyalty program. Build a good referral program. Have a good sales process. Make your website 3 clicks to buy. If you guys are doing this, make sure you don't miss this. Good marketing strategy. Invest in good collateral. Invest in good folders. Invest in good printed material. Make sure if you're going to use LinkedIn, use something like Linked Helper. But believe it or not, you can team up with companies like Vistaprint. You can create really nice folders like this, right? 50 cents a piece, Vistaprint. Don't be cheap on this stuff, right? Invest in good collateral. People don't invest in collateral, but yet 86% of your clients are visuals. If you're going to use LinkedIn, use Linked Helper. If you're going to use Instagram, make sure you do Reels. I'm on Instagram. Just follow me and I'll follow you back today at Bill Walsh 360. Send me a message. Hey, Bill, follow me back. I'll follow you back. I don't care. Let's stay in touch. The secret for success is not just to follow up, it's to follow through. One thing about Mo Rock and the LA Tribune, they never, ever, ever forget to follow up and follow through. That's why he's had a lot of success. He's got a great team around him. Listen, success leaves a lot of clues. We'll teach you this at Rainmaker. But I want to give you guys a gift today where you guys can all join us if you want, either in Chicago or in Vegas later this year. If you just take out your phones and text letters UWC, it's so easy. Text UWC to 26786, and I'm sure that Michael or somebody with us, we'll give you guys some free tickets today. It's right down there on the screen somewhere. Text UWC to 26786 from your phone. You'll get some cool free tickets, either to our Chicago conference or our Vegas conference. You get a chance to meet Mo in person. Now that's worth it just to be able to come hang out with Mo. Wherever Mo's going to be, you want to be in the energy. Michael's going to be there. A lot of other people you met, Lee Steinberg, Jeff Hoffman, some great people, right? Get yourself in the rooms where you feel uncomfortable. And of course, you're going to do marketing. I like an app called InShot. You guys write down InShot. I like also to combine that with AI. Get your OpenAI account set up today. Begin to write stories every day. Talk to the AI machine as if you're talking to an admin. Write me 5 great things why somebody should come to Dublin. Write me 25 tips as to why somebody should attend my Las Vegas live seminar. Write 17 things in Chinese about why somebody should attend this webinar. I'm telling you right now today that if you'll begin to utilize these tools, it's going to make you way more efficient. And of course, don't forget mobile. Everything's going to that mobile funnel. It's not going to stop. Learn to use book marketing. Get the book cover done. I don't care if you have the book. Get a book cover. I saw one of my students, Angel Tussey. She brought a whole people out to New York, put them all in Times Square. She launched a membership site called Need a Speaker. She's got 25,000 members in less than a year, called Need a Guest for your events. So while people are busy talking about it, you go out there and do it, right? We launched a platform, write it down, called Mobex Pro, MOBEXPro.com. It's the #1 suite in the country if you want an automated funnel built, all custom built, combined with a 500-person Zoom account. It does all your follow-up forever. And quadrant 3, guys, don't forget about this one. It's called exposure. This is where, once again, a lot of times people get scared, right? They're like, Bill, I can't do this stuff. Warren Buffett said the #1 skill set was public speaking. Get yourself out in the public eye. Once a week, speak on Eventbrite. Go to eventbrite.com. You can get booked every week to speak somewhere. We'll teach you a process how to open up any door for public speaking. Don't be afraid of it. We spend 4 days a year in our program just working on public speaking, just getting paid. How to do your TED Talk, how to do your 2-minute talk, how to build your own digital products. But here's places you can go. You want to speak to millionaires, called Vistage. Write down VISTAGE. If you want to get more speaker bookings, go to Eventbrite. Go to Meetup, right? There's lots of services out there that they're looking for speakers all the time. Go to Facebook, look up Needed Guests. They're always finding a place for you to speak. There's no shortage of speaking if you're prepared, and if you're great at what you do. We did 2 TV shows today in Dallas today, right? Because I know that either show up for your own success story or live somebody else's. You can show up for your own success story or you can live somebody else's. I'm telling you, you have so much greatness. There's miracles in you, and you haven't even seen. You have no idea your potential yet. You have no idea just how powerful you can become when you're stretched outside your comfort zone. I've watched it happen. I've witnessed it over and over and over as people that have ideas take those ideas and turn them into incredible, incredible companies because they follow up and they follow through. And of course, don't forget, put yourself on YouTube. Get a YouTube channel today. Set it up. It's free. Learn to use something called YouTube Shorts. Go to AI and say, how do I create 10 powerful YouTube Shorts for this industry? It'll show you exactly how to do it, and it'll write the scripts for you. So don't tell me what you can't do. Let's focus on what you can do. And of course, if you want more information, you text UWC to 26786. We'll send you all kinds of details on stuff. So whether it's masterminds or coaching or consulting, or you want to take your company public, or you want to license or franchise, or you're trying to exit, or maybe you want to start something brand new. Listen, we can work with all those things. But in the exposure, write this one down too. Twitch. Get yourself a Twitch account today. It's free. Now you partner with Amazon. Now you got Amazon broadcasting all your stuff also for free. And Twitch is the only one that lets you broadcast for free onto your website. Real-time video. No one else does it. StreamYard's one step up, of course. Own your own network like you're on today. For $1 a day, you can stream on all your social channels. Super, super cool tool. You can embed Zoom inside of this thing here and then go to all your Zoom as well. Now you get multiple channels on multiple, up to 9 networks, all for $1 a day. And of course, the last one, guys, before I finish up here, because I want to try to stay on time, it's called execution. Execution. Learn to execute. People get the first 3 quadrants down, they forget the last one, execution. You got to execute. You got to execute like a rock star. You believe in yourself and start executing today. Start feeding your mind with good stuff in the morning, good stuff at night. Start going to networking events. Start investing in more courses. Never stop investing in courses. Never stop showing up for great events. You think because you finished college, you're ahead of the game? No, you're just $300,000 in debt, and now you got to figure the game out. You want to learn the game, get in the middle of it. Put yourself right in the middle of where the action's happening. I see courses online every day, and I never stop investing in courses. But the execution side says this: build a success plan. It's not what you think. A success plan is buy yourself a calendar like this, right? And put inside that calendar, we'll give you one as part of Rainmaker. You put in your family, faith, and fun events first. Family, faith, and fun. It's built into the system. Once you've done that, build perfect day. It's called DMO. It's called a daily method of operation. Don't skimp on that daily method. Mike, you got a question?
Oh, no, I got popped in. No, keep going.
That's okay. Daily method of operation. Build it out when you start and begin to know your numbers. You're going to find the minute you start to own your numbers, this game becomes so much more fun. So think of this simple rule, 20-20-20. Just write it down, 20-20-20. It means every day you talk to 20 people, you present to 20 people, and you follow up with 20 people. If you do 20-20-20 5 days a week, your sales will go out of the roof. Because what happens, and this is another thing that Jim Rohn said, he said the guy that can close 10% beats the guy that sells 90%. He just has to make more presentations. Talk to 20, present to 20, follow up with 20 every day. Don't be lazy with your business. Don't be lazy with your ideas. Be consistent. Build KPIs. There's called a CEO KPI and a team KPI, key performance indicators. All it means is a scoreboard. It's a fancy word for scoreboards. We'll teach you guys at Rainmaker how to build the perfect scoreboard. Teach you how to keep score every day. Am I on track or off track? We'll get you with 2,000 plus entrepreneurs in a group. We do coaching every week to the whole group. You can plug in and answer whatever questions you want. It's all live in real time. We get access to get you into the program 4 times a year. Work on your business, internet marketing, digital marketing, public speaking. If you got all the answers, then don't worry about it. But man, if you're hungry and you're trying to get this thing done, you want to be around a great network, it's $5,000 for the year. You're going to love it. But my gift today is you guys can all come to UWC, no charge. That's our digital marketing conference. Once in Chicago, once in Vegas. Your friends of Mo, your friends at LA Tribune, you get to come for free. Take out your phone, text UWC to 26786. You got it. You want to be part of the Rainmaker program? We'll send you a separate link. You can find details about that as well. But I will tell you this in closing, that don't give up and don't quit. Your story is too big to play small. Your story is too big to play small. And you want to, someone says, how wealthy are you? I'll tell you what, I have 3 kids, Austin, Marissa, and Evan, and they're all fine young adults. Greatest net worth in your whole life is that you've raised kids that become fine humans. Somebody else wants to talk about how much money they've made. I'll tell you what, tell me about the difference you've made in this planet, and I'll tell you just how wealthy you are. Now, the money doesn't hurt. Maybe make no mistake about that too, right? But greater things in life are done when you serve others at super high level. You're going to find the world serves you. And that's what I want to thank Mo and their entire team for doing, and Michael for helping out today, and all these other speakers, because I've seen the list. There's great speakers in this group. But take things you can put in motion today and then go out there and win big. With that, Michael, I'll turn it back to you, or Mo, if you got any questions. I know you said you wanted 25 minutes, so you got it, buddy.
Well, thank you so much, Bill. As always, you add so much value so generously. And I want to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to be here with us. And tomorrow morning,
you know that.
Tomorrow morning, we're actually opening up the program with Marie Diamond, who's perhaps best known as being one of the speakers on The Secret film and The Secret book. And I always tell people, The Secret is a fantastic book. But today we're closing with Bill Walsh. And I tell people, while you're observing The Secret, don't forget about the obvious.
Oh, look at that. Everyone gets a free copy. If they just text UWC to 26786, everyone gets a free copy, Mo.
Now imagine a world, Bill, where people simultaneously noticed both the secret and the obvious. That's really the ultimate. That's really the ultimate combo.
It
and so
is.
we're
You're
closing with
100%
Bill
right.
Walsh, and we're opening with Marie Diamond here at the LA Tribune. Now, before we let you go, Bill, I see Donna Campbell is here. Donna, you worked with Bill, and you've been inspired by Bill. And I just want to ask you a real question since he's here. What has Bill Walsh meant for you personally, Donna Campbell, please?
Oh my gosh, just the opportunities and the time that you get to spend with Bill, whether it's at the Ultimate Wealth Camp, even if you go to Rainmaker or Platinum Speaker or any other things he offers, the success summits. I'm always taking notes, and you should see the pages of phone notes that I have, but I have been implementing everything he says all along the way over the time that I've known him. And, you know, Michael Silvers always says 3 coaches, 2 mentors, and 1 mastermind. And they live it every single day. And if you're going to be at the top of your game, if you're going to be a leader, if you're going to help others serve the world, for them to come back, get connected, get in. I wouldn't be where I'm at today if it wasn't for you, Ava, Michael, Bill, everyone, because it's the sum of the 5 people that you're around. So be with the best and take the lessons and apply them in your daily life.
Donna, Donna, you deserve all the success you have because you put the work into it.
Yeah. You know, it's important too, and I think I want everybody to know on here, it's you find those mentors in your life, but those mentors actually, there was a time that we were running a big event in Hawaii, Bill remembers, and literally one of my speakers dropped out, another one, and I literally called Bill up with not even 48 hours, and I said, can you help? He got on the plane, he was out there, he stayed all 5 days, he worked with the students, he did whatever it took, and those are the kind of people you want to be around. Those are the kind of people you want as mentors, because they're always showing you that they're looking forward and they're always there to be of service. Bill, just for 1 second before we do wrap, can you talk just a little bit about the tremendous charity work you do?
You know, I do, and I think it's critically important. We've had a foundation for years, but more importantly, I sit on a board for a group called the Safe Haven Foundation in Chicago, where we help over 5,000 homeless families a year out of homelessness. They have a 3-year success rate over 85%. So I really do believe that, you know, making money is great. Making a difference is priceless. You know, at the end of your days, it's not how much money you made. It's did you make a difference while you're here? And it doesn't mean doesn't need to be where you make a big difference. It can be any difference you make. You know, my kids were all as young, very young kids, and 8, 9, 10, 12 years old. You know, every Christmas we would take them over to the soup kitchen. And Marissa, my daughter, asked a great question. She said, well, Dad, where do they all go after this? Because she didn't realize they had nowhere to go. But that instilled in her the fact that, you know what, that we need to give back to make a difference too. And you don't have to go shout on top of mountains how much your give back is. Just be consistent in giving back. And we teach every Rainmaker, it's not about writing a check. It's about being on a board, being on a charity event. We teach every Rainmaker, pick a charity event per month to go to. Not just to walk around and be at the photo shoot, get there early and help set up, stay late, but you'll meet the greatest connections of your life by being someone that understands the power of social contribution. And it works over and over and over again.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. You know, everything that you do and created. And for those of you, you want to stand in this presence of these amazing people that are going to be in Chicago, pull out your phone right now. We've put it on social media. We've put it on Facebook. It's on YouTube. It's on Twitch. Pull out your phone and text UWC to 26786. Text UWC to 26786. You do not want to not be there. Mo.
Thank you for that, Michael. And we're wrapping up. And I just want to give the closing words of day one to the senior editor of the LA Tribune Thought Leadership newspaper. And this particular copy has a remarkable article by Bill Walsh that I highly recommend, as well as Donna, who's involved in a lot of our upcoming projects here. So, Ava, I'm going to give you the floor for you to just share final words before we wrap up. Ava, please.
Well, thank you so much. You know, Bill, I always appreciate hearing you. You know, you've made my job as a senior editor of the Los Angeles Tribune so much easier, because whenever we have clients that we sit with, and they make things complicated. And I always quote, well, Bill Walsh says it's easy. Bill Walsh says you can do this. Like you just simplify things, whereas other coaches make it very, very difficult. Like it's almost unattainable. You go sit down for 1 hour in one of your luncheons, right? And it's amazing the value that you give,
Thank you.
People just,
when you live something makes such a difference. When you live it, you know it.
Right. Yeah. So I quote you a lot, when I work with our clients. Yeah. So I just wanted to encourage you. Tomorrow is an amazing day. We've got a lot of people again. And thank you, Bill. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Donna. This has been an amazing leadership summit. And leadership is everything, right? I'd like to go around and also ask your stand for leadership. To me, leadership is everything. How we lead ourselves is the difference between where we're stuck to where our future is, and up leveling our leadership, being surrounded by people who really take their leadership on, who really take their leadership to the next level, is the difference from where we are to where our vision is. And with this, I'm so grateful for all of the speakers who have generously given their time. They were not paid to be in here. And even the Mentor Studio is doing all of the work behind the scenes with us, are not compensated for this, but this is out of public service. So I really appreciate it. And thank you, Mo, for the platform.
Thank you, Ava. Thank you. God bless everyone. We'll see everyone tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. PST. We're opening up with Marie Diamond, New York Times bestselling author. Thank you so much.